Deb, are we ready? Okay. Good evening and welcome to the July 16th, 2019 City Council regular meeting. I'm Mayor Debbie Bertlin. Will the city clerk please call roll?
Mayor Debbie Bertlin.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Salim Neese.
Here.
Councilmember Lisa Anderall.
Here.
Councilmember Bruce Bassett. Councilmember Wendy Weicker. Councilmember David Wiesentiner. And Councilmember Benson Wong.
Here.
Great, thank you. So our first item tonight, as usual, is to approve the agenda. May I have a motion to approve as presented?
So moved.
Second.
First and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, agenda is approved. We will now move to our study session for this evening, which is Agenda Bill 5563. It's the Aubrey Davis Park Master Plan Concept Alternatives. So with that, I welcome the staff. Jesse, I think I'll go ahead and have you make introductions.
Good evening, City Council. Is this working now? There we go. Once again, good evening, City Council. My name is Jesse Bond. I'm your interim city manager. And I'm here tonight also as your former Parks Director. I'm still involved in this master plan as we've transitioned staff duties recently. Juliette Vong from HBB is representing our consulting team. Paul West, our planning manager, is here. Rylan Daly, our interim Parks and Recreation Director. And a little later in the presentation, Erin, where are you? The chair of our Arts Council will be providing comments as well. We blocked out a chunk of time for you tonight because we have a lot to talk about. So really quickly, our program for the study session is to talk a little bit, I'll give you an overview of today's discussion, next steps, recap on why master plan and why now. We'll revisit our timeline and where we're at in the process. And then the bulk of our study session tonight will be spent focusing on these sort of 5 key areas that we're recommending as areas of focus for our master plan. And finally, we'll have a close it out and talk about open house number 3. Okay, so our plan today, we will walk back through briefly open house number 2 materials, talk a little bit about what we've heard to date that's helping inform our recommendations to you, and we're ultimately seeking direction on a preferred master plan. What does that mean? That is teeing up what looks like a final document to be considered by the community at our open house on September 23rd. That will include cost estimates and potential phasing of a project. We'll be certainly looking at funding and grant opportunities long term. And then ultimately, we have a lot of coordination work to do with WashDOT and King County. So, City Council, I will totally acknowledge that we have a full presentation tonight, and where you can, I am looking for recommendations. Yes, Jesse, we support this going into the plan, or we're not sure. Take both options or all 3 options in some cases back to the public meeting. And so I will walk you through where that feedback is needed. Love this graphic. We've showed it in previous presentations. 1990 to now, the park is almost 30 years old and is certainly starting to show its age. But really, you can see that it filled out, it did what it was intended to do in that 30-year period, and it is a beloved treasure for the Mercer Island community. What is a master plan? Really, a couple key words on this side. It is a long-term vision for Aubrey Davis Park. It guides our decisions on future improvements, not only in this case maintenance, but also capital. It's implemented over time. Master plans usually have anywhere from a 10 to 20 year life. The intent of the plan is to reflect the programming and the priorities that were shared by the community, which is why we've had such a significant community engagement process. In this case as well, we're really focusing on establishing a baseline for determining the share of the maintenance costs. It's a good time to remind you that really the majority of this park property is owned by the Washington State Department of Transportation and maintained by us under a shared agreement. So we do have a desire to go back and renegotiate those maintenance shares. Also, you've seen this slide before. I'll just quickly go through it. We knew years ago, actually prior to my time, that we had a number of projects that would be taking place in the Aubrey Davis Park corridor. And it made sense to regroup and also look at our park operations at that time. So we have on the east, the King County sewer upgrade project. We certainly have Sound Transit happening in the town center, the light rail station. We'll be talking about that later tonight. And the project at the Tully site, which is a commuter parking and mixed-use development project with MICA as a partner as well. Okay, just a couple bullets. First of all, we have received some funds from Washington State, $500,000 for Aubrey Davis improvements. We have not identified how those funds will be spent. That will be a council decision for some time in the future. And we will certainly be looking, the adoption of this plan allows us to continue to pursue partnership funds and grant funds as well. Why master plan now? Again, this is a slide you've seen before. I won't rehash everything. We do have areas of decline that's frankly taking place in the park. You've seen a number of the landscape pictures we've shared, aging facilities. We have some safety concerns regarding the trails, and areas of the park are not ADA compliant. I already mentioned this, I'll say it again, we need to renegotiate our maintenance agreement with WashDOT. They are aware that that is one of the purposes of this plan, and although we have not gotten there yet, they are looking forward to working with us on that next step. The other thing it's really important to mention is how does this fit into the PROS plan? I think in a perfect world, as a Parks Director, I would have preferred to do the PROS plan update first, but it didn't happen in that order because the other projects in the Aubrey Davis corridor were already out of the gates. So this plan will integrate with our future PROS plan update, which is actually scheduled to start in early 2020. And again, I will just remind you, this planning effort looks at not only maintenance, but capital improvements, and we've showed you a couple slides there. The tennis courts, for example, at the top of the lid, we've got cracks running through them. We may be at a point where we're not maintaining anymore and we're replacing. So these are some of the things that the master plan will do, as well as integrate with the PROS plan. Okay, where are we today? We are in basically 12 months into this project. You can see that little dashed blue line. We have one more public meeting, as I already mentioned, in September, and then we are aiming still for plan adoption by the end of this year. Okay. Juliet, I will turn this slide over to you. Juliet's going to talk a little bit about what we've heard.
Make sure this is on. All right, so as you saw in that previous slide, we've had a pretty extensive public involvement process from kind of early, what do you think surveys, in-depth public forums, and then a series of open houses that also had online survey components to them. The goal has been to try and reach as broad of an audience as we can, to listen to all those variety of opinions that we do here. What this slide shows, I think, pretty effectively, I'm not going to go into all the details of this, but essentially what it shows, if you look at the numbers, is we're kind of a community split. There is a significant group, people love the active recreation, they love the passive side of this park, they love the natural character, but there's also folks who want to see improvements, who want to see some changes, and there's a lot of people out there who really don't, who just love it the way it is, and just don't want to see any changes at all. And so as we get into the recommendations, that's kind of where a lot of those discussion elements show, is based on what we've heard. There are a few things that people are concerned about in the park, and a whole lot of just trying to keep that natural character alone. And so the discussion points that we have, I think, reflect those areas and where we're we're looking for the most direction from you. A lot of discussion is focused on the trails. You'll hear a lot about and see a lot about trails as a result of that tonight. And then I think from the rest of the elements, you'll see what people, if the folks that do want to see some improvements, almost really reflect around family activities. Where are gathering spaces? Where can we picnic? There's one shelter in the whole park. There's a series of benches, but not that many, and not always where people want to sit. So in some cases, it's been really sort of minor improvements, and we'll talk about some of those. And then I think, again, the trails will be a big portion of the discussion.
All right. In your agenda, Bill, we provided you with some narrative around these recommended areas of focus. So what I will tell you is at this point, after receiving a lot of community input, we are recommending focusing the master plan on 5 key areas: vegetation and soils, accessibility, ADA compliance, safety improvements to the trail system, what we're calling cultural arts and placemaking, which translates to making the park special, those little things that we can do to maintain the character of our park. And we are proposing some new amenities, but you'll notice in brackets we've said limited. There's just a handful of them, and we'll go over those in just a minute. So tonight, as I mentioned, we're going to walk you through these areas of focus, and I've programmed in some slides to key up council discussion. The first area we would like to focus on is vegetation and soils, and I'm going to turn the presentation over to Paul West.
Thank you. You've probably heard this before, but the soils in Aubrey Davis Park are sand-based soils. That was a requirement for WashDOT when they built the highway, that they had good drainage. And so the mix of soil was 75% sand, 25% bark mulch. Now the sand-based soils are mostly sand. The bark mulch is decomposed, and we have mostly pure sand. They basically drain well, but they don't support plant life very well. And so we'll see in a minute or two that we have a number of recommendations for how to deal with that. Likewise, the existing vegetation has shown its age. Some of the plantings that were done 30 years ago have now declined. Some of that's natural. Some plants just live 30 years or less, and plants are declining because of the limited fertility in the soils. So we're wanting to address the soils and the plants at the same time. They're in a complete system. English ivy, which was not a noxious weed in the late 80s, is now considered a noxious weed, and we would like to control it in the park, if not eradicate it. So the first strategy for dealing with the soils is replace plants. This would be a no soils amendment, where we, instead of having the plants that are currently there, pick new plants to replace the existing plants over time that are better adapted to a very sandy soil. And this would be in limited areas where they're not very visible or they don't have a high level of function for the park. It's where plants are really performing a fill-in function. And this could be done in a fairly low cost. It wouldn't be done where we need to wholesale remove plants. If we're going to do a wholesale removal of plants, we would go to option B, which is when we replace a large amount of plants, we would also amend the soil at the same time. And that would either be mixing in organics with the existing soil or total replacement of the soil, especially in cases like the overpasses where the soil is not very deep and the soil fertility is critical to the plant performance. So this would be in combination with new plantings that would be mostly native and or drought tolerant, and we would have a plant palette that is reflecting native Northwest character to choose from. And finally, a third strategy for dealing with the soil is really around specimen trees that we want to save and we want to promote. We would do some targeted trenching, and this sounds kind of brutal, but actually there's new technology in the last 20 years called air spading, which allows one to dig trenches around tree roots and not damage the tree roots. So you air spade out trenches, usually in a radial fashion from the tree, and then backfill with a mixture of soil and compost and other fertility amendments to really boost the soil for the tree. The tree then preferentially grows in those trenches and usually shows a marked improvement. This is very costly, so this would only be in areas where we really have trees that we want to save for the long term. HPB went through a study of the landscape types on the lid. They categorized each of the landscapes on the lid into 5 categories. You can see them here. They're the trail corridor, park on the lid, park off the lid, forested edge, and bridge plantings. And these are going to be the basis for their recommendations for management. They've done soil testing in each of these areas. They'll also look at what strategies can be used to manage these areas going forward. So, in summary, we have 3 strategies to manage soil fertility. We'll replace plants to adapt them to the existing soil, or we'll amend the soil in some fashion. The next steps we have are that we're going to prepare the recommendations for each of those landscape types and prepare cost estimates, and we'll be bringing those to the September 23rd open house.
So we're going to pause at this point and ask you, what do you think about those strategies and that recommendation? And is there anything else you'd like us to consider in advance of the open house related specifically to vegetation and soils?
Lisa?
Thank you very much. I generally like this proposal because it seems very targeted and it seems very, practical and prudent in terms of expenditures and maximizing the benefits of how we spend our money. So knowing what I know now, after having read the packet and listening to you, I like that idea. I was thinking as you were talking about it, I recall that there's some ability in smaller planting areas to actually amend the soil with a gel-like substance, maybe even more for pots and stuff, that increases the ability of poor soil to hold water. Is that viable on a larger scale for some areas?
It is. I've heard of it being used. I'm not that familiar with those products. I've used them in transplanting, so in small pockets. Like you said, they're kind of exotic. They're exotic and they're used. I think they're fairly expensive, so they're used kind of like in the planting pit around a tree. They're not used on a widespread landscape basis.
Yeah, I was just.
Juliet, do you have an opinion on that?
Most of those solutions are targeted for potted plants. The other element of that is most of those solutions are intended to hold water holding capacity in the soil, but they don't really address the nutrient component of that. So it is a solution, again, in targeted areas. There's a number of kind of subsets to these 3 options. So in particular, I think where there's large areas that need to be removed, it's more cost effective to remove the entire area and really amend the soils as a whole. Something like that could be considered, again, with that targeted trenching, if it's not a tree, but a specimen shrub or a group of shrubs or a landscape area that's a particular interest where it's at. Those other types of solutions could be looked at from a targeted basis.
And then just one follow-up question, if I might. If we do add more organic soil where we're doing wholesale replacements, is that going to run afoul of any washed out requirements? Because originally 30 years ago, it was required to be the predominantly sandy soil. So how can we reconcile adding more organics now?
So they had a number of organic soil to begin with. What's happened, though, is as that decomposes and the regular maintenance cycles were geared more towards sort of everyday maintenance, not major rehabilitation over time. Adding more organics would still be in line with how the soil profile was originally designed. It's just deteriorated over the last 30 years. So with a combination of replacing them, there are now some more lightweight soil mixes that you can are developed now specifically for lidded conditions, the 520 lid, some lids across the country, rooftop conditions that weren't available before that help offset that water holding capacity for a weight, which is what WashDOT's concerned about, is the weight, less with the water or the drainage.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Benson?
Yeah, this is more of a process question. But before I ask that question, the recommendations sound reasonable and prudent in terms of the approach being taken or being recommended. And I do note that on the next steps, it talks about as far as preparing preliminary cost estimates. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out what the process is here. I mean, you're asking us to basically respond to the recommendations without knowing what the cost is. Okay, so I get that, and I assume that the cost estimates are going to come later. Does the whole thing come back to us then?
Yes.
And then we decide maybe this recommendation is too costly? Is that the process
Sure.
that you envision?
So, good question. Let me go back. Paul showed you this slide. So the intent at this point is to take this map and go back and apply those 3 treatments, determine where those treatments would occur. We also need to prioritize the work. You know, where are the highest priority areas? What would we recommend go forward first for a capital project or a major maintenance project? And also assign preliminary cost estimates. All of that, or as close to it as we can get, will be presented at the September 23rd open house for feedback. And then it comes back to you for consideration before you adopt the final plan. So really, you'll have 2 more runs at this. A study session probably like this, which we haven't scheduled yet, and we're anticipating adoption on December 3rd.
So I'm actually going to go ahead and follow up on Benson's question, because I think we're in maybe or somewhat of a similar situation in terms of not quite understanding the process. So when I had the chance to speak with some of the staff, I said, you know, my best point of reference is the Luther Burbank master planning process, of which I was tangentially aware, even just given I'd moved, et cetera, et cetera. That park is wholly owned by the city of Mercer Island. What we're now doing is we're master planning and prioritizing for a park, if I understand correctly, is more than 80% owned by WashDOT. So I can sit here and, you know, to me, that looks smart, is just, you know, I think as people have said, it's prudent, it doesn't seem extraordinary. But I'm not understanding who's paying for it. I mean, one of the key points that we all understand and are painfully aware of is that the maintenance contract exists. It needs to be redone, but there is no capital element to the relationship we have. So I can say yay or nay, but I don't fully understand right now whose money I'm spending.
That's another excellent question, and certainly the goal of the master plan is to lay out the long-range vision and to prioritize projects. We will look at funding options as part of our regular budget process. So we have right now we have a
So
grant.
when you say our budget process, so you're assuming it's our dollars?
Both. Let me back up, Mayor Bertland. We are staying in touch with WashDOT as the planning process is going forward. So they're informed of what we're doing, what our recommendations are. We will certainly sit down with them when we get closer to what will look like a preferred plan, and then also review the final plan with them. This planning work informs an important next step with WashDOT, which is renegotiating the maintenance agreement. I fully anticipate that will be on our work plan as the #1 priority in 2020 once this plan gets done. So from there, and you have not, as a council, committed to any funding beyond the current money we have allocated for maintenance. So
Okay.
we are going to be asking WashDOT to share some of these maintenance costs because, as you've seen through this whole process, our maintenance needs are exceeding our current budget. I guess I should say contribute additional funds. We will then sit down as part of the pros plan process and look at all of our capital projects. This is just one park and a system, and talk with WashDOT about shared costs for capital. You might recall, and jump in here, Paul actually has more of the history than I do. Our current maintenance agreement with WashDOT does not include capital project work, and yet we've definitely crossed into capital project territory. So we have a lot of coordination work to do with WashDOT on maintenance and capital, and you have long-term funding work to do as part of your pros plan.
So when we're looking at this and you're looking for a recommendation, it's, you know, it's as a taxpayer on Mercer Island, a taxpayer to the state, because at this point we haven't yet determined who's going to pay and what proportions for what,
Yep.
over what period of time.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Wendy, and then Benson.
So thank you for this. Totally agree with the direction you're going. And I have a suggestion for priorities, and that would be to replace plans plants or plant plants in a way that optimizes safety for bike and pedestrian areas. So where plants have gotten too big, let's plant with smaller plants and think about the 10 and 20-year trajectory of those plants and how they'll work for bikes going slow or bikes going fast or people walking or kids playing. So that whole multi-use thing, let's prioritize the safety of the plants that we're replacing.
That prompts me to make another comment. We included in your agenda, Bill, and I want to mention it here as well. We do plan on bringing forth the recommended plant palette to the open house. We weren't at a position tonight to say, here's our recommended plants, but we are working on that, and that is a component of all of these strategies.
Okay, great. We have Benson and then Celine.
Just a quick question, because you mentioned WashDOT, and, where do they step in terms of the approval? Obviously, do they need to approve the final plan? So do we need to get their approval before it comes to the city council at the end of the year?
Ideally, yes.
But they're going to have opportunities to weigh in, make suggested changes, or?
They already have. We've already gone over some of the things that we proposed in the concept alternatives with them before they became public. And now that we know what the preferred alternatives, or we hope to know what the preferred alternatives are, we're going to revisit those with them.
So it doesn't sound like there may be some surprise
No.
response from WashDOT. Okay, thank you.
They've also been attending our public meetings and engaged in the process.
Okay, great. Celine?
So that was kind of where I was going to go. I wanted to get an idea with 80% ownership of the park in WSDOT, how much of what you're proposing, any of these ideas that we've seen throughout this process, had a blessing or did not have a blessing. I looked at some of those things. I hear this is within the context of plantings and soils and weight and overstructures. There were concepts that showed additional parking lots and bathrooms over, maybe they weren't over overstructures, but anyway, they were in the 80%. Does most of this, all of this, kind of pass at least their finger in the air litmus test, or?
Yeah, yes, definitely.
All of the concepts that were presented to the open house and all of the ideas that were even remotely conceived were done with WashDOT review prior to. So they saw every spot where we potentially located anything. And from an initial blessed, at least the idea of considering it, right? They're not blessing it in finished form, but they were open to all of those various suggestions. As we've now narrowed down that focus of the master plan, we'll be able to get into a little more detail with them on that smaller set of actual recommendations and talk to them a little bit more about soils. Here's what we're proposing. They can review. We have a lot of background and information that has more detail that we'll be able to go through with them. Ideally, between now and that next open house, we would continue to review things with them in advance so that we don't show anything to an open house that WashDOT hasn't already vetted and is at least on some level acceptable to them.
I'll also just say that we started this process by executing an MOU with WashDOT about this whole process. So we have in writing their cooperation and participation in adopting the plan.
Just a quick follow-up. So you had mentioned that ivy was considered an invasive, and it wasn't an invasive when, I-90 was revisioned back in the beginning of the 90s. Did I hear that Sound Transit is thinking about putting ivy on some of the sound walls?
They're planning to put Boston ivy, which is a different species. It's not the same plant at all.
Okay.
It's a climbing vine, not something that crawls over the ground, which is the English ivy. So the English ivy is invasive. The Boston ivy is not.
Okay. And that'll be the case 20 years from now?
It will be, yeah. I will say where you do still see it sort of going beyond its intended approach, and sometimes used not in the best fashion, is if you have a 4-foot high wall and you're planting Boston ivy, it'll crawl over the top of the wall. It doesn't tend to go very far, but there is a little added maintenance depending on where it's used. WashDOT typically does not use it on any wall less than about 6 to 7 feet, so that you reduce that likelihood of it going beyond where it's intended.
Okay, council, any further questions on this section? All right.
All right, so the next section is on water conservation strategy. You already know that we spend a third of our budget on water. That's $180,000 to $90,000 a year on almost $600,000 budget for maintenance. Reducing water use would be fabulous. And our maintenance agreements with WSDOT up until this point have been that we were going to keep everything green. And it was also the city's budget policy to increase the level of service on the lid because of its position in the town center. So that's been our operating mode, to mostly keep things green. Now, we cut back a little bit here and there, especially in established shrub beds, but what we're doing with the master plan is looking at what are our real alternatives, especially given that a lot of us brown out our lawns at home. Could we stand to have our lawns browned out? So option one is brown out open lawn areas in non-athletic areas where it wouldn't impact park use. That, I think, is pretty explanatory.
Can you give us an example of where that would be?
So a very good example is right across the street from Freshies, where you have the trail goes into the Lid Park. That is not an athletic area. It wouldn't suffer particularly from being browned out. It's not on a lid. We have to be more careful about browning out lawns that are lidded because they can get too dry and can actually damage the grass. The second option is to convert lawn areas to meadow. This is a process of regulating the irrigation cycle and also overseeding with other species so that you get a mix of grasses and broadleaf plants, and this can be run in a kind of a cycle through the summer where you grow it, turn off the irrigation, let it brown out. Cool things happen when you put the water on it. It flowers, but then you turn off the water, let it brown out, it dies, you cut it back, and then turn the water back on, and let it flower and grow again. And if you have that kind of cycle, it can be very interesting. It can be very useful for habitat. It increases species diversity on the lid, which was an objective that some people had in our public forums. So that's another option. And then the third option is to keep going as we are.
So we presented 3 options. Our next steps, and we would like to hear your feedback, is to take it one step further in preparation for the open house and actually prepare a map of where these recommended treatments would be most appropriate. Before we do that, though, we wanted to hear from you. Jesse, browning out, not happy about it, or yeah, maybe in some spots. We will also prepare preliminary cost savings estimates versus cost estimates, because we do recognize if we apply these treatments, there will be cost reductions over time. And then again, we'll be taking a final recommendation for community input at the open house on September 23rd. So we'd appreciate hearing your thoughts on these options.
I also want to say one more thing, which is that this is not the only water conservation strategy in the master plan. We're going to be also talking about changing out irrigation heads, changing out other ways that we do the watering, as well as the fact that amending soils with compost will greatly increase water holding capacity and reduce irrigation need. So there's other aspects to it, but this is probably the most visible way that we could save water. So that's why we're bringing it to you.
If Salim, then Lisa.
So my concern with converting meadows to lower water use plants and letting them grow tall and cutting them and then go through those cycles is that it seemed like a cool idea at the time. You see it at Island Crest Way and the wildflowers that we had at the bottom. There's a lot of public interest in that in the very beginning. But you get a couple years into that cycle and people notice that it's a high profile planting that turns to a brown, essentially dead looking broadleaf. Mm-hmm. And then kind of goes raggedy and gets cut. I would be supportive of an approach that addressed the equipment first, the watering heads, an incremental change towards strategies that lowered the water usage, that didn't start immediately with converting, let's say, an area that was usable grass field to a 3-foot tall wildflower meadow. I would want to see that after other efforts were exhausted, or at least attempted, to see if we could get that water usage down. So I would say that would be of interest to me, but not immediately. I would like to preserve the character and the use of the park as much as possible, so that it is as as it were, but trying to reduce the water bill in other ways first.
Okay, we have Lisa and then Benson.
Thanks. I'm kind of in the same place as the meadow idea. Sounds cool, but it may sound cooler in theory than it is in practice. Are we doing option 1 or option 2 in any other park right now as a standard practice?
I believe we're doing some meadow, leaving some grass lawn at Luther Burbank Park along the waterfront below the administration building.
Luther Burbank is also not irrigated, so
Yeah.
in most areas, so it's browning out now.
Naturally,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. The other question that I had is, as I was thinking of my neighbors who have grandfathered rights to pull irrigation water out of the lake, is that an option for the city?
It is. We have water rights for 3 parks, which we're developing. We have water rights for Luther Burbank, Clark Beach, and Groveland.
Okay.
But it's not, we've had the water rights for 10 years, and we're still in the process of developing them. It's not an easy route to go initially. I don't know that we could get water rights for the lid, but it's certainly worth looking at.
One thing to note as well, and it goes back to Deputy Mayor Neese's comment, irrigation systems exist in the park. So the option to brown out isn't something we need to decide today. It could just be, if we reach that place in our budget future where we need to cut back on irrigation, it's as simple as making the decision to do so. If there was an intentional desire to say, yes, we're going to brown out these areas, it would certainly inform our maintenance practices around the irrigation and lines and heads. But I at least wanted to point out that decision could be made down the road. The meadow planting, I would say if it's a direction you want to go, we probably want to reflect it in the master plan. It would guide our maintenance strategies long-term.
Okay, I think we have Benson and then Wendy.
Just a couple of comments. I guess when I saw the projected savings, I was surprised how little, in fact, the savings would be on either one. I guess I'm a little concerned about either option 1 or 2 as it pertains to the Aubrey Davis Park, because number one, it's probably one of the more conspicuous parks. I mean, it's one that people see. That's one that people use a lot for recreation and what have you. So I'm a little concerned about having it brown out. The meadow, again, I think as other council members have said, it's an interesting idea, but I'm also concerned about, to the extent you have it, it's going to cut into areas that other people might be able to recreate. I mean, I'm not sure how much meadow you're talking about, but again, that'd be a concern of mine. And I'm just wondering whether or not, in terms of water usage and cost savings on irrigation, is gray water, is that a possibility? Is that something that is that cheaper? And of course, it's a matter of how do you get that gray water to the island then?
So the gray water itself, from an irrigation standpoint, the physical fixtures, the heads, all of that sort of stuff, if this was starting from scratch, would not be that much more expensive. You have to use a special purple pipe and purple heads, and so that everybody knows this is gray water. It's not typically recommended for any areas in parks where the irrigation might be running, kids are running through. It's really intended for areas that are not going to be accessible to the public, and then you have added cost of filtration systems and where the source of that water comes. Given the extent of the existing irrigation, it's probably not, it certainly wouldn't be one of the more cost-effective approaches. If there was some large project and you suddenly had an accessible water source for it and you were redoing larger areas, it's a potential, but getting the source of that gray water when that infrastructure isn't in place can be extremely costly.
Wendy.
So I kind of like the meadow idea in areas where it might make sense. So I think that's going to be really tied to the map and the money balance there that you already alluded to. So I'd like to see a little more detail on that. And then perhaps consider a fourth option where we do native planting and forego all this grass altogether. So if there are areas in the map where we can go to low maintenance and natural ecosystems where we can, where it makes sense, where it's safe, I think that might be worth taking a look at in the hyper local areas of the park where it makes sense.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick turn. I think my questions or my interest also reflects a lot of what Wendy just said. Can you comment a little bit more on the meadows? Because, you know, that picture looks beautiful. And then we've had the median imagery that Salim has provided. And there's quite a contrast between the two. Can you talk to us more about, are we generally considering something that looks more like the picture or the mental image we have of what that median is right now today?
So the median, and I've driven by it many times as well. So there's a couple of things I think that's going on there. In a extremely constrained environment like a streetscape, those soils get heavily compacted, usually before the seed even goes into place. It's building a road, it's heavily compacted, and then you're trying to amend after that fact. So that does limit the success, and it also invites more of those weed species to come in. It makes it harder to maintain. It's in the middle of a median to remove those weed species over time. Where meadows are reflected best is in nice wide open areas where you have some soil, you have the ability to manage the soil. It's a slightly different soil profile often to get successful meadows to grow. They are not maintenance free. Overseeding on a regular basis with natural lawns and also overseeding with those wildflowers on a regular basis can help maintain that more kind of picturesque visual that we're showing here. So I think there are some places, and I think the location specific is likely where, if you want to still consider it as an option, we would really be careful on where and how we would propose it to try and minimize some of the concerns you guys talked about.
It's also, it's sort of the middle range, right? We're not irrigating it as frequently as we have to irrigate the open lawn areas. It's shown in that image on the right. We're irrigating it a little bit, so it's not dying. It's got a grow cut cycle, right? We let it grow, we knock it down, we let it grow. So the other thing we didn't point out is with the meadows, we're also reducing our maintenance costs because, I don't know if you've heard my story, it takes us a full day to mow the 90-acre park. I've got 2 or 3 mowers running. That's a pretty high level of maintenance.
And last thing I'd say on this is as you can imagine, lidded park areas where there's nice open lawns is not the kinds of areas where we're proposing for this kind of natural meadow. It would typically be in those side areas, edges where there's currently mowed lawn that no one really picnics at or tries to throw a frisbee on. Those are the areas we're really talking about for that meadow potential.
I think with that explanation, I think I'm definitely closer to seeing some strategic use of the meadows. Personally, it sounds intriguing, and I'm assuming if it doesn't work, it's fixable, it's changeable. Okay, great. So Salim, did you have another
Well,
question?
so I was just thinking about the meadows and thinking back for Luther Burbank. There was a time when I was younger that Luther Burbank did meadow the area between the water sculpture and I guess the playground. And they used to mow paths through there. I don't know if we have pictures of this. But I can certainly see the advantage of the reduction in the mowing because that is a large swath of land. And if you let the grass grow 3-4 feet tall, you know, that's many months of not mowing it or maybe many weeks. But they did mow paths through it. And what that says to me, or at least informs about the process, is, you know, took a wide open space that was very usable. And when the grass is 3-4 feet tall, it's not very usable. So to the extent that this idea is going to be implemented in areas that wouldn't be active use areas, I guess I can kind of understand that. But I also think that your maintenance cost savings go way down because they're probably the smaller sidebar areas. I'm just not sure. But I think to the extent that you're going to have public engagement, and if you have older pictures of Luther Burbank when that might have been done, you know, maybe that's a useful visual for people to understand what it is that we're talking about.
And I just elaborate, I think it's going to be important how tall will that grass get?
What year would we be looking at for those pictures of?
Revealing
No, I'm kidding.
question.
Prior year, prior to my tenure on the council.
Just black and white pictures, right? No, I have a.
Salim, or sorry, Benson.
So one of my objections on the metal was the fact that I thought it might impact recreation areas, but if you're talking about, again, areas that aren't heavily used, that's may take away one of my concerns. I would say that would be helpful. I'm sure you're planning on it at the open house. Maybe I heard you say this as well, that you would be trying to identify those areas, if option 2 is adopted, those areas that you're actually looking at, because it would be helpful just to have an idea.
And those areas would be identified and shown as part of the open house. So if it's, the idea today is just, is this something we even want to consider, then we'll look at how and where we apply it and bring that to the open house. So they would be able to see the two together.
Does that make sense as a
Yeah.
strategy then? Great.
Council, any other further questions? Celine?
The only thing I would say is the comment about increasing the biodiversity by adding sidebar meadows. You know, I understand the intent, and I think that's great, but if you can't measure if it's successful, or if you can't rationalize what you're going to get out of it, I wouldn't go selling that as a benefit of it. I mean, if you're certain that it's going to do that, and that the species that you're going to get is more X, Y, and Z, and the benefit of that is this or that, go ahead and inform the public of it. But I get really gun shy about these kind of comments that are inserted that it's going to do this, but nobody's going to measure it. We won't know if it really happens, and what's the benefit of it anyway. I would just say try and keep it simple, keep it down to what we're trying to do.
That's fair. I will, just in response to that, as we build the plant palette, I know one of the things that Paul and Juliet have been working on is pollinator species, and we can speak to that. There's good science that shows these species and their function. So point taken, we'll be sure to clearly articulate where we see a species benefit, Pacific Northwest species benefit, as we move forward. Okay, accessibility and ADA, I'll hand this over to Juliet.
Okay, so we're going to take some of these other areas of the park and walk through similarly what we are recommending based on the feedback. So to kick this one off, Aubrey Davis Park was designed before the ADA recommendations and the ADA requirements in their current form actually is.
Just to interrupt, I'm sorry, one moment, Lisa.
Are we going to go back to the safety improvements to the trail system?
Oh, I apologize. I actually flipped the order, sorry, from your agenda bill. My apologies, I should have commented on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Good catch.
So it was built before the current reiteration of the ADA compliance and the Americans with Disabilities Act. So the standards in place when it was built was just in a different era. ADA compliance would be kicked in as projects or as areas are renovated or changed. So regular maintenance, you don't necessarily need to go and upgrade everything to ADA immediately. There is no requirement to go out tomorrow and do ADA improvements to any of these areas. But again, as a master plan is a long-term vision, as you replace playground equipment, as you do major replacement, major capital projects, that's when your ADA requirements would kick in. So we want to be able to plan for those now so we can address how are you going to get ADA accessibility to some of these areas at the time they are improved. And then finally, the recommendations are really two key areas of the park where we obviously have the most use. So we're going to talk about the Lid Park itself and then also the Luther Burbank Lid. Okay. Okay, so we're going to take these into each segment. So the Western Lid Park first. This is the area off West Mercer Way. We have the existing playground, the soccer field, the open lawn, the tennis court, and the basketball area that you see in the slide here. The ADA improvements we're looking at are focused in the areas with the black circles. So safe crossing of West Mercer Way. This actually comes up again when we talk about trail safety, but actually getting across that area. And in particular, we have ADA parking stalls down in the parking lot by the soccer fields, but no ADA way to get from that parking actually to the playground or the areas on what would be the east side of West Mercer Way. So looking at an ADA, at least one ADA parking stall that we could pull directly off of West Mercer Way, so someone could actually get to the playground, whether they're physically in the playground or just bringing somebody to the playground, that becomes much more accessible. And then the other place we've identified ADA paths is from the playground to the basketball courts and then also up to the tennis court area and that stack area. All of that picnic area is currently not accessible. So there is an existing trail that goes around to what would be the north, get my orientation right, and it goes basically along the wooded area. It is not accessible. It's 7% now. 5% would be your maximum for ADA. So what we're proposing is to basically create a path just right on the edge of the lawn, not through the middle of the lawn, but keeping it kind of tucked into the edge from the playground to the basketball courts. That would provide full accessibility for all of those functions.
And Juliet, if I could jump in here, what we did is in just a few slides, we'll actually show you the ADA, the recommended ADA pass. And I also wanted to note, you'll start seeing these graphics We laid in that dark red line. That is actually the existing location of the current regional trail. It doesn't show up real well in these graphics, so we've highlighted it so you can see where it is.
And then the tennis courts, right now, there is parking along the street. Their ADA parking that's currently striped along the street is actually right in front of a really big hill, so it doesn't really get you anywhere. So moving those ADA stalls and then creating an ADA path up to that hill. I might need to push a little higher. Okay, and then as we move over to the east, this is ADA. This is actually fairly accessible from the parking lot to the ball fields to the restrooms. It's all relatively flat through there. It's a long way to go to get from the parking lot to the playground and the shelter, the picnic shelter area, but it is an accessible route. There is not ADA accessible seating, so there is some improvements. We want to actually create a little bit of a spot to sit down, gather, let people take a break as they're making that long haul. And then the other area in particular we're looking for some direction on is there's an existing cul-de-sac at 74th. Is there a,
Should be a-
haha, I did find a pointer. Not so much.
You're actually pointing into your water.
Oh, thank you. Much better now. So there's a cul-de-sac area here. It's relatively flat from here through onto the lid, but there's no current connection. So looking at getting a trail connection would actually make this potentially much easier to access. There is the potential we could just not necessarily a parking stall, but to look at, is there a little off-street parking stall or something right within that cul-de-sac we could stripe that would also help provide like a designated spot for a little easier access to that area. The other areas we get to the Luther Burbank lid would be an ADA route. We have the existing kind of stair shortcut down the hill. And then one of the things we're looking at in tandem with the King County project is to provide an accessible route to get from there back onto the regional trail.
Actually, I want to correct that. The staircase is proposed. It was part of the Luther Burbank master plan. We'll get to it later in the amenities, but in order to do that, WashDOT requires the ADA route to be able to get up the hill in an accessible fashion.
Yeah, that's a good
They'd
point.
have to be linked together time-wise.
Yes, they both have to be
Yes.
built together.
So brief introduction, and then we will be getting in just a moment to the actual configuration of the recommended ADA pass. But based on what you saw, we have 3 areas that we would recommend focusing on for ADA compliance, primarily in the Lid Park, and then 1 amenity in the Luther Burbank Lid. Based on your feedback tonight, we will be updating our master plan graphics. Obviously, we haven't drawn these amenities yet. We will be putting cost estimates to them, so you have that as part of your preferred plan, and bringing them back to the community for further discussion and comment. So with that, and I know you haven't seen the trail alignment, we've moved that into the trail slides, but any general feedback you have on our recommendations for ADA compliance?
Lisa?
I have questions. The providing parallel parking pullouts along West Mercer Way, is that going to take existing parkland?
So there is room on there to basically do what would be a parallel. So it is moving into what would be the median. There's a planting strip right now between the edge of the road and the sidewalk. We would basically be taking that spot between the edge of the existing road and the sidewalk.
How many pullouts are you proposing?
So we were really just thinking 1, at least 1, and we're certainly open for discussion. I think given the size of the existing playground and how there's a little bit of a crest of a slope right there, of a crest of a hill, we can fit 2 up to 3 or 4, depending on if we do on both sides of the street. But what we were recommending was really just the side that had the playground on it, at least 1, 2 if you think it's a valuable resource to have. But I think we're thinking keeping it small.
And then what about the trails that provide accessibility to the West Playground and basketball courts? That's going to be paving over something that's existing grass?
It's existing grass, and there's a transition zone between the grass and the existing trail where you have a hill and some landscape areas. So it's basically at the base of the landscape at the very edge of the lawn.
And we do have slides.
We have some
showing this
slides
in
to
just
show
a
that.
moment.
Yes.
Okay. And then, isn't there a path between the 74th Street cul-de-sac and the trail right now?
There's a small narrow one.
It's a
yeah.
paved path.
Yeah, so there is kind of a smaller area in there, but no kind of, no little pull-off for a vehicle, no kind of designated spot to get in there. And I think it was pretty narrow, but I'd have to go back out and measure it again.
Yeah, I walk it every day. I think
Okay.
it's like an 8-foot path.
I-
So,
I think the cul-de-sac, there may be some no parking.
yeah,
We're-
that's not
we're-
my,
yeah.
that's not my issue. My
Okay.
issue is just whether there's, to provide access to the picnic shelter and East Playground. I think that there's already a connection there, if it's just a matter of re-signing the street to allow some parking. I'm just trying to explore whether that's what's going on or something else.
My sense is that you're correct, is that there is an existing connection there.
Okay, thanks.
I think Benson?
Just a question of when these improvements might be made, and obviously you're saying that they're ADA required to be compliant, and just questioning, when do we actually have to make the required changes?
So in general, the changes would be required at the time you do major improvements or replacement, right? So if you're just doing regular maintenance, they don't typically kick in. At the time you're required to basically get a permit is when you would be required to have those ADA reviews and capacities.
So then, with respect to the parking spaces that you're talking about, is that something that is triggered? Or is that just really at the city's decision when to actually?
I think, for example, with that, the playground itself that is really not accessible, or the basketball court that's not accessible, those, if you were to do a major replacement and at some point that equipment is going to need to get replaced, that equipment would need to get replaced with an ADA compatible and ADA accessible features within the playground. The playground itself would also have to have an ADA accessible route to get to it. That's the time that discussion of an ADA parking stall would come in, usually with your permit authority and the ADA requirements. How far you have to go, and does it have to be an ADA parking stall right directly next to the roadway? There is some flexibility with how ADA accessibility is done and how the level of improvement required. So there's not really a cut and dry of, do you have to place it? Does it have to be here? It's not quite so simple of an answer.
Great, I think Salim and then Wendy?
I just wanted to ask about the 80% ownership by WSDOT and the ADA kind of compliance aspect of this. Since it is mostly state-owned and this is probably a federal requirement, is there a funding source that is more likely to pay for these types of things than, say, other types of things?
The state, how to put this? So the state has an interest in the things that are related to the highway. So that includes the things like the trail and the landscaping, the passive landscaping, because those were mitigation for the expansion of the highway. The things that are considered active recreation, like the playground and the basketball courts and the soccer field, are not the state's ownership. We have an airspace lease agreement for those improvements, and we essentially own them. And we have them there under the agreement of the airspace lease.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Wendy?
I get just back to the ADA, just really quickly on the parking. I don't think I was completely clear. I just want to make sure is the parking itself, there is no necessarily specific trigger. I just want to make sure if that was clear or not. The individual elements have clear triggers in permitting and requirements to make them accessible. Whether or not you'd have to provide a new parking stall at that time is not clear.
I've mentioned this already. Part of our exercise as we go forward and start looking towards a final recommendation for you, council, is also to prioritize these improvements. So one of the most critical things we could do at this point is get a safe crossing from the soccer field to the playground. We have ADA spots there, but you can't get across the street. So that could be, for example, our first priority. It would be a relatively, I shouldn't say that, is Jason in the room? It'd be something that would be a lower cost implementation. Parking, trails, that would potentially come later. So those are the things that we're evaluating as we go to the final plan.
Maybe Wendy?
And that was my point, if you guys could provide a prioritized list when you come back or show up at the meeting on the September 23rd open house, that would be great. And when you do that, if you could also kind of show some cost estimates as well as service levels, like how many people are using the playground versus the basketball courts, or whatever. So that cost, service, delivery level would be useful. And then to the extent we can bring in the Sound Transit settlement money to address the West Mercer Way link, I think that would be useful too, because that brings potential money to actually get this project done first or second.
I think that even showed up on some early plans.
You're correct.
Yeah. Okay, Lisa?
Yeah, just a little bit more detail, if you would, about what does a safe crossing on West Mercer Way look like? I mean, I know there's the existing crosswalk, right, where the bike trail comes and there's a crosswalk. But are you thinking of a different crosswalk further north that's maybe got flashing lights on it, or what are we talking about?
There's some preliminary plans, as was mentioned, that actually showed and did a little bit of an analysis of what could make that crossing safer. So the one that we were basing that and moving forward from that has not just one crossing, but it's actually a series of 3 crossings. It provides kind of greater accessibility across the intersection and also gives a lot more visual cue that there is something much more significant going on here. There would be signage that would be a part of that, whether it's flashing lights or different kinds of beacon treatments. At this point in a master plan, we would create a placeholder for some sorts of safety improvements, but we would be a little bit more of a process to figure out exactly what of the multiple methods of traffic calming would be best used there. There'd be some visual cues. There could be some additional striping or painting in the area leading up to it. Those are the ones that we're currently thinking.
I think Salim's got another question.
Well, maybe boring question statement. I wonder, because I know we're doing this ADA compliance island-wide, and I think about the different parks and then the different challenges that somebody with a disability might have in some of those parks, especially the things like Groveland and Clark Beach that are on steep terrain, or certainly the open spaces where the trails might not be conditioned for this type of use. I think about Luther Burbank, and certainly there is a lot of opportunity for somebody with disability to navigate large portions of that park. The lid, to me, would seem a natural place for it, but it's relatively close to Luther Burbank. Have we thought about where we invest our dollars in terms of trying to provide accessibility to the parks in a way that is geographically spread around, or do we just kind of put all our eggs in the basket of the north end and we say this is where the most terrain that is appropriate for those types of navigation exists, and that we try and invest the resources there? Then the second part of that is, how do you inform anyone? I think about putting a handicap parking spot at the end of a street end near a trail that is an informal trail. How does anybody find that? And is that really serving a purpose, or is it just going to be empty 99% of the time?
That's a good point. Let me maybe back into this question a little bit. One of the ADA requirements is to plan for ADA accommodations. So as we prepare this master plan, we do have to show the improvements we would make to ensure this park is accessible over time. So we are doing that, and by doing this plan, we are meeting that requirement. I think you make a good point. We have 2 other plans that are broader. One is our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space PROS plan that will certainly take a comprehensive look at ADA requirements, and that is your tool to prioritize projects within the park system. We also have on our plate the city's ADA transition plan, which is everything else, parks, streets, even things like our website. And that was scheduled to start this year, but we've adjusted that, I believe, into 2020. And that zooms out even further and will be a tool to allow, provide guidance to the council on where we prioritize our ADA investments. So we have a multi-layered approach.
Council, any further questions? So I have just one. So basically what I understand is if you're doing a major upgrade, I'm sure there's a definition for it in terms of percentages and dollars or what have you. So if we're doing a major upgrade to a park, we have to ensure that it meets some degree of ADA compliance. So in other words, whether or not we were even master planning, I'll pick one that I know, which is First Hill Park. Would we then have to go through, and as we looked at replacing some equipment or changing out vegetation, would that park then also be subject to this same exercise?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not that we're choosing specifically to focus on the lid, other than the fact that any park that we touch in a substantial way has to be brought into compliance.
You're correct.
Okay, great.
Okay, next
Any-
slide.
Okay.
So I want to just pause here for a moment. We are really getting into, it's a few minutes after 6. We have an hour left. This is the meat of the discussion, and we have quite a few slides. So we will go as quickly as we can to allow you plenty of time to discuss.
Okay, I'm gonna cruise. Safety and trail improvements, safety and improvements to the trail system. The discussion points listed here are really the focus of the trail improvements that we're recommending to move forward with. Crossings, traffic calming, rest areas, wayfinding, ADA. We're gonna really basically focus on the location of these elements. A lot of these, we don't have specific wayfinding locations defined yet, but we wanna we're trying to make sure that we're going in the right direction for what we wanna bring to the next open house. So again, we've got a western lid park, the central and the eastern section. So this is the existing regional trail.
This is the western lid, I just want to point out, so you know
Yep.
where we're at.
And we did shift a little bit so you can see, sorry, here's now that basketball court, tennis courts. This is that existing play area that we're talking about. This right here is that area where we have space for a pullout. Location example. The blue, kind of that teal blue color, the solid line represents where there is an existing ADA pedestrian path, and I will point out that this is an existing path that comes up and around the backside to the basketball courts as well. The dash line is the area where we're looking to try and do improvements. This would be a new trail in order to make these features ADA accessible. So it comes across West Mercer Lid. There's basically, from the playground, there's a landscape area here that we try to hug the edge to get to the basketball court. And then right now there is no way to get from this lower level up to the upper level or from the existing parking stalls up to this upper level. So we've got an ADA accessible path that would follow here. This is where we would move those ADA accessible stalls to. And then the trickiest part would be weaving an ADA accessible trail through the existing trees in this location here. And then we follow back to the existing trail. It's important to mention here too that as we move through this entire area of the lidded, the park that's on the lid, what we are looking for in the intention is just to maintain the current trail width. Part of creating this ADA accessible trail also allows us a greater level of separation between pedestrians and the bicyclists, so it creates multiple routes for people who are maybe less comfortable in order to kind of give lots of different ways for people to move to wherever they're trying to get to. The minimum trail width from WashDOT is 10 feet, so the idea is to keep the existing trail width but not go less than that WashDOT minimum 10-foot requirement.
And Juliet, can you just confirm that existing regional trail is not ADA accessible?
Correct. So what we have right now for the regional trail, it actually comes up too steep through here. We're over 5% through here. We're relatively flat as we come through here, but this portion here is up to 10% coming up this hill, and then it is relatively flat, but there's stairs that go up this direction and a steeper trail that comes up through here that exceeds that 5%. It is actually not accessible coming down the hill either, so on the next slide you'll see the potential of trying to get through this area. The existing trail that comes along this backside goes 7% in a portion right through here in order to get to the basketball court, so that is also not an accessible route.
Lisa?
Yeah, just a quick question while we're on this slide. The proposed ADA pedestrian path, and for that matter, the existing pedestrian path, how wide are those? And how wide would be proposed to be? That's not going to be 10 feet, is it?
No. Those are anywhere from like 6 to 8 feet right now, depending on where they're at. We were looking at something more like 6 feet. 4 feet is kind of a minimum. 3 feet's your bare minimum for ADA, but 4 feet allows a wheelchair and a single person to pass. 6 feet allows for 2 wheelchairs to pass each other, or a stroller and a person. So that 6 feet is a typical width for a pedestrian walkway.
Juliet, can you show the next slide in the graphic?
Okay, so this is what it would look like. So this is a section cut right through here where that existing, and you can start to see these are from the open house graphics, so they're not necessarily what we are currently proposing. They're just pulled from what we had shown for the various options at the open house. But what it does show is the potential location for that path that would come through here. This is what that would look like. These are hard to read, and so I apologize. This basically is a 6-foot pedestrian path that would come through this area. And then the existing regional trail would remain the same. It's about 10 feet wide here. And then you can start to see there's a couple little clear zones that just is indicating that there's clear areas on either side of that path, so there's less encroachment into the trail itself.
I think Celine had a question.
Yeah, if you could go back to the last slide. So if we added ADA parking spots down on West Mercer Way, I would understand the trail that goes, well, I guess you already have parking at West Mercer Way, but improving the crossing and then having pockets on West Mercer Way, having the trail that went into the basketball court, that seems, clear cut, very concise. It looks like you've gone through a lot of effort to try and get the grade and the path to get up the hill from there. If you said there are also ADA spots up there on whatever it is, 60, I can't read it,
66th.
66, is there a requirement that that trail is contiguous? Can you not just say the ADA access is reset, it's now from these spots to the tennis court, and then not be required to have that long path through that grade?
Potentially, yes. That could be an option too, and that's part of the recommendation we're looking for today would be to include this as we move forward. If this is not something that is of interest in the long term, or long term, if this vegetation needs to get replaced, providing that additional route, it could be that this is an area we just sort of put as a potential or a wish for our 20-year plan, but it's something that would be lower on the priority and done as that vegetated area needs to be redone.
Well,
Those are examples of
Okay.
of what we're looking for.
Having been through that area quite a bit, I would prefer to make these routes more concise. And if we put the pocket parking on West Mercer Way, I would support the trail that led to the basketball court. But the route up that hill, I tend to disagree with and would just rather see a more concise route from whatever that street number is, those parking stalls.
This is that
directly.
secondary route that would happen that would serve your need to get ADA accessibility without
Yeah, whatever the
this
most
guy.
concise opportunity is. Because it's becoming clear to me that your ADA compliances get from the parking stall to the feature. It's not every feature, it's not every aspect of the park. It is to, the playground or the basketball court or the tennis court. I would support that.
So I'm going to build off that. So in other words, you don't have to have the accessibility that gets you from the space where the tennis courts are now down to where the basketball court is. So it'd be sort of the missing link. Is that the idea?
Yeah, not necessarily. I think you have a couple options here. You show the whole route that we showed here and know that it would be built in phases. I've had a couple projects where the ADA trails were just built over many, many years because there is something about providing a comparable experience to an able-bodied person. And so not everyone is going to the park just to get to the amenity. People are also going to enjoy trail use. So keep that in mind. So you could show the whole thing, or we could take that switchback out and know that we have basically two connector routes.
I would also, one of the objectives we were trying to achieve with this connected route was to provide a alternate pedestrian route to take some of the pressure off of the regional trail. Pedestrians who are looking for a quieter experience but still want to walk through the park could be on this trail. And if they're not on the regional trail, then there's just less traffic on the trail. There's, we're spreading out the traffic load between two trails rather than having, all the through traffic on one trail.
Can you clarify, the regional trail, that is considered the regional transit corridor, correct?
That would be this red line, yes.
Yes, okay. So in other words, we can't alter the regional transit corridor. So what we're looking at is in addition to, meaning the ADA path is in addition to.
Right. The regional trail has to meet minimum WashDOT standards at minimum.
And it does right now.
It does right now. Well,
In most areas, there are a few places where it is a little less than the minimum 10 feet, but that's mostly from over time, just general encroachment.
So plant encroachment versus,
For the most part.
Asphalt width.
There are also a couple places where there's just physical constraints. And those are recognized as acceptable from WashDOT, where you have a physical constraint and can't get the minimum 10 feet. There's some recognized process to allow those minor deviations.
okay. Yeah,
I just want to be clear on that site. There is a trail already, so we already have a separation of regional trail users and walkers. It's just not ADA compliant. I don't know what you said the grade was on that slope that does the big S chicane on right there.
This is 10%.
10%, and the requirement is 5%.
The requirement is 5%.
So really, the back of the napkin is you need twice the length of pavement to decrease the grade to 5%. And I think my view on that is that I don't want to see twice the amount of concrete in that area. It is a very kind of natural environment. It has a lot of plantings. And there is an informal trail that goes through those plantings to get you up to the regional trail at a higher point next to the tennis court. So I think that like the context I have is the regional trails, there's the non-regional trails that are paved, then there's the informal trails that are within the park. And I think that I like that delineation, and I don't want to have arguments where we say, let's add twice the amount of concrete to make it an ADA path from here to there, when there's already a trail that does meet the need of the separation of the regional users from the local park users.
And Benson?
Yeah, I just think that for where we are right now, for planning purposes, I certainly would want to see the whole thing mapped out in terms of cost and what have you. And I like, Jesse, I like your discussion or your comments regarding phasing the project, because we may get to the point where we just have the ADA trail to the tennis courts or what have you. But I think it'd be, we would be well served to know what the full cost is for doing the entire length, because I think your comment about making sure that people who have disabilities have a comparable experience, I think is a valid one, but there is a cost. I mean, so I grant you that. So I'd like to see, for planning purposes, what the whole thing might look like.
So let's do this. Obviously, we still have to do the sketches in the interest of time, because we do have more slides. Believe me, we have more slides. We'll continue to work this path, put together the cost estimates, think about potential phasing, know that this is a discussion item that will come back.
I think, I'm just going to add this, I think this really needs to come in front of the public, because what
Yeah.
we don't know in part is how many people are not using the park because it doesn't exist. And I would at least like to have the question asked.
Sure, that's great. Okay, let's move
Okay.
on.
All right, that's what it looks like. So this is just an example of what that would look like that we kind of mentioned before. Existing parking, the existing trail is, there's not an accessible route to get here up. So this is just an indication of coming off that existing path and heading up the hill. The central portion of the lid, so now here's our existing restroom, parking, our 2 ball fields. This is what the regional trail looks like now. This is the existing, so now you start to see here's that existing path. There is, you can almost barely see it, there's a little bit of an existing connection through here. So what we were talking about here is this hill here is not accessible. So this is this is more than I think even 10%. Whether we want to try and again, at least show for planning purposes, the possibility of getting a more accessible route down here. And then this is the area that we do have some of our greatest conflict zones through this section of the regional trail. So the idea is to potentially take and give an alternate route for pedestrians right through this zone. And as we show what that potentially could look like, it could be a fairly narrow trail that just gives the pedestrian a spot to stay off the main regional trail and be a little safer. There's been some plans and some indications at the public meeting about creating kind of a larger visual cue that this is a spot a lot of people are happening. It's called a mixing zone. And so this is just one example. We'll get into more ideas of how to address this particular conflict zone later. For the Eastern Lid Park, I will make a point here. This idea was not supported when we asked in the public engagement process. We asked people if they liked this idea of creating a separate path through here, again, giving an alternate route, a different type of experience coming through here. But for purposes of discussion, just to show what that could look like, right now, the existing path is actually less than 10 feet in this particular area. So this would be, do we continue to create that minimum 10-foot path through here and then have that alternate pedestrian route be able to come and meet up with it further towards the intersection?
And I want to jump in here. I showed this, this is dangerous to show this graphic because it wasn't well received. So unless I have direction from council to include the separated path in this area, we're planning to take it out as we head to the October 23rd open house. I did want to just close the loop with all of you in terms of the various options we've shown.
You've caught me in an awkward moment here. But clarifying that you're going to, the the existing path would be brought into WashDOT compliance?
So let's see, let me back up a little bit here. Okay, so we are now talking, we are now talking about the area that's just off the map through here. Our regional path comes this way. There is a sort of designated bicycle path as well through here. This portion is not the full 10 feet width. We've looked along this entire area as providing a alternate route for pedestrians. So the reason we're bringing this back to you at all in this eastern part is if we are to move forward with that alternate pedestrian route, which meets the accessibility goal as well, we're kind of killing two birds with one stone. This would then be the only area through the entire lidded park and the connection to the street system in the town center that would not have that alternate pedestrian route. So right now, there is actually still not the most significant number of bicyclists, but still a number of bicyclists that come through this path. It's not the highest conflict zone, but there is still concerns in the community about some conflicts. It was not well received at the open house. Most people that we heard from said, nope, not the highest route, not the highest concern. We really don't want to see a second path through this area, but it would be the one missing link, which is one of the reasons we wanted to at least make sure
And
we brought
Juliet,
that
I
up.
think the question is, this existing path that's shown right there, it's about 6 foot wide and some change.
It's about 6 feet here and some change. It's about 8 feet in some other areas. In some portions, it's 10 feet. This is just a much more variable section of the existing path.
And our recommendation is maintain existing.
Okay. And that's
Okay.
because it's not the regional trail corridor.
You're
It comes on the other
correct.
side. Because there was a picture where you talked about directing bikes to the south or to the north.
Right, we'll get to
That's
that.
still coming.
Okay, so you're going to fit this into that conversation, because if they're directed to the south, isn't this,
Then this would
Part of
become
the
more,
South
this
Trail.
would become more, then this would become more prominent as a potential issue, yeah.
okay. So stay tuned, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Lisa? Okay.
From my perspective, Jesse, I would agree with taking this out from further consideration. I think that's a very narrow stretch of grassy area that's there right now, and I think two paths would just create a two-lane highway. I wouldn't be in favor of that.
It would certainly look weird. I think in this area, I don't know that it makes sense. Okay,
Okay.
let's keep going. So just quick comment, I think what we should do in the interest of time is keep going, and we'll regroup on all these in just a moment.
Okay. Okay, so there is that highest conflict zone, or one of the highest conflict zones is right where the restroom. We've got kids playing in the fields. The restroom is across, this is our regional path. The restroom's on the opposite side of the regional path. I think most of us are all familiar with this area. Active sports, dog walkers, everybody is congregating right here. And what you don't see is you're coming down a large hill, so you have faster speeds right now, also coming through this same zone. So highly concerned, had a number of ideas brought up at, we showed some ideas at the open house, had a couple of additional ideas brought up that we wanted to explore. And so that's what we're showing you here today. Here's that same zone. Here's that hill that comes down. Our restroom sits here, and you can see the fields here. These are just blow-ups of those same areas with 3 potential options for how we could treat this and improve this conflict zone. Option 1 basically would come down the hill. This is that alternate pedestrian route that we were showing, and it brings everybody into what's called a mixing zone. It would be an area of a much more higher intensity of pedestrian treatment, paving patterns, color, lots of visual cues that there's a lot of stuff going on here, and that slows everybody down at that conflict zone. The second option creates essentially a different route for the regional path that would allow this main route to remain predominantly pedestrians, and then this third option does the same thing but in a different location. We're going to look at these a little bit closer so you can see them a bit better. This is basically like a trail roundabout, kind of a mini little roundabout that as everybody comes in, it forces as you're coming down the hill, it forces you to slow down. This was an idea brought up by through the community process. A couple of different community members had mentioned it, and I actually think it would work pretty well in this location. What it does do is it creates a little bit of that separation. It brings everybody into one zone, but everybody is still in that one zone. So that's kind of the negative side of this option. It is probably the less expensive of the options. This is what that could look like. The second option still has this roundabout through here that everybody kind of coalesces, forces everybody again to stop and think. What this does is it basically would run a regional path along the parking itself and then come up the driveway and around. This is probably not an accessible. This is too steep to be accessible, but this route remains accessible. So from a pedestrian mobility standpoint, we still have our ADA access. The trick is the downside of this is getting the bicycle, the regional bicycle and trail use to actually go this alternate route. It forces you to come up and go back down. Versus the third option, so this is that area, we don't have some sketches, but you can see this right here is this area coming down the hill behind the restroom. There's an existing kind of driveway access and trail route, so that's part of this is existing. This is trying to get up that hill. You would come underneath the overpass and along this driveway approach. The third option would actually kind of keep a more direct route for the regional trail, but it cuts right through what is existing maintenance. So the downside of this, it is a more direct, it's easier, it's more intuitive, it keeps that separation that we're looking for and does it in, I think, a way that people would tend to use a little bit better. The downside is that you would need to relocate those maintenance activities, hopefully, if WashDOT approved, into a consolidated area that they already use for maintenance. If not, it would need to go into somewhere else entirely. And this is what that area looks like. So again, you're still coming behind the restroom, which was highly favorable from at least the people we talked to at the open house. But you've got to kind of work your way through this zone of vegetation, mostly ivy right now with some struggling trees, but there is some larger vegetation in that area as well.
So again, in the interest of time, we feel strongly that this area of the park is one of our highest congestion zones, and we do need to do something here. What I'm looking for this evening is there an option you prefer? And I'm just going to jump out there and say option 2 really doesn't make sense to us. It does this kind of weird loop. We showed it to you because it came forward in an earlier iteration.
Sorry, so not having memorized option 2 goes behind the,
Yeah, it's the one that goes kind of up and down. There was a point in my life when I was a cyclist and I would not do that route. It wouldn't make sense, right? Shortest distance. So from our perspective, it would really be option 1 and 3. And what I would like to hear from you tonight is, would you like us to take both of these options forward to the public meeting and get community feedback, or is there something you feel strongly about tonight?
I'm seeing a lot of nods for taking both of them forward, but go ahead, Benson.
Go ahead and take both, but my preference when I looked at it, I preferred option 3. That just, to me, made more sense. I'm concerned about the congregating of folks in front of the restroom. It sounds like a great idea, but that area is still pretty confined, and so when you put everybody together, I have that concern. So I definitely prefer option 3, but I think the public needs to have a chance to weigh in.
We would also, as I've said previously, we have work to do on preliminary cost estimates, and that will be part of our presentation. Okay, I want to interject here real quick. At the previous open house, we received some feedback through the early part of this process regarding, could we just separate the bikes and find another way to get them through the park? It was about, I would say, 1 in 3 people said, yeah, let's look at this in our first survey, which is a majority. But we got curious and said, what would that look like if we built these bypass, or I shouldn't say built, if we planned for bypass routes? So what we have here is a series of slides to just show you how the bypass routes would work. I want to say this, we didn't have great support for the bypass routes. So I can cut this presentation short and we can skip all the where would these go, or we could do that part of the presentation and you can let us know if you'd like those to continue on to the public process or not. Did all of you see the bypass routes previously?
I'm not sure. For the sake of the public, can you please at least?
Yeah,
all right.
we'll flip them very quickly
Yep.
and not really describe each along the way because it's pretty self-explanatory. So there's a north bypass route. It's shown in yellow here. And the red, again, is the existing trail. We're just going to flip through what these areas look like now. Some are existing.
So,
Sorry.
Juliet, before you go, if you can see, there's a little arrow that shows you where you are on that yellow trail. So this is basically coming up, you're headed east, you're coming up adjacent to the I-90 bridge and the soccer lacrosse fields in the western lid. So we're going west to east.
Yep. So this is the little side trail that takes you down to the waterfront. You would come off the regional path. Instead of continuing this way, you would actually just automatically come down here, and we're going off through these woods. That's through the woods. You can see number 2. There's an existing trail that we would meet up with. It would need to be a little bit, to again meet that minimum. You might need to widen it a little bit, but there's some space through here. Again, it's existing. This is a shared driveway area that is existing as part of the system. The crossing, I will go back. The crossing is very tricky, difficult, and concerning. Would
the
have to
crossing
be
there at North Mercer.
the crossing of West Mercer Way.
I'll
Is that
say
West,
that-
that's
And isn't part of it gravel
North Mercer, isn't it?
or dirt?
This is West Mercer Way. We're coming up, we're crossing over to the,
Here's the soccer fields. There's our playground.
Right, but the space between Southeast 22nd Street and the number 4 where you're at, isn't that all dirt?
yeah, that was the slide we just showed. Go back, Juliet. One more slide back.
Oops.
Going
Sorry, I'm
north.
going the wrong direction.
There you go, that one. Is that what you're talking
Yeah.
about? Yep.
Portions of it is paved. Other portions, I think there's a part where the asphalt is just deteriorated and it feels like it's more dirt than pavement. Okay, once you do get across, there's an existing trail that doesn't meet ADA, but there's portions of it is existing. And then the existing trail actually connects up into the lidded park area, so this portion would have to be new. And then you meet up back on the back side of the restroom.
And this is bike.
This would be a relocated regional trail, which would then allow pedestrians, predominantly pedestrians, obviously bikes will go on any trail in some cases, but predominantly pedestrians on all of the areas and through the lid. The other route potentially would be south. So you would continue, as you currently do, across West Mercer Way, just with the enhanced crossing that we discussed earlier. This is all existing through here. This is where we would then start to separate the south from what is currently the existing trail, keep it primarily pedestrians up towards that, again, improved area up to the tennis court. And then what we have for the new portion is coming off this way. So we'll show what that looks like. This is that existing trail. We start to create the separation through here. There is an existing WashDOT access route. They have some monitoring wells in this area, so we would go on that alignment. It's predominant, it is, a lot of invasive species through here, back in this area. But then as you get down towards, this is that cul-de-sac at, or near that cul-de-sac at 74th, you can see it does start to get more wooded again, and you've got some slopes to deal with. This is an example of what that could look like going down the slopes, and you can see where it transitions from kind of a mostly open invasive area between the forested edge and the residences, and then it is kind of a more wooded area that you have to get down the hill.
So, this was one of those exercises done early in the process where maybe it was initially a nice idea on paper, not really achievable in terms of budget. The north route, it certainly provides a more complete separation. It's very expensive. It would be very expensive to build, especially coming through where we've got big retaining walls. It would be very difficult to cross West Mercer Way to the point that I'm sure the Public Works Department would not support that recommendation. The south bypass route, it's less costly. I would say a little easier to implement. Definitely has we think a better connection to town center, but less separation. It doesn't really achieve what the exercise of the bypass routes was for. So let's go to the next slide. My question for you is, and I wanted to just bring these back to close the loop on the discussion, but I want to be honest and tell you we didn't get, we got some people that were certainly interested, not really incredible support for either the bypass route options. And we built the presentation tonight so you could see kind of the lighter touch improvements to the trails where we need ADA compliance, and then what would really be significant reconstruction of regional trails through these bypass routes. So my question is, does the council want us to include the bypass routes in the September open house meeting? If so, we would then put together cost estimates and put some more meat on the bones. If not, we're done here tonight with these.
Council, I see Wendy reaching.
No, thank you.
I'm not in favor of the bypass routes.
Can I, is there any information on the Exhibit 1 that, Jesse, you mentioned that didn't receive a lot of support. I'm just wondering whether or not there was a question asked in the survey or as you were gathering information from the public?
It was in the second.
These were shown at the second open house,
Okay.
and so they were part of the survey. Oddly enough, at the open house, the north route had much more favor than the south route. No, sorry, the south route had more favor than the north route. When we did the survey, the north route had much more favor than the south route. Neither had more than like 20 or 30%-ish were in favor of either route.
Okay, okay.
And I really think in my conversations with community members, we have a lot of work to do in this park, and these types of trails, I mean, we're into the millions of dollars
Yeah,
easily. So there just
I think
wasn't.
the sheer cost scares me, and so.
Right,
I'm
on the
not-
list of priorities,
yeah.
these quickly fell down to the bottom, but I wanted to show the exercise we did, just so you know that it was, okay.
I think you've got pretty much consensus.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have 3 more sections to get through. The Eastern Trail, some comments on cultural arts, and then proposed new improvements, and we're going to do that in 25 minutes.
Hey, Benson.
Are we ever going to address the issue of the width of the paths, of the trails?
I can speak to where we are at this point. So everything up to the, what we call the eastern section of the park, the regional trail is intended to maintain existing. So
Which is 10 feet.
it's variable. It ranges from 10 to 12 feet throughout that section of the corridor up to the eastern section.
But so this is where I think I need a refresher. WashDOT is 10 feet plus 2 plus 2.
WashDOT, the minimum is 10 foot, recommended is 12 foot. Actually, the minimum is 10 foot plus 2 and 2. Recommended is 12 foot plus 2 and 2.
So when you say 10 feet, you're still talking about the plus 2 plus 2.
Correct. However, through, please step in if I'm misstating this, Juliet or Paul, through the Lid Park, we're not recommended changing the trail width. Our proposal is to maintain what's existing. So if we have 10 foot 6 inches, the recommendation is maintain 10 foot 6 inches.
And so I think where you're going with your question is the 2 plus 2?
That's
Is
part of
probably
it.
part of the question. So the WashDOT minimum is 10 feet with 2 foot, kind of what they call transversible shoulders on either side. One of the things as we're getting through the park at the Lid, we've heard strongly is we don't want to increase this width, so we're proposing to keep it existing. The 2 foot transversible shoulders, we do need to review with WashDOT, so we haven't gotten onto all of the details with WashDOT. Because through the Lid on the park area, we have predominantly alternate routes for pedestrians. We think that it's reasonable to leave the shoulders as clear zones. They could be transversed. You could walk on the lawn. You
Can
have
you
a
explain what transverse is?
transversal means you can move on it. You can physically walk on it. So it's an open space on either side of the trail. It serves a number of purposes depending on where you're at on the trail, but the idea is that it is a walkable surface. That's what transversible means to WashDOT in this context.
So, for example, it is not transversible in that area as you go up towards the tennis courts. It's got all the rocks in it.
So an able-bodied person could physically step off the path and be on that shoulder
couldn't
area.
walk on
But you
it.
could not walk on it easily. A mulch area is transversible. It's not accessible, but it's transversible, an open lawn area. Traditionally, WashDOT looks at those as crushed rock because they are more accessible and they keep a nice, clear, easily maintained open space. Through the park on the Lid, because, and that's part of the intent, is that an able-bodied person could step off into that zone if they saw a conflict or felt uncomfortable on the trail. That's one of
So-
those main reasons.
Is it meant to be an escape or is it meant to be walkable?
Both. There's 3 main purposes for the shoulders. One is that it is a safe spot to step aside if needed. 2 is that it is another alternate walking route for people who choose not to walk on a paved surface, joggers, etc. That is a little less of, that's probably the least priority between those 3 options. And 3 is that it maintains a clear zone where they can manage and maintain any encroachment into that paved portion of the path. Those are kind of the 3 main functions of that shoulder area. Does that make sense?
It does. I think I would need to see what that means mapped over the lid park before I can
So, right, so
express a preference for anything at this point, because it sounds complicated and it sounds like it's going to be very different versus what we have today, potentially in different parts of the park.
So what we're proposing to move forward with WashDOT to get their approval is to leave the existing paved areas as is. The shoulders, we would leave as is with the caveat of the clear zone. So if there is vegetation encroaching into that clear zone, we feel it does need to be removed, and we need to kind of keep the site distances more open, and that comes as part of the vegetation management. If that clear zone is currently lawn, we would leave it lawn. If that clear zone is currently mulch, an edge of a planted area, we would leave it mulch. If it's a really rough, rocky surface that no one can even remotely stand on, that would be a targeted area. We would have to look at what the best alternative for that area is. For the most part, across the entire lid, it could either be mulch or lawn. There's very few places where one of those two solutions wouldn't work. One of the caveats to that is traditionally WashDOT would require crushed rock as part of those zones. Because we have an alternate pedestrian route, which serves a lot of the intent, at least portion of the intent of what that gravel surface, that edge becomes, we think this is a reasonable approach that WashDOT would be able to get on board with. We have not had that detailed of a discussion with WashDOT, but they have generally been brought along with this thought process along the way and have not expressed any significant concerns.
So what we can do, I recognize in the absence of visuals, it might be tough to follow. As we head to the next open house, we will put together some visuals so you can understand from the lid, really up until the town center, what these cross sections look like. And, what do we mean when we say generally no change? We'll show it to you visually. The Eastern Trail Corridor, which is where we're at next, we are recommending some changes, and we actually talked to the council about this in October, so let's go back to that.
Okay, so this is a lot of text to essentially say where we're at now and how we got there. Do you want me to go into this in great detail, or should we just move on? Okay, because we do want to get through this. So important component of this section.
Let's just say this for the benefit of the audience. There is a King County sewer project happening in the eastern portion of Aubrey Davis Park that will impact a significant portion of trail vegetation. And by impact, I mean remove it and rebuild it wholly. So there you go, Juliet.
Okay. So what we're showing is a series, and we've discussed before what the proposed cross-section would be. We've brought back a series of graphics to show what that means on this corridor. So the proposed cross-section is 12 feet of paved trail with 2-foot shoulders. In this case, because there is no place else for a pedestrian to go, we are recommending that those shoulders keep with the WashDOT standard of 2-foot crushed rock. So that's what this looks like through this area. Most cases, in this case, our trail is a little less than 12 feet now, so you would see a little bit of an extension of the paved surface, and then the edges are predominantly gravel or mulch right now, so those would be converted to crushed rock. This is that area where we actually have some open space. We could potentially get a little bit of a separation from a pedestrian route, so the shoulders could remain in this case. They could remain lawn. Where we are adjacent to a wall, we would just pave right up to that wall and get our added width in that direction. This is one area where it is not impacted by the King County Sewer Project. So this, for example, could be some future project, not necessarily immediately constructed. In this case, it's particular in that we are sandwiched between a wall and a fence. So we've got at least 14 feet. In some cases, we have a little bit more. So we'd keep the 12 foot of paved and then get our shoulders in to whatever extent we can. We don't want little strips of nothing between a pavement and a wall. So that would be paved up to the wall edge. And then any additional width that we had available would be that crushed rock.
Can you go back for a minute? I do want to mention that this section is under design right now by King County, and I think getting close to 90%, not this section, the whole sewer corridor is at close to 90% design. And so while we've showed a rendering here, we talked earlier today, King County hasn't actually said that, like in this section, for example, where we've got constraints, that this is actually buildable. So we're waiting to get, hear back from them on what they would be able to do in these sections. of heavy constraint, and there are a number of them in the eastern section of this park.
And then the last item I would say is that there are places where you have even more physical constraints and the 12 feet doesn't even remotely fit. Those areas would remain as they are existing. There's just some places where you're up against literally a rock and a hard place. So those would remain as existing.
I'd like to just segue here real quick while we have a few minutes. Erin Vivian, the chair of our Arts Council, is going to join us and give you just a quick snapshot of the work the Arts Council is doing on this master plan over the summer.
Hello.
Hi, Erin. Let's move your microphone up a little bit.
Yep, I'll try to be brief. We don't have any slides. We're just here to tell you sort of what are.
I'm sorry.
Do we have slides?
We have just
No,
one.
We have slides.
We do. Sorry, I'm the clicker. I got distracted.
Pretty pictures.
Just here
and
to
pretty
tell you
pictures.
our initial thoughts and comments about how we've been involved. And first, I'd really like to thank staff and their help with this process. They've been really excellent and doing excellent work directing us and helping us through this despite really heavy workloads. So we're grateful to them for their dedication and their professionalism through this. So the Arts Council is participating in this process because Aubrey Davis Park has been, since its creation, a primary and important location for Islanders to engage with arts and cultures. As a little bit of background, in 1991, the city formed a 30-member I-90 Artway Task Force. That's what it was called, Artway Task Force, I believe before it was named Aubrey Davis Park, to identify and implement public art opportunities along the corridor. This was a significant venture for the community, recognizing opportunity in impending landscape changes and acknowledging the intrinsic value really early on of public art to a community, specifically the benefits to quality of life and connections it makes with the community, within the community, and how it serves as a driver for attachment to place and identity creation, how it can serve as a stress reliever and have positive health benefits, and how all of that is really tied to economic benefits. So today, the park features nearly 25% of the city's public art collection, and it has become a treasured cultural resource for the community. So as a participant in this process, the Arts Council is really thrilled with the opportunity to contribute to the longstanding history of providing positive public art experiences in Aubrey Davis. And we began collaborating with staff in April to develop an updated vision for cultural arts in the park. So what have we been doing? We're looking to local, regional, and national examples of art integration into parks and consulting with the rich cultural resources of our neighbors. We were fortunate recently to tour the Redmond Central Connector, and we were inspired by its creative uses of art in traffic calming, particularly cycling traffic calming and wayfinding, as well as how it features work of art along the trail that inferences the history of the site. But mostly we're consulting the community and their input, including from all the master plan forums in our early visioning sessions. We've learned that Islanders want to be immersed in nature and preserve tranquility. They want to enrich their understanding of the flora and fauna in the park, as well as the heritage of the area. They want to use all their senses to explore, including physically interacting with works of art. They enjoy the discoverability of artwork, like the yearling, which is tucked into the bushes of the lid, and artwork that is displayed without disrupting the natural landscape. They want to be able to orient themselves in the park and for it to feel safe and connected from bridge to bridge. So as we've considered these and other themes during our discussions, we've started to think more broadly about cultural arts in Aubrey Davis. Art can really be different things. It can enhance the park and strengthen community in so many ways beyond just looking at bronze sculptures. It can be via landscape art or signage or lighting or something more ephemeral like a pop-up performing arts experience or even something else. So at this point, we're considering it all. For example, solar lighting, rain collection, and other sustainable features can be artfully installed to function for safety and maintenance while creating new points of interest. Signage and pathways can be creatively designed to provide direction and beautify spaces. Open spaces can be sculpted into earthenworks that can be played on and used for reflection. Native trees can be planted with their blooms in mind, creating dramatic new landscapes with changing seasons, and existing locations can evolve into true gathering spaces with the help of cultural arts. It could be the Greta Hackett area, which is already an arts-centric space, another higher traffic area with the potential to host non-traditional performing arts experiences, or an area that offers breathtaking views, which take over as the arts experience. These are just examples, not specific goals or plans, and they reflect a bigger vision for how arts and culture can enhance or offer creative solutions to the changes in Aubrey Davis. Additionally, while we are exploring these broader concepts of art integration, we at the same time strongly acknowledge that focus on the Greta Hackett section of the ADP is paramount. We've been making efforts to invigorate this area by renaming it and recommitting focus on the centrality of the space for arts-based experiences. And most recently, we worked towards and were awarded in April a For Culture Creative Consultancy Partnership Grant to focus on re-envisioning Greta Hackett. The Arts Council continues to see this as a priority arts location, and to the extent the city is entering into any agreements related to this area that are unfavorable to arts communities, we're concerned but hopeful that can be resolved. We remain enthusiastic and optimistic about the potential for this area to become a notable and welcoming gateway to the town center. So for the next few months, we're continuing to explore opportunities for placemaking in the park, and as a whole, we look forward to talking further with Islanders at summer events. Our work will culminate in a draft placemaking vision, statement and principles that can serve as a foundation for future goals. And we hope to have that first draft accomplished in August and certainly before September 23rd. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Council, any questions? Well, it sounds like you have a lot of work this summer going on. So if people want to contribute, how can they find you?
We will be set up at all the mostly music in the park events, and we'll be at a select few Shakespeare in the Park events, and I think we're looking at doing some farmers market appearances,
Okay.
or at our meetings.
Okay.
Always welcoming the public, or email us.
Super.
Thank you.
Wine Uncorked, maybe?
Art Uncorked, yeah. That's
Wine Uncorked.
Let's focus on the wine.
Well, I want to thank the Arts Council. We engaged them recently and said, look, we've been looking at kind of the big building blocks of the park. We need you to take this and run with it and look at what makes it special and the character, and that is the work that they've picked up. The partnership has been great, and we appreciate all your efforts. All right, Council, I have a suggestion. Then what I'm going to recommend, I'm going to click through the last few slides, which will show some of the basically recommended new amenities for the park. Given that we are almost out of time, it may just be appropriate to go ahead and, with your blessing, take these to the open house for further consideration. So as we mentioned at the beginning, we are recommending adding some new features to the park, but it's some very limited touches based on community feedback. Again, we haven't done the pretty graphics yet, but on the western lid, we're looking at drainage improvements, and this should probably also say some natural turf improvements to the soccer and lacrosse field. At times of the year, it is a swimming pool, not a field, or certain areas are. We are recommending a new restroom building. There's only one in the park. It's up at the top of the lid. We think this location makes good sense. We have a sports field, we have a playground, we have a kind of an unofficial sports area, the basketball court, and no restroom. I also personally believe, this is based on just anecdotal evidence, that cyclists often ride into the lid as opposed to riding on the road because they are out on a ride and need a restroom break. So I'm convinced that a restroom here will provide a pit stop opportunity, and some of our cyclists may choose to head off on West Mercer Way. Another area that we're proposing to improve is the stacks. We looked at several ways to activate that space. It is already a de facto off-leash area. We thought there's certainly an opportunity to enhance that area and make it a more formal off-leash space. Did I miss a slide?
Nope, wrong
Nope.
way. There you go.
Oh, I think we got it. Oh, no, there we go. All right. Heading further east, we mentioned earlier that we were looking at a stairway from Luther Burbank Park, which is part of the Luther Burbank Master Plan. That would be a new amenity that we'd recognize in this plan as well. And then another stairway to Upper Luther Burbank Park. We're still looking at shoreline access. There's some opportunities when you get all the way over to the boat launch where we have an underutilized area of the shoreline that we would like to continue exploring. A comment about the sports courts. We got a little tangled up in this process regarding what to do with the tennis courts. I showed you a gnarly picture earlier of cracks running through the courts, and we've had some people say, you know, fewer courts, more courts, different courts. It's really difficult to make a recommendation on tennis courts when we haven't looked at our entire system. So our recommendation here is we need to continue to maintain these courts, but we need to use your pros planning process to really look at system-wide tennis courts. Do we stripe for pickleball lines? How else maybe use these spaces? So right now we're saying the footprint wouldn't increase, and we'll evaluate it further as we get to the pros plan. That is the end of the presentation, and as I mentioned, I think these new amenities, since we've run out of time, it may be best just to go take them to the open house for further input. Any?
I think we have Wendy and then Salim.
Sure.
So sounds good. Thank you for all this work. I appreciate all the public input so far and looking forward to hearing what folks have to say on the 23rd. And I want to get back to this bike path width question because we had so much email coming through in the last few days, in the last week. And I think we really ought to not go below the standard that WashDOT recommends with the 10-foot path and the 2-foot crushed gravel. We've had a couple of lawsuits in our history that I don't want to see anymore come forward, given the multi-uses on that path and all the different constraints we already have, the obstacles, where we can't make sure that pedestrians and bikes are safely together. I get that we can't do that, but where we can, I think we need to optimize safety first and foremost for everyone using that path, whether it's our commuters, whether it's our kids on tricycles, whether it's our dog walkers, whether it's people just out for a lovely stroll who don't want to be listening to hear a bike's coming to jump off the path. I think when you're taking a walk, you want to be taking a walk and not worrying about who's coming down at you 10 miles an hour, 2 miles an hour. That enjoyment of the park that we heard about with all the arts work, I think the tranquility is important, and it's also a transportation corridor. So we need to optimize safety, we need to optimize beauty, and we need to optimize tranquility at the end of the day. So thank you for keeping that standard in mind and soliciting that feedback on the 23rd. I know there are some opinions in your first deck at 57 to 43, whatever that was. We are pretty split, but I think at the end of the day, safety has to be our #1 priority.
Great, Salim.
So first, I want to thank Erin for coming. I've participated in a lot of the Arts Council exercises on this and been involved in and out of the process. Staff has done a phenomenal job, a high level of professionalism and planning and thoughtfulness in terms of how that's being introduced into the master plan and what that may or may not turn into. So thanks for that. I wanted to ask about the waterfront access on the East Channel Bridge. I'm concerned that we may be offering an amenity that we may not be able to implement very well. I know that there are only a certain number of boat and trailer parking spots. I know that we charge $11 per spot to park, and that does fill up quite a bit in the summer. So my concern is by offering to activate that underutilized area, which I think is south, is it directly south of the boat launch itself, the ramp?
That's correct.
That you may be putting people into a conflict zone that may end up with an experience that is not all that satisfactory. There's a lot of wake traffic there. There's a lot of boat traffic there. The police boats are there. Police truck parks there when it's the Marine Patrol or down on the boat. Has somebody thought about if this is really a good idea to try and implement, and where would the people park? And would that interface with the boat and trailer parking?
What we're seeing already is that families that come down there to launch a boat, that there's, for lack of a better way to say it, there's no place to park the kids while the adults launch the boat, and the kids are playing on the boat ramp while the boat's being launched. And what we're looking at is just a little place for people who are actually going out on a boating activity to kind of get to touch the water, to have, to have some, a gravel beach where the people who are not directly involved in launching the boat can wait for the boat to be launched so that then they can go out on the boat. That's the main purpose there. But the other is that we do have kayakers that find their way down there that want to like launch there. The boat launches, the ramp itself is not a particularly good place for that. A gravel beach again would make that possible.
Council and the community's gone through in the last many months. When we started this, one of my concerns was that it be designed such that there are parks within a park. Because what you find over, for example, as we described with the boat launch, is very different than what you find perhaps at the Lid. So very different types of use. And it feels like there's been an accommodation and a respect for that, which I appreciate. Tranquility, yet active playgrounds. Regarding the trail width, I too want to see very clearly marked, what we have now versus what would be compliant, because I also recognize that as we move forward and the regional transit corridor becomes increasingly or potentially increasingly used with e-bikes, that we're going to see, I'm going to finish up real quickly, but basically with e-bikes that we're going to have more bikes that are going faster. And to me, what is super important is that there be safe places for those pedestrians. And I don't know what that means yet, but I do want to see it accommodated or some forecasting in terms of what the region, King County, is looking at in terms of multimodal transportation, particularly on a designated transportation corridor.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
I left off the date, critical date on this final slide. Open house number 3 is September 23rd.
September 23rd.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
great.
you for your time tonight, and
Yeah.
we appreciated the extra time as well.
Okay. So council, it's 7:04. We've got a lot of people to get settled and get moved. I'd say let's adjourn again at 7:15. Council members? Council? I saw that. Thank you. Okay. 7:10, great. Thank you, everyone. We have just finished our study session on the Aubrey Davis master planning process. And just, Jesse, you provided us the date of the open house. It is September 23rd, I believe. So if you weren't able to participate in the study plan, of course, it's online, but if you'd like to come see the plans, the proposals for the park, please do. Plan to be at the community center and 7 o'clock on September 23rd. So with that, we now move to special business this evening, and that's Agenda Bill 5575, which is a proclamation for our Parks and Recreation Month. And for that, I'm going to welcome Community Engagement and Program Manager Diane Mortensen.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Bertlin. I'm Diane Mortensen with the Parks and Recreation Department. I'm excited to be here this evening to celebrate and proclaim July as National Parks and Recreation Month. In 1985, the National Recreation and Park Association, NRPA, with the support and endorsement of then Vice President George H.W. Bush and NFL Hall of Fame running back Walter Payton, NRPA formally recognized the month of July as Parks and Recreation Month. We encourage residents to celebrate and engage in parks and recreation activities and events. The Mercer Island Arts Council's Music in the Park and Shakespeare in the Park has begun. We have hundreds of happy campers who are enrolled in camps. Letterboxes are hidden in Pioneer Park. Beaches, parks, and trails are inviting a picnic, a walk, and a place to relax. July also marks the first meeting of the newly formed Parks and Recreation Commission, an advisory board to the City Council, providing input and recommendations specific to parks and recreation planning and policy work. Appointed by City Council, this commission will provide a forum for the community to express their views on parks, recreation, and community services. Tonight, we have some special guests with us who will be accepting the proclamation from Mayor Bertlin. I'd like to start with bringing up the Park Commission members that are here this evening. Rory Westerberg, Amy Richter. And you can just go ahead and come on up and join me. We also have 3 other very special guests and their family members. We have Herman Blinn, and he can come on up with Lisa. We have Leslie Slovetsky and Debbie Hansen, who can all join me at the podium. Herman Blinn is one of our Park and Rec participants and has taken a cooking class, several dance classes, and 2 fitness classes through our specialized recreation program since 2014. He started out being able to arrive halfway through classes and only staying for 5 or 10 minutes. He now arrives on time and stays till the very end. I think Herman might have something to say this evening.
Yes. Come on up. Use your speech, Herman. You ready? Right here? Okay, you can speak. Ready? Do you want to say it or do you want me to? You ready?
Thank you, Mercer Island Community Center. 2020 YouTube Sun here. April, June, Saturday, dance class. Kicking it with Miss Katie. And
Yes. Good job.
Thank you, Herman. Leslie Slovetsky has been the director of our senior social program for 11 years. This recreation-based program addresses the need for senior adults who have physical, memory, hearing, or visual limitations to socialize and engage in an atmosphere that is safe, fun, and interactive. The program creates socialization through physical and mental stimulating activities such as music, arts, crafts, games, exercise, guest speakers, and education. It is really one of a kind in our area, and we have Leslie to thank for that. Her experience and understanding of the needs of the participants is a direct result to the success of the program. Thank you for your dedication and passion, Leslie. Debbie Hansen started her Parks and Rec career right out of high school, working for the Parks Department for 5 summers in a variety of youth and summer camps. She graduated college as a physical therapist, and after working at Virginia Mason, retired early to raise her family. Debbie is currently our Parkinson's disease exercise instructor and was instrumental in getting this exercise program started nearly 20 years ago. She currently serves as a volunteer on a UW research team investigating health outcomes related to group exercise versus individual exercise for people with Parkinson's disease. We are fortunate to have someone with Debbie's experience, passion, and background working with our participants. Thank you, Debbie. And now Mayor Bertland will read the proclamation.
So thank you to everyone who's here and everyone who's in the audience. Whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas parks and recreation programs are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our community, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of our community and region. And whereas Mercer Island Parks and Recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease and improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas 2,000 preschool, youth, and teenage participants, 900 adult participants, and 1,700 senior age participants were registered for recreation classes and programs in 2018. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas the Mercer Island Parks and Recreation Department operates a 42,000 square foot community and event center, over 475 acres of parks and open space, and more than 30 miles of trails. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Debbie Bertland, do hereby proclaim July 2019 as Parks and Recreation Month on Mercer Island. And I encourage all residents to join me in participating and supporting the many recreation activities, events, programs, and facilities by public and private agencies, and by attending mostly Music in the Park concerts and Shakespeare in the Park plays this summer. Approved the 16th day of July, 2019. So thank you to everyone. Does anybody here want to say anything? It's your chance. Advocate. Come on. As our new chair.
Oh, okay. Well, this is totally off the cuff, but I think what Mayor Bertland said, I would urge each of you to do. Get out sometime this month and step foot in one of the tremendous park areas that we have. Take advantage of our open space. Today I was walking through Island Crest Park and I saw a osprey nest sitting on top of a light stanchion above the baseball field. We have so much here to enrich our community in the form of parks and open space, that get out there and take advantage of it while we have summer, sort of.
In front of the podium.
Pretend like you like each other.
We do.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more. Great, thank you guys.
Great. So next up on the agenda, we have the interim city manager's report. But I wanted to just make one administrative note. It's not that Councilmember Neese or Deputy Mayor Neese has been banished off to the side. I think he's protecting the rest of us from a head cold caught recently. So if it looks a little bit awkward, there is some rationality behind it. So with that, I would welcome interim city manager Jesse Bond.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, and many members of our community who are joining us here tonight. Again, I am Jessie Bond, the interim city manager, and I do have several items to report on this evening. But first, let me begin with a little sadder news. This past Saturday, we had a very tragic incident occur at Luther Burbank Park. And in just a moment, both our Police Chief Holmes and Fire Chief Heitman are here. I believe Chief Holmes is going to come to the mic and provide some comments. While we certainly never want an incident like that to occur, I am really impressed and personally thankful for our first responders that were on scene. Our police department, and I can tell you I was on the phone with Chief Holmes himself, who was, as soon as he received the call, on his way here. The Mercer Island Fire Department, who was also on scene assisting, Medic 1, the Bellevue Police Department, our own Parks and Rec team members, one of which was on scene when the incident happened. And all of the other staff who responded to the city on a weekend from various parts of our region. This is truly a tragedy, and our hearts and thoughts are with the victims' families. So thank you, chiefs, to your team. And at this point, I will turn this over to Chief Holmes. He has a couple different things to update us on.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, I'm Ed Holmes, your police chief. And yeah, as the city manager mentioned, this was just, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. I guess two words come to mind, which was profoundly sad. So 2 people that were with us Saturday morning are no longer with us. So a violent act. They were both killed, died of gunshot wounds. Those are the only 2 people that were involved. We recovered the weapon from the vehicle. It happened inside of a vehicle. While we are quite sure we know what happened, we also want to be careful and mindful not to settle on what we think the preliminary conclusion is, because I have seen it happen. I'm thankful not in this department, but I've seen it happen where police make a premature conclusion on what they're sure just happened, and you can ignore or miss evidence if you make a conclusion too early. So we are still processing some evidence, but we are pretty sure we know what happened, and it was confined to the 2 people in the vehicle, and we recovered the weapon. Of course, 3 of our 4 detectives happened to be out of town that day, and so we exercised the interlocal agreement we have with Bellevue, and I called Bellevue's chief, and they sent 6 detectives our way. So at no charge, as part of that interlocal, we have access to, I wouldn't say unlimited resources, but certainly a large police department with resources that they were happy to help us with. As Jesse mentioned, it was a lot of different city departments working together. Allie came and did point on communication for the city. And so we are just still working through, like I say, the evidence. It went as well as something horrible like that can go. And if things change significantly, I will advise you. Otherwise, I think we know where this will land. And again, very sad and very tragic. And fortunately, we don't have to deal with these very often in the community, but they do happen. And I have confidence in our team to get that kind of work done. So are there any questions on that? Okay.
No, I think that we all would like to extend our thanks and appreciations to the teams that were on duty and worked so hard to secure the community and do the best that they could for the victims.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, then I will shift gears to the second thing that's on the screen there, the transit interchange, security questions. And I think that word questions is probably the right word up there, because at least at this point, you'll probably hear me ask more questions than anything. So whenever something big like this is coming to the community, I guess I generally have three questions. And first is, what is this thing? What is this change coming to the community? And number two, do we have the resources currently to meet that demand or whatever that change is? And the third is, if not, how do we get support to get more resources? So on the first question that I ask, what is this? We have some numbers. They've been wildly different, even up to a few days ago. We have some numbers that Jason is going to talk about later tonight in the presentation, but I am still not sure what those numbers are. Some of those numbers come as estimates from Sound Transit, and I still don't know how accurate those are, because there are still questions yet to be answered. I don't know how many buses are coming. I don't know how many people, more importantly, how many people are coming. And I'll say the more people that come, the more concerns I start to have. I don't know where the intercept is going to be located. That seems to be not quite all the way nailed down. There's still some questions around that. What are the traffic impacts going to be? Pedestrian vehicle interactions, what will that look like? What will potential criminal activity look like if we have more people here on the island? I'm paying attention to that. And what kind of mitigation strategies can we employ? What can we do to get ready for that? So again, I still have a lot of questions that have yet to be answered. As far as, can the resources today meet the demand? I don't know. It largely depends on when things settle down. I'll have a better idea. I had initially thought about deploying our bike team to make an initial presence. So for the first few weeks, they'd see a lot of bike officers up there. Certainly not a long-term strategy, but a short-term strategy. Part of the challenge I have is we're talking about something that's yet 4 years away. Today, I'm down 5 officers, and so I have detectives covering patrol shifts. If Sound Transit were opening today, I'd have a really hard time putting those bike officers up there that I had mentioned. So I don't know. I mean, I can commit to some short-term. I don't know how many bike officers up there, but I certainly can't commit at this point in time to say, hey, this is what this will look like, X number of officers for X period of time. This may land at a place where I need to ask for more resources. So it may get to a place where I have a bike team dedicated up there to the station, to the parks that surround the station, to the neighborhoods that surround the station, to the town center period. Other departments have dedicated bike teams to certain downtown core business areas. It could be, if we land there, something that looks like that. So how do we get those resources? I don't want to be, and I don't think I will be, but I don't want to be the lone person trying to make a case for more police. I would envision something like this looking like some community conversations that we have together. And so together, when we talk about what's coming, what does this look like, we can have a number of heads nodding in agreement that yes, if we go down that road where we believe we need more resources, and again, I don't want to get ahead of myself on that, but my message is I am certainly open to that if that's where we land. And if that's where we land, that this is something we all nod in agreement as best for this community. There's the question, how do we pay for that? I think that may be a secondary question. Of course, you have to answer that. But I mean, primarily, I think the initial focus I'll be looking at is, do we need more resources? If we do, how do I get support to have that happen? I've been very encouraged, I'll say, in the last couple of weeks to hear that there's a lot of community interest and a lot of community support for addressing this appropriately. And I'm using those terms, I know they're a bit ambiguous because I don't know what appropriately looks like yet. Again, too many questions with too many numbers, excuse me, that have yet to settle down. So again, I have a lot of questions. I am open to inputs. I'm certainly open to looking at more resources if that's appropriate. I think there was an initial belief that maybe I was not interested or open to that. I absolutely am, but I'm just not certain right now to make that ask because I don't know what that ask would be yet. So, City Manager, that's sort of where I'm at. I will say September 3rd, the fire chief and I and our staff plan to have a study session here with the City Council to look a little more in depth of what could this look like. what would our plan look like, put a little more meat on the bones I just described as far as a plan goes. So this is ongoing. I realize on the one hand, it's 4 years away. On the other hand, 4 years can come pretty quick. It takes a long time to hire police officers, so I am mindful of backing up. You get a hard date and you start working backwards from there to sequence this thing appropriately. So I'm aware of those things. I am looking forward to working with the community together on this to solve this and with our council. So that's I guess what I'm prepared to say at this point.
So to recap, I just want to reassure you that our public safety leaders, both our police chief and our fire chief, are at the planning table with us as we continue to look towards 2023 and the anticipated opening date of the Sound Transit Station. I think as our police chief just indicated, there's still a lot of questions and work to be done, and we are in that process now. We'll have a little more information on September 3rd, but this will continue to be a work program item for us as again, we look to 2023.
Can I just ask the chief, please, to clarify one point? You said we're down 5 officers right now. I think that might be helpful for people to know what exactly that means.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So we have a total authorized strength in your police department of 31, and that includes myself and the 2 commanders. We have 21 assigned to patrol. I have 4 squads of 5. So you think, why do I need 21? Well, it takes so long to hire officers, and by being and since we are oftentimes, well, never at full strength, being down 5 officers right now, I have 1 officer on long-term disability. I have 2 officers waiting to get in the academy. I've hired them, so no one else will hire them. So I've hired them, and they're waiting to get in the academy. I have 1 officer who's on field training, so he's assigned to a trainer. I can't count him as a separate solo officer. And I had 1 officer who did not successfully pass probation, and very unfortunately, I had to let him go. So because I'm down 5 officers, we have detectives covering some patrol shifts. And yes, there's an impact on the investigation side of that too. So again, like I mentioned earlier, if that's the scenario 48 months from now, and that's all the more staffing I have, I'm gonna have a really hard time having a strong presence up there. I don't want to have resources pulled from other areas of the island or other assignments if I can help it, just to station them all at the north end, because then people on the south end of the island are not getting the policing that I think they need. So this is it's an ongoing, it's, I wouldn't say complicated, but there's a lot of questions yet to be answered, kind of a discussion.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
I just wanted to clarify or maybe have you expand. You talk about volumes of buses and volumes of people. In terms of coming up with a tactical plan on how do you address security or public safety in an area that large, you have 80th all the way down to 77th North Mercer Way. You have the train station itself, and then you have potentially a public-private partnership that the city would enter with Tully's and Micah on the south border. To the extent that we can make that footprint more concise, does that help you in terms of public safety and trying to reduce the number of footsteps from people from a bus to the train, reduce in terms of the sprawl of the people and activity on the north side of North Mercer Way? So
the short answer is yes. So when I don't want to say issues, when things like this, when changes to the community get spread out, it is harder to get my arms around that for security purposes. If things are condensed down into a finite area, the point A and point B are clear, there's no wandering around or confusion what that looks like, yes, then it is easier to manage that if it's more confined. It presents a few other challenges with people in confined space, but if it's spread out well enough with timing of buses boarding and offloading, yeah, it is easier to manage.
Right. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah.
If I may, council, just go back. I wanted to provide one more comment on the Luther Burbank incident. I've had a couple inquiries since Saturday about my decision to use my personal Nextdoor account to reply to a thread, and I just wanted to share the background on that. When the chief called me and told me that we had a potential shooting at Luther Burbank Park, I was at the ocean with my family. Immediately we dispatched staff, but there was a lag between staff getting from their homes to here. I did check our social media sites, and we had a Nextdoor post that was already running. The opportunity that I had was to simply use my personal account to assure the community that we were responding and we would share information as soon as we can. We don't normally, for the benefit of the community, use our personal accounts on Nextdoor because we don't have an ability to capture the complete public record in a method that's satisfactory to meet the public records laws. It is also not a best practice to do that. However, given the nature of the situation, I did feel that it was important to get a response out. As I shared with all of you in an email today, I do continue to advise caution about using our personal accounts on Nextdoor because we are not able to retain the record properly. I do hope someday both the technology and the public records law will catch up with where social media is at today, because it would make all of our lives a heck of a lot easier. All right. How many of you were at the 4th of the All Island picnic on the 4th of July at Mercerdale Park? Fantastic. I did want to take a moment to acknowledge the community volunteers that put on this wonderful event. I think we will call it an inaugural event. As I understand, plans are underway for this event to happen next year. So thank you to everybody that put in the hours and time. It was a wonderful, wonderful event. We do have some good news to share, and I see Director Cindy Goodwin is in the audience. The Youth and Family Services Department have been awarded a 4-year grant from the Department of Health and Human Services. It's about $49,000 a year, totaling $194,000 over a 4-year period. This grant will help fund the Mercer Island Healthy Youth Initiative, which focuses on preventing underage substance abuse. The funds we receive will be used to continue our prevention work to reduce binge and heavy drinking rates of island youth. The grant's fiscal year starts in October 1st and runs through the end of September. And council, what I will tell you is we are still working on the contract terms. This will actually come back to you for formal acceptance. But given the good news and the hard work of our staff, I did want to share it with you this evening. So thank you to Cindy and her team for the great work on this. All right, I've got just a whole range of topics to update you on. So let's talk about our solid waste contract and Recology. We recently, actually I should say Recology recently rolled out a private road waivers request, and just gonna say it like it is, it didn't go so well. We have been actively working with Recology to address that problem, and I wanna tell you where we are at. So Recology has determined that private road waivers will not be needed for all private roads. They will be needed for some. They are going back out and doing an additional site assessment work that will take place over the next 4 to 6 weeks. From that point, they will identify the roads that are at risk or have concerns, I should say more appropriately, in terms of garbage pickup. Their preliminary estimate, and our public works team has been engaging them in this conversation, is that we're probably down to about 25 roads that may actually need a waiver. For residents, those of you living on private roads that may still require a waiver, we assure you that the language in the private road waiver, which we were none too happy with, is also going to be revised. We've done some preliminary work on that, and there's still a little more work to be done. This gets even more interesting. For those of you that already signed waivers, we are going, actually not we, Recology is going to send those back to you. We are looking at, we've got some images of the Recology trucks. I'm not sure these are actually the most current trucks, but given some of the circumstances of these private roads, Recology is also taking a look at the vehicles they plan to use and determining if there's a possibility of using even a smaller vehicle. To the community, I know this was an exercise in frustration. I do apologize for that. I want to assure you that Recology has been very responsive to our concerns, and will humbly say there were lessons learned on all sides of this. Thank you for your patience. As we look ahead, Council, I remind you on August 20th, the Recology team will be here to talk about the next steps. Probably also provide us an update on where we're at with private road waivers, but also, excuse me, this is giving me some feedback. Talk about next steps for implementation, the welcome packet, things like can swap out, and there will be some changes and pickup dates, which I can tell you my husband is already giving me grief about. So we will be prepared to talk more about all of those details on August 20th. I want to acknowledge, I don't even know where he is, Jason Kittner, our Public Works Director, and Ross Freeman, our Communications Manager. They've been working really hard on this issue, so thank you to them. And again, thank you to the community for your patience. Switching gears entirely, the hazard mitigation plan update. This is the 2020 plan update. Mercer Island and King County are updating their regional hazard mitigation plan. This update, is a reassessment of the county's risks and vulnerabilities, and helps us to develop strategies to reduce risk in those hazard areas. Updated plans are a requirement, a federal requirement for mitigation grants, and we need your help in prioritizing the projects that will be included in the plan. I've included here a link to Let's Talk, where you can go and provide your feedback. So please do so if you have not already participated in that plan. And finally, I think that some of you are here tonight possibly to talk about and share your concerns about the commuter parking project and the partnership with Main Street and MICA. So you may recall the city recently approved an MOU with Main Street, who is the development partner on this project for the proposed commuter parking project on what is the former Tully site. We now call it the BP Arco site. Certainly we fielded some emails and phone calls expressing concern about how MICA fits in this project. So what I want to assure you is MICA absolutely is a partner, and we remain very supportive of the vision for a performing arts center. We are committed to working together with both MICA and Main Street and our community to realize that vision. As a next step, this Friday actually, the mayor and deputy mayor will be joining myself and representatives of the city team, as well as Main Street and MICA for a work planning session. So I wanted to tell you this work is ongoing, and I thank you all for reaching out. I apologize, I have not had an opportunity to respond to those emails, but I did want to mention that upcoming meeting. And that concludes my report this evening.
Thank you. It was substantive, to say the least. Benson, you have a comment? I think then Wendy.
I have actually two comments. One on the Recology, just to let the community know that Recology will send out representatives to meet with your neighborhood. If you live on a private road, I live on a private road, and somebody from Recology is coming out on the 27th to talk to us about their services. Okay, so you can actually reach out to them. They are trying to be more responsive, as the interim city manager mentioned. The comment I have is really with respect to the MICA Main Street, and I am gladdened to hear, to say the least, that there is this meeting scheduled for Friday, where you're going to have representatives from the city, Main Street, and MICA present. I was definitely distressed by what I had heard after we passed the MOU on the 18th of June. Basically, that a number of the time deadlines in the MOU were unrealistic from the point of view of people involved in charitable fundraising. And I'm happy to hear, I'm certainly going to strongly encourage MICA and Main Street to engage in good faith negotiations of their MOU, which is essential for MICA to be able to go out and fundraise. But I also want everybody to not only engage in good faith negotiations, but to come to an agreement with respect to a frequency of meetings, because it's only if you're going to be meeting and having constant discussions, you're going to achieve this MOU. And I know that the earlier this MOU can be agreed upon, the better. And I obviously, it'd be great if it was on or before Labor Day, before school starts and everybody gets really busy again. So I'm encouraged by all of that, but I also want Micah and Main Street to commit to each other that they're going to share information when requested and to act promptly, because from what I've heard, people have different viewpoints. People don't necessarily think the other side is participating or acting as diligently as possible. I think it behooves everybody to make that extra effort to get things done and to get this MOU addressed. So again, appreciate the efforts by the city manager to help facilitate that, and I look forward to getting periodic updates about what is going on.
Thanks. Wendy?
I'll follow Benson's lead and just say thank you to Ecology for adjusting all the angst about that waiver. And they're coming to my house on the 27th as well, too, to talk to my neighborhood on my private road. So I think they're trying to make amends and learn about our community and learn about the unique nature of our neighborhood. So thank you to Ecology for being responsive to our many diverse areas on the island. Regarding this MOU and Micah and Main Street and the city, we've been at this Micah thing for at least 5 years. And I know we've all had different opinions. We've all been on this journey together. And this is the time to make this happen. This is the place, this is the time, this is the project. We had our whole review last fall with the different development ideas, and every single one of them included this art center. And if it's gonna happen in this place, in this time, we need to give Micah the chance to pull it off. So that, to me, is about making sure that Micah and Main Street have an MOU that works for both parties. I understand the city and Main Street need to have our own MOU. What I want are concurrent MOUs with clear deadlines, clear deliverables that all three stakeholders can agree with and this community can understand and get behind. If this group on Friday can't get that done, I'd like that MOU to come back to council on August 20th at our meeting so we can have another public discussion about it. I don't know how long your meeting is planned for Friday. I hope it's at least 2 hours, but maybe it'll take 4. So if you could just clear the decks so everyone can get to a clear understanding and a common baseline of what it is we're trying to accomplish and what it is this community expects. We've come too far to give up now, and we've come too far to not give Micah the shot that I think we all expect them to have. I don't know how to be any more clear in that. I thought they had been brought along all along the way, which is why I was happy to say, go ahead and figure it out and get it done. But it can't get done if all parties aren't in agreement and concurrence. So I don't know if I have support for that or not, but I really want to make sure that we are going, but we're getting it done right. And that requires multiple understandings. Vision is great, good intentions are great, documentations that lawyers have looked at are better. So I think I'll just end there and just say thank you for getting that work done. I know it's been a long journey for you. It's been a longer journey for this community. So please get it done to everyone's satisfaction so we can go start raising some money and start figuring out what this thing is going to look like and make sure the math works so we can hopefully maybe get this dirty dirt figured out and the project going. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so next up on the agenda is appearances, and this is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the City Council on any item. Just as a quick reminder, I think most people here have been through this, but all remarks will be addressed to the council as a whole, not to individual council members or staff members, and any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or becomes boisterous, well, you get the rest of it, is please be civil. I would ask that people be constructive, and that council, again, cannot accept comments on any campaign-related matters, elections for individual offices or ballot propositions, except under specific circumstances where consideration of a ballot measure is on the council agenda, which it is not for this evening. So with that, when it is your turn to address the council, please be sure to speak audibly into the podium microphone, state your name for the record, and please do limit your comment to 3 minutes. I do believe the city clerk has a sign-in that will at least start us off. Or actually the assistant to the city manager does? Okay.
The first 5 people are Dwight Schaefer, Ira Appleman, Olivia Lippens, Beth Christofferson, and Jeff Lippens. If you could line up so that we can go quickly. And Dwight, you can start.
My name is Dwight Schaefer, and I've researched and written a paper on the proposed light rail bus transfer station. It's too long to present here. I've given a copy to the clerk. I'll simply go over the recommendations. Metro has presented misleading data and proposed changes that have significant negative impact on Mercer Island residents with no benefits. Mercer Island City Council should deny Metro's changes and follow Bellevue's example by proposing a preferred configuration for Mercer Island residents. If there is to be a turnaround, eliminate the bus rest areas in favor of distributing them to the cities of origin and have buses load and unload on the existing south curbside located on North Mercer Way. This greatly reduces pedestrian traffic. The existing north curbside can be used for private loading and unloading and for local bus service if it's ever restored. Lid the freeway is another option between 77th and 80th, and this is actually the cleanest one, and perform the turnaround and rest areas on the lid. Or 3, eliminate the turnaround by moving bus rail transfers to South Bellevue, which allows better passenger access to Northeast Bellevue and direct access to SeaTac via bus number 260 without going through Seattle. Or to Seattle, including using the existing Mount Baker turnaround and light rail station. This actually allows faster commute times from east side cities. Or to Redmond at the terminus of the rail line, which I don't believe has been considered before. The proposed guiding values staff has asked for should include focus on the preferred for Mercer Island residents, not for King County Metro. Don't compromise personal safety. No bus turnaround on Mercer Island unless passengers are dominantly beginning or ending on Mercer Island. This is what Bellevue's done. No reduction in level of service that would impact travel times for islanders, and this is going to have a major impact. And finally, charge full impact fees for things like maintaining level of service for islanders, loss of existing or potential parking, police, emergency aid, parks, and cleanup.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Ira Appleman. For years, I've been warning islanders that our city council majority, rather than representing us, has been taking orders from our regional overlords as follows. 1, the council majority has prioritized the Main Street transit-oriented development project above MICA with unrealistic MICA fundraising requirements. We don't need Main Street partners at all and shouldn't spend any more funds negotiating with them. We can build surface-level commuter parking, give MICA a reasonable amount of time to raise necessary funds, and then negotiate with MICA how to rearrange commuter parking to place their building on the very large augmented former Tully's lot. But the council majority is taking orders from our regional overlords who demand a transit-oriented development. 2, community facility zoning, which I've described as a cancer invading healthy single-family neighborhoods and metastasizing all over the island, is described in the comprehensive plan amendment the council majority passed as furthering, quote, local and regional goals. Since the French American School wants to put a regional facility on the island, and they don't care if that zoning destroys the island's single-family character. 3, the giveaway of our single-occupant vehicle access to the I-90 outer HOV lanes, demanded by our regional overlords by a unanimous vote before Andrel was appointed, was the biggest betrayal of islanders in Mercer Island history. We've lost all respect in this region. 4, finally, council members are denying responsibility for the bus intercept, which I call the bus dump, that a unanimous council supported before Andrel was appointed. Our regional overlords demanded the bus dump, and our city council, which has no regional respect, oblige. We should push back on the bus dump. I'm all for cooperation with our regional partners, which I think the Marine Patrol represents in public safety between us and Bellevue. But I'm all against collaboration with our regional overlords, which has become this council majority's specialty. In a debate with Tom Acker in 2015 that I will soon post, Bruce Bassett claimed that the region sees islanders as, quote, elitist snobs, wealthy jerks, selfish whiners, and it was Bassett's job to dispel that perception. Bassett and his council majority have been a disaster, sacrificing all regional respect for the island, which it may take many years to regain. But we should get started by dumping Main Street and their TOD project and limiting the bus dump. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bertlin, Deputy Mayor Nice, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name's Olivia Lippens. I'm here to implore you to not approve the bus intercept. This is wrong for us. It's the wrong proposal for our community. These parks, our roads, and the current calm are part of what makes Mercer Island unique to the big cities that surround us. Please don't trade that away so easily. We started with a stop, not a station. Then we crept up to the 2017 settlement. And now we're at an optimal configuration, which hopefully isn't going to happen. There's no quantifiable benefit to Mercer Island, but there's a whole heck of a lot of risk. Increased population means increased crime and medical emergencies, no matter how you slice it. Increased buses and traffic means more accidents and difficulty getting around the north end during peak hours. This is simple statistics. It doesn't matter who those additional people are. They could be 22,000 of my friends that came to the north end of the island. Statistically, there are going to be things that happen. There will be ramifications of this that strain our infrastructure and change the ways that our families operate in our community, even if it's as simple as a mother crossing the street with her 3 children to get to the park. I'm familiar with living adjacent to a transit hub. My husband and I lived in an apartment downtown when we first got married. We had 2 of our children in downtown Seattle. We lived adjacent to a transit corridor. It was terrifying. Public urination, public defecation, drug use, petty crime, violent crime, trying to take my girls to the park. I actually didn't bail. I got appointed to a task force by Mayor McGinn's office in joint work with the DSA, trying to develop livable areas for families. I don't want to do this a second time. I'm not saying that it's going to happen in Mercer Island, but are we really that elitist that we think that we're impervious to all of these things? I'd also like to address the very specific vulnerability that women feel in crime. And I don't know if men really understand this perspective. When you're a 6-foot-tall male who's 200 pounds, you have a very different idea about vulnerability. Women statistically think about crime exponentially more than men do. It's harder for you to react when you have a child on your chest. This is not something that girls have just made up in our head. In fact, the King County Sheriff's Department just started a new campaign in Q1 called Report It, Stop It, to address the staggering growth of sexual assaults that are happening on our Metro buses. Since last April, Metro Police saw 178 reports of sexual assault on buses, and that's up from 59 over the same period the year before. And this is underreported, which is why it's called Report It, Stop It. Are we as women and mothers to be told, they're there, we're gonna pat you on the head and, even though you're genuinely concerned for your safety and these predatory crimes that can occur on buses, that our feelings aren't valid. We're really looking to you, the council, to do the right thing and to protect us.
I'm gonna have to.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the current proposal under configuration is not acceptable, and we want you to hold the best interests of our community at heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. It's nice to see you guys again. Thank you for listening. So, you guys heard me speak last month. I'm sorry, Beth Christofferson.
Thanks.
I've been a Mercer Island resident for 30 years. Thought I was 34, but that's how old I am. I forgot I went to college for a bit of time. Anyway, sorry, my humor has no place here, but when I learned of the council's plan to discreetly push the bus intercept plan, I had never felt compelled to be engaged in our city's policies and planning. I had put unearned trust into the elected members of our city, thinking that you as a council would fight for the well-being, physical safety, and general success of our small town. And that was a mistake. Tonight, I ask the council to look in the mirror and think about if this bus intercept plan benefits Mercer Island residents or you and your campaigning and the endorsements that you're getting. I would love a response from the council how the bus intercept plan does anything positive for Mercer Island residents. It reeks of regionalism. Your website says council members listen to their constituents, the island residents. The council is vitally interested in hearing the voices of all the residents and increasing citizen involvement. Furthermore, your website states that your 2019-2020 city council goals are priority 1, implement a fiscal sustainability plan. Priority 2, prepare for light rail and improve on and off island mobility. Priority 3, support the leadership team's work plan. Oh, it's so obvious what's missing from your goals. Residents, residents, residents. Where is that? I urge the council to do everything in their power to not move forward with the bus intercept plan. I challenge you guys to do your jobs, which is not to protect yourselves and your campaigning and your reelection, and to protect and engage and enact policies to support the vitality and safety of Mercer Island residents, not the special interest groups that are playing house of cards within our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 5 speakers after Jeff are Claudia Goodhue, Robin Russell, Susan Lund, Mark Kiriyama, and Ashley Hay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Bertrand and council members. My name is Jeff Lippens, and I'm a Mercer Island resident and father of 3 young children living in the north end of Mercer Island. I'm here to address you this evening regarding the proposed transportation transfer facility under consideration. I hereby ask that this mayor and council reject the approval of the facility. Why? Well, in 1987 and 1988, when the Homer Hadley Bridge was under construction, the new I-90 bridge, Mercer Island did a brilliant job of negotiating a give and take with the regional project. On the give side, let them expand and get the transportation needed from the east side to Seattle. But on the take side, have the highway sunk into the ground to abate noise and reduce noise. Give carpool access for Mercer Island residents to reduce congestion for islanders. Creation of the Aubrey Davis Lid Park to further reduce the impact and also add additional value for Mercer Island residents. At the time, Aubrey championed this protection. According to HistoryLink, Davis, as mayor, was at odds with the state when it proposed making Interstate 90 a 16-lane highway with 4-story ramps through Mercer Island. Quote from Aubrey, "We don't want to see it, we don't want to hear it, we don't want to smell it," he told the state. In my day job, I'm an investment manager. My team today manages over $1 billion directly and often runs into thorny fiduciary issues of the investment management systems that we're running. And as fiduciaries, as investment managers, we've been charged as fiduciaries in investing this money. A dirty little secret in our business is this thing called soft dollars. What are soft dollars? They're kickbacks, and kickbacks don't always have to be in financial terms such as dollars, but other benefits that you receive from brokers and other people that want to influence our behavior. We don't take these. Why do we not take these? Because it's a conflict of interest with the people that we're investing for, who we're a fiduciary to. Would you want your investment people to take kickbacks from the people, and not necessarily financial kickbacks, but any kind of benefits from being in a position of power? So what you've done with the transit facility is sell out Mercer Island residents for your own gain, personal gain and recognition with Sound Transit while selling out island residents. The facility will give no additional benefits to Mercer Island while taking all the risk and costs that goes in along with it, crime, additional costs, potential violence, increased congestion, and many other external costs that you've asked your stakeholders, us Mercer Island residents, to absorb with no gain to us. Islanders take all the risk and non-islanders get all the reward. I don't think this sounds like a very good deal to me. I certainly wouldn't want to invest in it. I believe you have broken your fiduciary duty to the residents of Mercer Island and have the duty of loyalty to protect the interest of us islanders. I hereby direct you to put Mercer Island residents first and reject the proposed facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Who's next, please?
Claudia? If not, then Robin Russell. Okay. Oh, there she is.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Robin Russell. I live at 7549 Southeast 29th Street. Thank you, Mayor Bertlin, and the rest of the council for your service and for your attention to this very important issue facing the residents of Mercer Island, the bus intercept. If this is not handled appropriately, with fact-based analysis and studies, our beautiful island community will be negatively impacted forever. 2 years ago, Sound Transit and Mercer Island agreed to the limited bus intercept, yet today we find this agreement has been thrown out and 2 new options have been presented by Metro. After working on operational refinements, Metro has presented 2 new options, the improved and the optimal. In reading through these new configurations, the glaring question is, who is the improved and optimal for? Certainly not the citizens of Mercer Island. The biggest issue with any of these options is the number of passengers per bus, not the number of buses. Emphasizing that the number of buses will not increase is a red herring. The focus needs to be on the number of passengers per hour and day. We will have buses coming from Issaquah, Sammamish, North Bend, and other East Side communities. An articulated bus, standing room only, can easily hold 120 passengers, if not more, and all buses will be ending their service on Mercer Island. The number of passengers per peak hour is now estimated between 1,300 and 3,000, and daily between 9,000 and 14,000 per day, and 1,300, 3,000 per hour. The questions are many. How will our traffic and transportation be affected with this increase in passengers? What about crime, trash, pedestrian safety, impact to our local fire and police department because of the dramatic increase in bodies on the north end of our island, whose only reason for being there is to transfer from a bus to a train and back again? On page 8 of the Agenda Bill 5585 lists 15 benefits to the optimal configuration, of which all are benefits to Sound Transit and Metro, not Mercer Island. In reading through the Agenda Bill and various transit options, I am struck by the imprecise words that are used to describe everything from layovers, crime, numbers of passengers, etc. Scattered throughout are words such as assuming, estimated, approximately, unlikely, likely, average. These words don't work for me, and they most certainly shouldn't work for the acting city manager and city council when negotiating on behalf of the residents of Mercer Island. In 2017, an agreement was made between Sound Transit and Mercer Island, where the limited agreement was agreed to. The limited agreement should be the maximum we should agree to, and independent pedestrian safety and transportation studies should be commissioned now so we have objective facts and data. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Susan Lund. We now know more than most of us, we now know that more of us should have been paying attention to the negotiations, the commitments, and the promises made on our behalf by you regarding the bus intercept and by those of you who have been on this council for more than one term. And you now know, thanks to a poll on Nextdoor, I brought you a visual, that 88% of those responding say no to the transit plans being pushed onto you by Metro and by you onto us. It's estimated that 11,000 people are on Mercer Island next door. I join those of you who want every nuance of every word in every sentence in every contract with Metro and Sound Transit now fully scrutinized for intended and unintended consequences by outside experts, starting with safety. We need the real numbers, and we need to negotiate a cap on those real numbers. Of all the money Mercer Island may spend this year, hiring consultants to help understand the forever consequences of any bus depot would be the best money spent. Despite what Metro says, there is no compelling rush to throw ourselves under this bus. Thank you for sounding the alarm bells to those of you who've been paying attention much longer than I have. We should not have to work this hard to protect ourselves against you, our elected council. Mrs. Weicker, you're an open supporter of the biggest bus depot option, and I thank you for being open about it. But no thanks for supporting it before you have even any facts, hard data, and how this would affect Mercer Island permanently. I'm going to close with a very short story. My first mentor after I graduated from Whitman was Sheffield Phelps, a Seattle businessman. He was also a philanthropist, and he told me that he was always asking himself, do I need to stop everything, fix it, and go on? He said the answer was usually no, but one time, when his company's processes were broken, the biggest mortgage company in Seattle at the time literally closed down for 2 days. Hundreds of transactions were affected. This is one of those times when we need the courage to do what Chef Phelps did. We absolutely need to stop everything, fix this, and go on. There should be a no vote on this bus intercept. There should be outside studies performed by experts who answer to us. And if there is a vote, it should be a resounding no at this time from all of you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. So I'm Mark Hirayama. I was at 7800 Southeast 27th Street, and I'm actually going to talk about a different topic than most others. This is Agenda Bill 5584, which I sent an email about yesterday, detailing some math and some calculations. This is regarding the increase in costs for the due diligence period for acquisition of the BP Arco property. And the concerns around the possibility, which I think is a very real possibility, of not getting fully reimbursed for those costs. These are details that I think are missing from the text of the agenda bill that I think should be included in the discussion you're going to have today about it. But that being said, I'd actually like to talk about a few related points about the agenda bill, not just the costs. One of the things in the agenda bill is talks about negotiating the development agreement with Main Street. I'd like to reiterate that I am a supporter of MICA, and more specifically, I'm a supporter of a new home for the YTN. And there is a concern that, whether YTN will be able to afford a space with the new MICA, given the numbers that are being thrown around. I am happy to see that there's going to be some talks now that include MICA, Main Street, and the city. But I do want to point out something that was discussed before, that Main Street does have a financial incentive to not include MICA, where they're able, not include MICA, but keep the scale of the project or the size of the project the same size. In my opinion, the worst case scenario would be this project built, this large structure with no MICA. And so the really question that boils down to is what are Main Street's financial calculations for those two scenarios, with MICA and without? And do they actually have a position right now, today, that the project is not financially feasible for them if MICA is included? I think we deserve to know that for them to say. And that, are their negotiations simply working towards that outcome? So now, going back to the other parts of the agenda, there's some phrases that I think are relevant to the discussions going on. And I understand some of these phrases have a negative connotation to that. Things like sunk cost fallacy, throwing good money after bad, unstoppable administrative inertia that results from an agency internally committed to something. I do want to express that I don't envy your position in terms of the escalating costs of the due diligence period. I understand it's a difficult decision to make whether to cut losses now or rather than continue this rate of spending, given that the city may not be fully reimbursed. I think the question is, what would be more difficult, making this decision now to cut losses or making it 3 months from now when there's a very real possibility that we'll have another incremental request for $250,000 on top of the current $965,991, just shy of $1 million. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Ashley Hay, and I'm here tonight because I am extremely concerned that Metro and Sound Transit would like to construct a massively populated bus interchange on Mercer Island. This Eastlink project has morphed into something that we never expected, never agreed to, and cannot support. Having the light rail stop on Mercer Island will be wonderful. However, ripping up North Mercer Way, forcing residents out of their homes, and forever changing North Mercer Way is not something that benefits our community, not at all. A heavily congested bus interchange would pose numerous safety concerns for both riders and residents. We are a small island community and simply do not have the infrastructure to support being a regional transit center, nor do we want to develop that and trade what we have now for a busy, congested bus station. I only have 3 minutes here, which means that I could barely scratch the surface of a long list of negative impacts, so I won't even start. But I do want to point out that even Metro themselves acknowledge the deleterious effects of their own proposed plans. Per the operational and configuration study, I quote, Metro has identified a number of operational modifications that would result in negative impacts for current and future Mercer Island residents, employees, and businesses, and the regional transit network. There it is, from the horse's mouth. This is not good. I know you'll agree that none of the proposed service configurations are feasible. All of them violate multiple aspects of the 2017 settlement agreement that we signed, and even by Metro's own assessment, would create negative impacts for the entire regional transit network. Quite simply, it's appalling to me that any of these service configurations are even on the table. And I think we need to send a clear and strong message back to Metro and Sound Transit that these configurations will not work. Let's find a more reasonable service configuration, one that does not violate the terms of the settlement agreement, and one that does not inflict negative impacts upon our community and our region. The city also needs clear data and straightforward answers to questions about any proposed plans so that we can fully anticipate the changes that may be coming. This issue clearly runs deep within our community because at the core, it's about protecting what's important to us and why we live here, why we choose to live here. I trust that you'll dig deep as you advocate for Mercer Island. I want to thank you for listening and convey my gratitude for the time and energy that you devote to our community every single day. And I want to say something you don't hear often enough, which is thank you for representing us. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next 5 speakers are Leo Coddington, John Hanlon, Jake Jacobson, Richard Cairns, and Claire Sloss.
Anybody want to be first up? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leo Coddington. I'm a native Northwesterner, and I've lived on Mercer Island for the last 3+ years. I served my country for 22 years in the military and law enforcement. I've received state recognition for working with our homeless. I'm saying the obvious, but I want to say that mass transit comes with known safety risks. Numerous studies document an increase in crime with the increase or introduction of mass transit into an area. The Seattle area has one of the nation's worst homelessness problems. Mass transit opens a floodgate of individuals struggling with hardcore drugs and mental health into our community. And by volunteering Mercer Island as a transition point, there will be a greater flood of heavy issues pouring into our community, and we really don't have the resources to contend with it. I'm here to put it on public record that the council is aware of these issues, and they know the risk. If you fail to plan for this, it could be considered gross negligence, and by law, any future victims could seek civil recourse from your personal accounts, funds, and even your home. I hope we are not sacrificing our community safety for the sake of political ambitions. Years ago, our leadership stood up for the community when 90 connected Mercer Island to Seattle and Bellevue. They didn't want to see it, they didn't want to hear it, and they didn't want to smell it. They didn't want the pollution, traffic, or rise in crime. But could our current mayor be flushing this all down the drain for aspirations to advance in state politics? We should place our community safety first and say no to intercept. It belongs in Seattle or Bellevue as they have the resources to handle that. Bring it to a community vote or our current mayor will make us see it, hear it, and smell it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
See if this is going to work. John Hanlon, Mercer Island resident for almost a decade now. My wife and I moved here escaping Seattle and the challenges that came with, we were in South Seattle when the light rail came through there. And that amongst all the other policies, we were looking for a place to raise our family. And Mercer Island is high on that list for the sort of community and the safety and security and access in the region. And, very early on when we first moved here, I became very engaged in the attempts to toll our access on I-90. And at the time, the council was not terribly interested in doing anything about it, for lack of a better word. And in fact, we were told by our representatives at the state level that it was essentially a foregone conclusion. A community uprising ensued that through self-interest and other reasons, the council saw some motivation to help engage and mitigate the issues. Fast forward now 10 years, and the concern is that we are now continue to face issues where the region's interests are being prioritized over the interest of those that live here on the island. And I implore the council to represent islanders, and if you want to represent other people, then you should go and pursue those opportunities. But if you're in this role, you need to represent the island and what the island prioritizes. And I think it's evident by the folks that are turning out this evening that there are a number of topics, whether it be the transit bus integration, whether it be community facility zoning, or a host of other issues, that the prioritization here is on development and transit and other regional concerns that, quite frankly, will, over the long term, destroy the character that makes Mercer Island the reason why my wife and I moved here in the first place. And if that's the case, then there really is nothing different between Seattle or Bellevue or Mercer Island. And at that point, it's really not worth the trouble. We might as well be annexed into one of those, or maybe we can divide it down Island Crest at that point. Either way, it's sort of moot. And so if we're not actively pursuing and preserving this island's character and what makes it unique in the various amazing community opportunities and organizations and facilities that are here, then something's wrong and amiss. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to address you. I'm Jake Jacobson. I reside at 4033 83rd Avenue Southeast. I've resided on Mercer Island for a few months short of 30 years, so I know what it was like to go in the when I-90 had the death-dealing reversible lanes. So I've seen quite a bit of it. I'm here also to talk about the bus intercept, mobility, and transportation. To put it in a perspective, because you've heard many discrete issues identified that need to be addressed, and I would say that I think we need to go back and look at what we did with Sound Transit back in 2017. It was unfortunate, it's a poor agreement for Mercer Island, but it's one we have to live with. What I don't understand, in the optimal bus intercept and perhaps all the intercepts proposed are well beyond what our obligations as a city are with respect to transportation. And I've dealt with Sound Transit. I've negotiated with them in in Metro and King County and the Department of Transportation, Department of Ecology, and all those people. And particularly the transportation agency's attitudes are, what's ours is ours, and what of yours we can get is ours. And that's exactly the strategy that's being done here. One of the things that many people have told me when I've recently had much more occasion to talk to residents of Mercer Island than I used to have, is why aren't we looking at the costs and benefits of this and looking at it in a very hard-headed way, because we as citizens are going to have to finance that. It comes out of our pocket sooner or later unless we're reimbursed for it. And if we don't know what we need to be reimbursed for in advance, we're taking on risks that are just nonsensical. And so I think one of the reasons that there's so many people here, and I'm probably about halfway through the list of people who feel the same way I do about this, is that there's a clear feeling of people on the island that this isn't good for us. And we have yet to hear this evening, and I've yet to hear in talking with several hundred people on the island, yes, we should do this because it's good. It's good for Sound Transit, maybe, good for Metro, maybe, great for King County, maybe. It's not good for Mercer Island. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Richard Carnes. I'm one of these island residents who lives on a private lane. And I was not aware that it would be discussed here because it wasn't on your agenda. But it has been, thanks to the city manager's office. And instead of complaining and trying to stimulate you to action, we have action. I'd like to thank you for that. And I'm going to come on the 20th of August to find out exactly what's going on. But good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely thank you. Welcome.
Hi. Can I do this down a little bit? Kind of going off topic a little bit, but so YTN for me is like family, and I've gotten to meet a lot of awesome people. Some are younger than me, some are older than me, some are the same age as me, and I've gotten to do some really awesome shows. Like some shows like Radio Drama, they take to the elderly home, and others like Monkey King, when we get to learn about other cultures. And I can relate to other people that I do the shows with because of YTN and theater. And audience members and people can relate to each other because of theater. And it's really awesome. Thank you.
Thanks. And what was your first name?
Claire.
Claire, thank you.
The next 5 speakers are John Gordon Hill, Aaron Murray, Kyle Gerstel, Barat Shyam, and Gary Robinson.
Welcome.
I'm John Gordon Hill, and I live at 8914 Southeast 56th Street. Nearly 6 years ago, I called a public meeting about the creation of a community arts center and a permanent home for Youth Theater Northwest. More than 60 prominent Islanders showed up and expressed strong enthusiasm for the idea that would become the Mercer Island Center for the Arts. In the ensuing years, hundreds of people have given countless of hours and millions of dollars, and thousands have expressed their support to make this ambitious goal a reality. What they've worked so hard for is a vision of Micah as the catalyst that brings the community together through arts and culture, educating and entertaining all Islanders, revitalizing the town center, and saving the cherished gem that is Youth Theater Northwest. Normally, such a project would be a municipal effort funded by the city, as it has been in so many other places. But because Mercer Island was not able to do so, MICA became a cultural nonprofit organization and took on the burden of raising the money privately. Actual data, not mere conjecture, has shown public support well in excess of 70%. And yet, the city's support has been lukewarm at best. MICA remained creative and flexible, and ultimately an attractive opportunity presented itself in the proposed shared project at the Tully site. At last, it seemed like the city wanted to be an active partner. MICA agreed as a good faith gesture to walk away from their previous memo of understanding with the city and publicly embrace the new site. Then came the last city council meeting. A new developer-driven MOU created without any MICA input was rammed through the council in a single meeting. The terms of the MOU make MICA essentially impossible. To say we were shocked is an understatement. The obvious question is, who benefits from the demise of MICA? And how is the council pulled so far from their stated goal of MICA being central to any development on the Tully site? We urge the council to take immediate action to either rescind this MOU or substantially amend it with the text that MICA has provided. It should also be obvious that MICA will need strong and unwavering commitment from the city to raise tens of millions of private dollars. We are not interested in mere words of support. We will be closely watching the actions of this council, and we urge the overwhelming majority of the island that supports us to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Erin Murray. As a theater and opera director, my work has been produced by Steppenwolf Theater Company, Edinburgh Fringe Festival, New York Fringe Festival, and Seattle Shakespeare Company. While I have many credits to my name, I am most proud of my 4 years as a teaching artist for Youth Theater Northwest. In 2016, I was told there was a young girl with autism who wanted to be a part of the stage crew for Shrek Jr., but her teachers thought that she would enjoy some kind of small role. I thought, how can I give this girl something now that will better prepare her for tomorrow? I gave her the role of Duloc citizen with the option of just doing stage crew. She took the part and went on to memorize every song and dance before anyone else in her section. The next year, she came into the audition herself, and this time she said she wanted a line. Unlike last year, she spoke at an audible level and looked me straight in the eye. I thought, how can I give this girl something now that will better prepare her for tomorrow? She was cast as a jungle creature in Seussical Jr., which involved more elaborate costumes and physicality, along with more stage time. The next year, she walked in, this time speaking at a full voice, auditioned with a monologue with an impeccable German accent, and said, I want a main part. I knew her process with me had matured, and she was cast as Mr. Beauregard in his full-throated salesmanship in Willy Wonka Jr. As a teaching artist at Youth Theater Northwest, I have so many of these stunning stories of evolution, not just as an artist, but as a person. This is why I tell people, Youth Theater Northwest doesn't just teach acting, it teaches citizenship. YTN doesn't ask me to find the next star. They expect me to identify the creative strengths of the students and find ways to challenge them in order to reach new heights within a safe, failure-friendly environment. The goal is not to be perfect. Missteps occur on every project, which will make the student stronger for the next challenge. Youth Theater Northwest asks, how can we prepare them for the next project? How can we prepare them for the next room? Session after session, project after project, I work with students whose charisma and imagination dazzle me to the point that I tell the YTN executives, I know they aren't going into theater professionally, but I can already imagine their face on the front of Fast Company. And I know that a big part of this phenomenon is because of the innovation-rich community we serve from the kids of Mercer Island, Seattle, and the East Side. But without an adequate facility, it is impossible to retain and continue to shape the dynamic minds of the future of Mercer Island. We work in a theater theater that can never be truly dark because there are windows in the ceiling. We rely on Wi-Fi that we don't own, which makes it unreliable and delays our work. Our summer school acting classes must perform in small preschool classrooms with cordoned off sections covered in sheets. Without an adequate space, we cannot adequately inspire the next generation of innovators. Let's prepare our kids for everything from the next rehearsal room to the next boardroom. Let's give YTN the brand new rooms capable of keeping up with 21st century imagination, grant Youth Theater Northwest this space, and let's ensure that the children of our region will want their next room to be with the Mercer Island Center for the Arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kyle. I'm an Islander. Hopefully you know me by now. And I came here to enlighten you about how MICA would benefit YTN and the community, and if we get this as soon as possible, then the benefits will also start as soon as possible. But I didn't decide to just talk about it. I decided in order to convey, I would channel my inner Lin-Manuel Miranda and write a rap about it. So I'm going to pass out the lyrics to you so you actually know what I'm saying, and then I will sing it to you all.
At least you didn't ask us to sing with him.
Can we sing too?
YTN, my home away from home, is homeless. Couch surfing in a church, we must escape this arts abyss. Of course, I will not boo or hiss or diss, rather reminisce back to when YTN had an arts campus. I think about Little Mermaid, our current show. It's at Risdon Middle in Newcastle. You all should go. Unfortunately, peeps don't like driving across I-90, so attendance will suffer for summer stock. Keep that in mindy. Performers like me need a permanent stage, an arts environment to nourish us. And mind you, this is not rage. This is excitement for all that can be done for Islanders to express themselves through dance and music and fun. Because YTN is utterly spectacufabuloso, but with a proper studio, we can unleash our inner virtuoso. We've got the coffee, all we need is the cup, and while we cup our hands and sip it, that is simply not enough. Well, the coffee's the same, no matter what the space. We need the cup the coffee deserves, and MICA is that place. In order for YTN to be a proper arts mentor, it must inhabit a proper arts center. We thank Emmanuel for all that they've done, but beyond classes and shows, YTN's a congregation, and we must have a pantheon to worship the arts, and for Islanders, MICA is where that starts. YTN's adopted me, their family. Love you, Mom. Seriously, I feel my castmates are the Royal Tenenbaums. YTN uses art to make our community thrive, and I'm proud to be a bee in that theatrical hive. YTN's helped MI, and so in return, we must provide a facility to end all concerns, for the seams are almost breaking and the clock is running out. MICA housing YTN would help the community, no doubt. Color downtown with culture, don't be a monetary vulture. MICA is vital for our community's cultural landscape. It would help society, oh so much for it to take shape, and so we need a super civic hero. Please put on the cape. Thank you.
Who wants to go next?
Well, so I wrote a classic rock. No. I'm Bharat. I've lived in the city for 20 years. First and foremost, I want to thank our first responders. On Saturday, when the texts started coming in, I told my family to go away from Luther Burbank Park, made sure my daughter was far away. But someone's daughter and someone's son was rushing to Luther Burbank Park. I want to thank Chief Holmes and Commanders Jokinen and Magnan and Chief Heitman, because they rushed towards danger and they've taken away an image of gun violence, brutality in their head. Someone has got that image in their head, so I feel so sorry that they have to do that. And in this context, I want to really thank several of you council members who have stepped up to do something about gun violence prevention, especially Mayor and Mayor Bertlin and Wendy Weicker and Benson Wong, who've contributed and volunteered and helped gun violence prevention issues, and Councilmember Nice, who's been encouraging of gun violence prevention issues. So thank you very much for all that you've done. And in general, I'm a happy citizen, happy resident of Mercer Island. I really appreciate the way you folks have taken the right steps fiscally, conservative fiscal steps, so we're not like Medina or Newcastle in real trouble. But you also know that there have been, I don't know, I counted half a dozen times when I've really been at odds with you folks, issues, whether it's the parking structure next to the community center or some other thing someplace else where I've kind of, butted heads with you folks. And one of the things that I've noticed is that you folks have been really good about listening, evaluating, and then taking the right decisions and changing your mind. And, in a couple of instances, Mayor Bertland, where I had to kind of convince you that there was something that was wrong, and you've been really good at that. So you heard different issues today where people are asking you to consider things carefully, and I heard you yesterday saying that you're not a supporter of the bus intercept anyway. But the thing I want to really talk to you about is MICA. I'm on the board of YTN. There are hundreds and hundreds of kids who benefit from YTN, and we really need a good MICA. And from what I can understand, there was a misstep in the council meeting where an MOU that didn't make sense for MICA somehow got passed. I understand that you're all very busy, and I'm looking to you to consider the fact that MICA should be at the table, one of the negotiators who puts the MOU together, and they should approve this as well. So thank you very much for taking those steps to correct what I think was a mistake. And thank you again to all our first responders.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, distinguished council. The tone of Gary Robinson, the tone of last night's candidates forum was sobering and suggested to me that residents are alarmed by actions the council has taken. They are probably equally alarmed by what they know and what they don't know about the Tully's project, the garbage contract, the community facility zone, and the bus intercept. In my careers, and there have been more than one, there have been two principles that have been guiding tenets for issue management. The first from my aerospace career is facts and data. That is, whatever you do because you have the facts and data to support it. The consequences of not adhering to this principle are literally life and death. The second principle from my UN career was evidence-based. That is, ensure that any action taken is supported by the evidence. When I look at what is happening as a result of city council deliberations, I find a distinct lack of credible facts and data and evidence guiding decisions being made. And some of those have been commented on tonight. There are multiple examples of the hopes of what existing knowledge means. However, the bus intercept is one among others that exemplifies the absence of credible facts, data, or evidence. Documents regarding the bus intercept are contradictory regarding what will happen and why. One gets the sense that the situation is out of control, with the council not knowing, and Seattle Transit happy in the confusion to do whatever it takes to use Mercer Island for its purposes. Just yesterday, a Sound Transit representative said, there are no decisions that require meaningful public engagement at this time. That gives you some idea of where they are. As I have stated previously, there is no value proposition for the bus intercept for Mercer Islanders. And I think we ought to have one. I think the council should provide us one. And there is no proof of concept. Why is somebody not worried about the proof of concept of this gigantic thing that no one seems to understand? We need a dispassionate, professional, external study of this issue with a focus on what the city can do to protect itself from Sound Transit, Metro, and WYSDOT. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
After Sean King is Stephanie Bull, Kate Swenson, Young Lee Dunbar, and Tom McDowell.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Bull. I live in Renton, Washington. I am the registrar at Youth Theater Northwest, and I have been for the last 5 years. I have met so many amazing Mercer Island families, and I am probably more involved in Mercer Island than I am in Renton. Actually, I am more involved in Mercer Island than I am in Renton. YTN has been growing to the point where we have students on our wait list this summer, which is amazing because our camps are filling, and that's phenomenal. But that means that I have to tell someone that they can't take Moana because we just don't have the physical space. So I just ask from the bottom of my heart that you consider the children of Mercer Island and the greater Seattle area and how Micah can transform even more lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Kate Swenson, one of the co-executive directors of Youth Theater Northwest, where I've been for 12 plus years and since 7 this morning at summer camps. My co-exec Mimi cannot be here tonight because she's only just returned from Japan, where YTN was invited to share our expertise in youth theater with both teaching artists and students in Tokyo and Nagoya. An incredible trip that has opened some exciting doors for our teachers and our students for a continued international exchange with our friends in Japan. I could go on and on about how awesome YTN is, but I believe my students have spoken and rapped for themselves tonight. So I kind of want to talk about football. Not really football, but you know that infamous moment in the Peanuts cartoon when Lucy tells Charlie Brown to kick the football? He's so happy to have a friend. He tries so hard, his chubby little legs carry him towards the football, and whoop, the ball is gone. Charlie Brown is on his back, questioning everything, his skills, his gullibility, his friends. Next time he might be a bit more cautious, but he wants it so much. He truly believes Lucy when she says, this time will be different. And then, whoops, the football is gone, and Charlie Brown is back on the ground again, struggling for breath, unsure of everything. And we watch and we wonder, how many times can this go on? When will Charlie Brown get smart and realize that no matter how ready he is, how much he deserves a win, no matter how much he trusts his friends, the ball is never gonna be there when he kicks. My friends, YTN is starting to feel like Charlie Brown. Not that we think anyone is spitefully hiding the ball from us over and over again, but we've got to ask ourselves, how many more times can we continue to kick? Don't get me wrong, since 2014, when YTN moved from our building to make way for the new school, we've been the recipient of all kinds of love and kind words, and we really needed that help and that love, and we got it. And we're so grateful for our friends at Emmanuel for offering us an interim home and extending our welcome and our continuing interim home. And we appreciate the words from the council and our neighbors. And of course, we're deeply thankful for our champions and our partners at Micah for giving everything they have to try to find us a new home. That's good stuff. Being loved feels good. YTN loves Mercer Island, and Mercer Island continues to tell us they love YTN. But words can only go so far. Words aren't going to solve the fact that we still don't have a building designed for what we do, or that every year we have to rent other venues than our black box theater, that our incredible artists like Aaron Murray are working in crammed little preschool rooms covered in cloth. This summer, both of our shows are off island because we can't afford school district rent on our own island. And we want you to show us with actions what you say in words, and I think you will. We're theater kids, we're not that into football. And eventually, YTN is gonna have to stop kicking and start taking care of our aching backs and hearts, and more importantly, the hearts of those kids. So we trust you. Please don't let YTN and Micah fall on the ground again. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Yang Lee Dunbar. My husband and I just moved to the island. We bought a house at 6450 East Mercer Way. I'm actually here to talk to you about, and actually thank you too for this being on the agenda, the code compliance and short-term rentals discussion on the agenda. Tonight, you've been tasked with an action item of coming up with a short-term, near-term decision and also a long-term decision about the interpretation of short-term rentals per the single-family residential code, per Mercer Island 19.02010. As a synopsis, as you're very well aware, our house is zoned R15, which is single-family residential. Airbnb, VRBO, short-term rentals are not allowed without a conditional use permit, which goes through its own public process. And with that also comes a business license requirement. My husband and I, and also our neighbors, have been subjected to unfortunately, a guinea pig situation where we were faced with a situation where one of our neighbors didn't live there, didn't have a conditional use permit, all sorts of non-compliance there. So tonight I ask you for your near-term action. You're asked to either the option of proactive code enforcement or reprioritize code compliance. My ask is to enforce the municipal code as is with urgency, and especially given our situation that we were put in. Elevate the priority of complaints about short-term rentals and other home-based businesses for a swifter response from code compliance. For the longer-term actions, you've been given two options. I am trending more towards option 3, which is add a code amendment to the CPD work plan. However, because there are some homeowners that have private access roads, like our neighbors and I have, I would like to encourage adding for properties with private access road that a B&B short-term rental with the CUP will need to get a written consent from all the affected neighbors in order to be considered. And the other component that I would also ask that the City Council seek Planning Commission insight, and given the magnitude of this task, ask that this be a high priority for the new City Council coming in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Following Tom will be Ryan Rolfs, Craig Reynolds, Peter Struck, Tom Acker, and Tracy Granbois.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to talk. I appreciate this opportunity. My name is Tom McDowell at 6466 East Mercer. We've lived here about 30 years. My wife and I were refugees from a fairly large state south of here. And this dates me. We were driving across I-90. The kids had to go to the bathroom. The old Denny's, there's the date. The old Denny's was here, and then we thought, well, let's drive around and look. And it was beautiful. We never knew anything about Mercer Island. We eventually bought a place. We raised the two kids here. They have since left the nest. One has come home, and now she's starting to raise her own family here on Mercer Island. And one of the reasons we moved here was the pastoral setting, and there were many other reasons too, reasons that probably everybody in this room has touched on when they made the decision to live here. And it's been wonderful. We live in a wonderful neighborhood. It's been quiet. We've had neighbors come and neighbors go. We had some neighbors in a house, and they had two very rambunctious teenage kids who drove cars, and they were active. I guess that's a polite way to say it. But it was a good neighborhood. We have disruptions every once in a while, disruptions that are very tolerable. We have Blue Angels flying overhead. We have 4th of July fireworks. Actually, those are kind of fun. They're noisy. We all know that, but they're fun. But the bottom line is we live in a neighborhood that's quite pastoral. And then all of a sudden, it's changed. We've got an absentee owner who rents his house out to short-term rentals, a viable business model with Airbnb and VRBO, but rents out this house to people who don't give a rip about the neighborhood. We've been subjected to noise 24 hours, bacchanalia, right outside our window, cars racing back and forth, and there's really no control, and it seems to be something that's very difficult to enforce. So I am here, as is my predecessor, Young Dunbar. I am here to ask if there is a way we can, one, enforce quickly an action against the current owner of this house, but more broadly speaking, because what's afflicting our neighborhood now can afflict everybody else's neighborhood. I'm not arguing against the Airbnb model. I'm just asking that we find a way to regulate it and control it so it doesn't change the very character that we all live here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Ryan Ralphs, 9703 Southeast 40th Street. For the last year, when an Islander shared their concern with me about the community facility zone, I asked them to write to the council, to contact the city, and to attend planning commission meetings. Understandably, many people chose not to engage because though they were concerned with the policy, they didn't feel like the policy would impact them. When fellow Islanders came to me and asked me to take interest in the bus interchange, I had to participate in good conscience. I was happy to hear the mayor last night share concerns regarding the optimal configuration. I'm sure the mayor's concerns are not alone on the council. I hope the council will ultimately reject any configuration that is not absolutely minimal and minimizes community impacts. I want to thank the council, the city, the police department for seeking more information, better data about before making this all-important decision that could impact the character of the North End, the town center, and maybe even the entire island permanently. With regards to the transit interchange, Islanders are seeking a decision that will ensure safety, keep Mercer Island a livable and wonderful community, and will make the needs of residents, or put the needs of residents as primary. These are the same things that my neighbors and I myself have been seeking for the last year on East Mercer Way. I think that a resolution to the transit configuration could be the same resolution to the community facilities rezone on East Mercer Way. Study the data about the impact of vehicle and pedestrian traffic on North Mercer Way, and that will lead you to conclude that our island cannot meet the needs of every interest. Also consider commissioning a study on the traffic on East Mercer Way. If that study finds that a French-American high school, the Jewish day school coming to Mercer Island, a huge expansion of club membership and the hosting of events year-round won't be supported by the current road capacity, the city, neighbors, and the applicants can come to a different policy result than the rezone. I think the same principles that will guide the council to an insightful and correct decision on the appropriate and minimal transit interchange will ultimately lead the council to repeal Amendment 8 and find a way to improve the CUP process for community facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Craig Reynolds, 8105 Southeast 48th Street. From what I understand on the bus intercept tonight, you're going to have a discussion about community values. I want to talk about one of my values, and one of my values is fact-based decision making. There's been a lot of confusion on the island recently about exactly how impactful the bus intercept is going to be, and in particular about basic facts like how many people are coming through on these buses. Part of the reason is everybody's speaking a different language, talking about train boardings, talking about people per hour, talking about people during peak hours, talking about people in the mornings, in the evenings, et cetera. I think it's very important we all get on a consistent way to measure the traffic and talk about it so that we're all operating on the same wavelength. Secondly, one of the things we hear talked about a lot is number of people per bus. We heard one speaker tonight say that a bus could easily support 120 people on the bus. I found that a little surprising, but on the other hand, not very surprising, because other people on next door have been saying that we can get 150 people on a bus. Well, I checked the Metro website, and it says the maximum capacity on a bus is 96. I'd also like to say that I've been riding a bus and a train for the last 30+ years, and I don't think I've ever seen 120 people on a bus, and I've been on a lot of very crowded buses. And I'd like to go on record right now that I'll make a bet. With anybody that believes the 120 is right, you pick the hour, you pick the day of the week, I'll stand there at the bus stop with you, and I'll bet you $100, more if you like, that we don't find a single bus with that many people. If we find one with 120 on it, I'll give you your $100. If we find one with 150, I'll pay you double. All that I ask is that if the max is under 100, you pay me. And this is an example of this sort of just non-facts that are floating around right now, and I think it's very important that we get some facts on the table that everybody can agree on. Now, having said that, I do have some concerns about the bus intercept. Having a large number of people, however many that is, crossing North Mercer Way is not a good plan. As a regular bus commuter, I walk across that street almost every day, and I see people jaywalking on that street. I see people almost get hit almost every day. I think we've got to be thinking very hard about a solution that goes on the north end to drop people off is probably a very bad solution. It's going to get much worse if we have many more people there coming through. I've also heard a lot of people say there's nothing in it for us to have a bus intercept, and I'm going to disagree with that strongly. I think there are a lot of people on the island that commute to the east side, a lot of people on the east side that commute to work on the island. I think those people benefit from bus service that comes to the island, and I want to have a robust amount of bus service that comes to the island. It just has to be properly designed and properly configured. Enough on that topic. I just wanted to say that I love the performance by Kyle and the others that talked about YTN, and I want to echo their enthusiasm for preserving Youth Theater Northwest and Mike on the island. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Peter Struck, Mid-Island. Before you tonight is Agenda Bill AB 5585 that seeks direction on proposed guiding values for the Mercer Island Transit Interchange. First, before discussing values, I hope you have critically read the letter from Metro dated May 10th and Metro Sound Transit responses to the Council's questions and concerns that was contained in the Agenda Bill. The tone of those documents was not friendly or helpful, but rather declarative statements of how things are going to be, or how the Sound Transit Agreement is referenced to state and reinforce those positions. Juxtapose those documents against our proposed guiding values, whose language is very soft and amorphous, that allows practically any solution or design to be in compliance with those stated values. What are we really getting? It's very dangerous to expect any beneficial outcome for Mercer Island with those proposed guidelines, or values, excuse me. Second, the values are essentially static and only minimally address that this is a 40 to 50 year solution that the city will only have one time to truly address. Once Sound Transit has completed the design, they are on to the next project, and we're history. For example, it is reasonably assumed that the bus connections from the east side over the next 10 to 20 years, will they increase or decrease? Well, I think we all can appreciate, based on population estimates, we should expect them to increase. So what does that mean? Well, it probably means either more buses, larger buses, and clearly more pedestrian traffic. Again, none of that is contemplated currently. Third, Sound Transit and Metro argue that they are not able to provide final estimates on a number of issues because public outreach is not yet complete on their agenda. I believe if they are able to make such an argument, that the city should have that same ability to say that we need more community engagement. Fourth, King County Metro insists that it needs bus layover capability 24/7 with no individual bus time limit. Essentially what this means is that the Mercer Island Town Center's northern edge could become a de facto bus barn. Furthermore, KCM states it needs a full and complete allowance for pickup, drop-off, and layover on both sides of North Mercer Way. Again, the tone is our way or the highway. That leads one to believe the guiding values have to be much more forceful and specific as to what we really want. Therefore, I would recommend that the City of Mercer Island look to slow down this project until a new city council is seated in January. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Tom Acker is Tracy Granbois, Dan Thompson, Paul Shoemaker, and Sharon Perez.
Welcome.
Welcome. Hello. First of all, I live right next to Luther Burbank, and the Mercer Island Police Force did an awesome job down there. Commander Magnan and Chief Holmes were fantastic. I thought it was really impressive that he was there. Like, I live across the street, and he was there shortly thereafter. Not to make fun of a situation, but I almost took a picture of him because he was wearing shorts and black socks, and I was gonna show my wife a picture of him because I was gonna say, see, there's another guy that wears black socks and shorts. Anyways, it all started back for me in 2014 when we all started talking about the bus intercept, and a lot of people challenged the facts and data that citizens presented back then. And I got into an online debate with Dan Grouse at the time, and finally, Dan Grouse had to acquiesce and recognize the numbers were real. This started Save Our Suburbs. You got 1,000 people involved. Why? because public safety, access, parks, and the town center is important. You all have the ability to advocate for the community. If you're gonna support your residents over the region, you gotta do it now, because from my experience, Sound Transit, Metro, they don't look out for us. They have very specific goals. I was from South Seattle like some of the other speakers, and I can speak to it firsthand. What's important to remember is that you have the tools. Read the Sound Transit agreement, use the dispute resolution, don't be distracted by the numbers, and I will leave you with several questions. When King County was working with Metro, did Mercer Island have a seat at the table? Did Metro work with you on how to frame the study that was commissioned? Did the consultants reach out to you? Who are you gonna have from our city at the negotiation table? And then pull the dispute resolution that's in the Sound Transit agreement. I think it's page 12. Look at it and use it. It's a tool. I'm going to email you this presentation, but the crime is going to occur at the transit centers. It's still happening in South Seattle. I checked with the precinct down there. They said the crimes are still happening on the trains, and Sound Transit's police force can never address them, so it falls on the community, which means it's going to fall on Chief Holmes. Who's going to handle the parking enforcement down there? Are we going to need to have a full-time parking enforcement officer? I have a whole list of things, from people relieving themselves in the neighborhoods to aggressive panhandlers, which we've already started to see around Luther Burbank. And then there's the congestion issues. You guys pull over a lot of people in front of that park and ride, and it shuts down the lanes. I shouldn't have taken us while I was driving, don't cite me, but it's a problem, it really is. So please advocate for the community, and I appreciate your service. And I want to give you this picture about the signs on Mercer Island, and I know my time is up, but I'd just like to say these are ridiculous signs. And everybody has GPS now. They know how to find Luther Burbank. They're out of proportion. They're horribly ugly. And you don't advertise where the parks is so that the people don't know where they are, can find them. And we've already had one group of 3 who went down there and with assault weapons and were arrested in the park just because they needed a place to park. So, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for your service and the time you commit to your city. I would also like to thank the organizers and all of the participants last night at the candidate forum. You were on the hot seat, so thank you. There are many issues I could speak to tonight, but I think the most important one is our city's and our community's ability to choose our future. In the last election, this is a fact, Craig Reynolds, nearly 80% of our registered voters voted. It was a phenomenal number. And I hope that we can do the same for the primary. Historically, primary voter turnout is less than 25%. I hope that our community chooses to vote and vote wisely. Because if we choose not to vote or we vote poorly, we have only ourselves to blame for the situation and the situation that we're in now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Thompson, and I live at 7265 North Mercer Way. I'd like to begin by thanking Chief Holmes for his comments on the bus intercept. I think that was very comforting for a lot of the citizens, especially the Moms for a Safe Mercer Island. And I appreciate his forceful statement that he will put public safety first. Tonight represents to me just a disaster of agenda planning for a council. I've sent you emails on all of this. All last year I told you that you have to begin to control your agenda. You're just overwhelmed. Look at these issues that are here tonight. And so many of them are self-inflicted. The Aubrey Davis Master Plan, which, by the way, I gotta congratulate Jessie Bond as how she has brought that down based on citizen input. Although there's still some of you on the council, I don't think get it. What you think isn't really relevant because you have no money. 57.5% of the citizens cut off the money because they feel that you're not representing them. You're not doing what a majority asks you to do. If a majority comes out and says, we don't want a bike path through the Lid Park, and we're talking like 70%, greater than 10 feet, and some of you are sitting there saying, no, I'd like to add 4 feet of gravel shoulder, that's how you get into these situations. There's just something missing with your agenda and your interaction with the citizens. You are so far behind what's going on next door. You're just like dinosaurs. The conversation's going fast, the way that people are organizing, and unfortunately, it's leaving them with the impression that you do not represent them. You represent someone else. You represent yourself. You represent somebody who's outside of Mercer Island, a region, a special interest, and it's just so frustrating to them. You need to bring your agenda down. Get rid of the self-inflicted errors, the community facility zone. You just don't amend the comprehensive plan and create new zones lightly, knowing that the development regulations are going to be nuclear. You don't take a major park that nobody has ever complained about in 22 years and decide that you're going to redesign it or change it for some reason when you don't even have the money. And if you get a bad plan, you're going to lose your parks levy. And it's not going to be renewed. It's not going to be increased. You need to control your agenda. You need to listen to the citizens because your number one focus is you have to find some revenue. And the only way you're going to get that is if you do what the citizens ask you to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Paul Shoemaker, 4546 Forest. I'm well aware it's 908. I didn't mean to be number 38. I will just back up what everybody said to Chief Holmes and your staff and your team. Everything I saw, everybody was a total professional, so thank you for taking care of our community. And I want to stress that what the city manager and the council responses at the start of the night were valued, they're respected, and they're deeply appreciated. Just a few thoughts. There are great civic projects and art centers all over Puget Sound, from Village Theater in Issaquah to Benaroya Hall, to the National Nordic Museum in Ballard to Olympic Sculpture Park. Every one of those endeavors requires a handful of building blocks: a defined piece of land, a plan for the spaces and uses, a design and a community process that leads to a great design, a way for people to park and get around, and a strong working relationship between the private, public, and nonprofit sectors. So for MICA and YTN, the MOU on June 18th was either vague or infeasible on all those, in our opinion. The Seattle Art Museum and the Bainbridge Art Centers did not happen without those common sense building blocks. Those are the same things, by the way, that you need in order to raise a lot of money. And I want to emphasize, we get that our job, number 1, 2, and 3, is to raise a lot of money. We want to. I promise you we are doing the research and we are talking to the right people. You cannot raise money without a piece of land and a design process, all those same building blocks. It's like asking us to step up to the plate to swing for the fundraising fence without a bat in our hand, a helmet on our head, and spikes on our feet. The great frustration is we should have spent the last 6 months working all this out together. So we need and want the city to be a strong partner like they have been for the last year and a half. We need an MOU that gives Mike and YTN a shot. And we need a developer that will work shoulder to shoulder with us. This may well be Mercer Island's last chance to give YTN a permanent home and to pull off a significant civic achievement that will benefit our community in this region for generations to come. We are eager, willing, ready, and able to go to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Sharon Perez, and I would just say ditto to what Paul said. But I do want to add one fact to the conversation. I came on as a community member volunteer and then came on as staff to bring my decades of expertise in fundraising millions of dollars for capital campaigns all over our country. And the fact is, every day I'm asked on the island, how is the campaign going? And my answer is, we can't start the campaign yet. All this time we've been waiting, I've been waiting to be in the position to start the campaign and to start major fundraising. The question every prospective donor asks me is a site secured? And until a site is secured, we cannot commence a campaign. We must have a sense of inevitability to be successful at the campaign, but we have to be in a position where we can start the campaign. I ran into a mom in the hall tonight, and she said, "Are you just here for fun?" And I said, "Oh, no, no. I'm missing my boys' swim meet. I'm here for Micah." And she said, "Micah, it's been such a long, long time. It's been years." And yes, it has. The time is now to take action. We must have the conditions to make it possible to serve our community with an arts center. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Ellie, are we at the end of the formal list?
Patrick Alcorn is the last name.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for being here, and echo my thanks to Chief Holmes and his team for the work they did. I live squarely between Luther Burbank Park and the Park and Ride, so I'm happy to know that whatever happens with any of that, we're in very good hands with Chief Holmes and his team. I didn't plan on speaking today, but after hearing Kyle and Claire stand up and advocate for themselves, I felt that if my personal story could put a little more wind in their sails, it would be irresponsible of me not to share that with you today. So I drifted pretty aimlessly through high school, entered community college after taking a year off, not sure what I wanted to do with my life, and making some very bad decisions. And then at community college, I stumbled into an acting class, and it changed my life forever. I continued on that path through the community college level, eventually getting accepted into the London Academy of Music and Dramatic Arts, where I studied classical acting, came back here to put my trait to use, and I only live on Mercer Island because of theater. I did 4 summers of Shakespeare in the Park, based out of Luther Burbank, and my then girlfriend at the time, as we were looking for a new place on Capitol Hill, we thought, well, why not here? That girlfriend, by the way, I also met through theater. We were cast as husband and wife in a show together, and then we thought, you know what, let's just, they made the decision for us, let's just roll with it. But I've seen firsthand the power that theater can have. I worked for several years as a teaching artist, traveling the state, doing both Shakespeare classes as well as classes on First Amendment rights through book at repertory theater. And I was in some pretty rough areas. I was placed into the alternative school at Walla Walla for a full week, where we had a day where about half the class was gone, because that's the day that the people on probation have court. So some pretty rough areas, and getting to see those types of kids starting from such a disadvantageous place, within 1 week, the transformation that we saw from cold shoulders and stone faces to huge little kid smiles and hugs was so incredibly powerful. And if we can give that to our youth here on Mercer Island, considering where they're starting from compared to where those kids were starting from, I just urge you to please do all that you can to find a home for Micah finally, and most importantly for Youth Theater Northwest. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public appearances? Going once, going twice? Okay, public appearances is closed, and thank you. It was 2 hours, I think, of a lot of community passion and intensity, and I do very much appreciate that. Next item of business is the consent calendar, and the consent calendar contains the following: payables, payroll, minutes of June 4, regular meeting, June 18th, regular meeting, and June 21 special meeting. AB 5583, the 2019-2020 interlocal agreement with the Mercer Island School District for school-based counseling services. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
First and seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, it passes. Deb, I am going to share with you what I think is one Scrivener's error in there, which I meant to bring up. There's some place in here where I think we come to a total of 8 votes. It's a June 4th meeting, AB 5573, 6 + 2.
Okay.
My absentee counted twice.
Okay, thank you.
So, great. Okay, so with that, council, should we push on? Yes. Okay. We're now going to move on to regular business, and the first item is Agenda Bill 5584, which is due diligence costs for the city's proposed commuter parking and mixed-use project. For that, we welcome Interim City Manager Jesse Bond and Senior Project Manager Kirsten Taylor.
All right, thank you. Again, Kirsten Taylor, Senior Project Manager. I will give a brief presentation, and then we will answer questions, and the city manager and city attorney can also answer questions if you would like. So some background. On June 6th of last year, the city and Parkway Management Group entered into a purchase and sale agreement for the then-term Tully's project. A due diligence period was established primarily for environmental site investigation. This due diligence period has been extended a few times and now is extended to November 1st of this year. Negotiations with the known polluter, BP ARCO, are ongoing. And these negotiations are being guided by our excellent environmental legal team led by Jeff Cray of Martin Law. Also, the environmental issues we think are just one of the issues that we have to continue pushing forward with for this project. So the due diligence work that we have accomplished so far, we started the 2018 Phase 2 Environmental Site Assessment, or ESA, and work plan established that the site is very dirty. Known polluter, BP ARCO, acknowledges responsibility for the contamination, but the full extent of the contamination has not been determined. A site delineation study is needed to confirm the extent of the contamination for the settlement with BP ARCO. So the site delineation study is being done by the city because BP ARCO is not moving at the pace that we need to move for the commuter parking project. The city will take the lead on conducting the site study, a delineation study, to keep the project on schedule. This study will resolve data gaps that were not funded or anticipated in the Phase 2 ESA work, and this will fully address the extent of the pollution. So the just under $140,000 allocated for this work will be recovered from the BP ARCO settlement. So are there any questions on the site delineation study request before we move on?
I see Benson, Lisa, and then I think Wendy. No?
Kirsten, can you elaborate? You just said this, that the cost, the $140,000 or roughly, is something that's going to be recovered from the ARCO BP settlement. And so can you elaborate on that? I mean, I guess, is that a statutory right that we have, or I just want to get a clarification because obviously it's initially being funded from our contingency fund, or at least that's the proposal.
Yes, I'm going to turn to our city attorney, B.O. Park, to respond to that.
Like Kirsten alluded, the site delineation should have been done by BP ARCO.
to determine what their contamination is. However, their initial beginnings of doing their studies limited their studies to finding a different polluter, a separate polluter. And so when we realized that, we determined that, hey, this is going to really push back on the work needed for our timeline to keep the commuter project on schedule. And so through advice of our environmental legal counsel, we determined that we could actually go ahead and do this ourselves and front the money, because these costs are all recoverable under the METCA Act, which is the Washington State's the toxic model cleanup toxic act, basically, and that it falls under the remedial action cost that the city can recover.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? So
Yes,
what does that process look like? I mean, is that my understanding, that could be a very time-consuming process. I mean,
Well, it could be a time-consuming process if there is a litigation involved, right? So if there is litigation involved, under the statute, the city would argue against BP ARCO on what the cost that it incurred as a remedial action. However, bypassing litigation here with BP ARCO acknowledging responsibility for the contamination, that settlement could be reached where, during the settlement negotiations, BP ARCO acknowledges that it will be responsible for these costs that it would otherwise be responsible during litigation. So that is part of our calculus in going out and delineating the site ourselves in order to have that information, in order to speed up the settlement negotiation to keep in pace with our commuter parking project.
Are you, okay, Lisa? Okay.
I get one crack at the apple and then move on.
Well, I tell you what, why don't we go down?
No,
That's fine.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead,
go ahead.
Lisa.
I'm going to go. So, hi, thanks. I guess, I don't want to be, Monday morning quarterbacking this but I haven't been here during the whole process, and I'm a little troubled by the fact that this site delineation study is coming up 13 months after the purchase and sale agreement was signed. And so it feels like we're kind of already, dragging behind. And I don't know if that was because BP ARCO was dragging their feet. They've got, of course, they're in no hurry to pull their checkbook out. I understand that. But, so I don't know, maybe you can kind of comment on the timing and how we came to this at this time. And then a very specific question is, do we anticipate, does our environmental council anticipate any more environmental work after this?
All right. So the first question, we needed to have a purchase and sale agreement before we could start the environmental work. So that was a deliberate process. We could not start doing this work when we did not know that we had an agreement with the seller of the property. So once we had that, we quickly moved into one of the first actions was doing the Phase 2 ESA. And a decision was made at that time that we would spend the amount of money to get to a point of understanding the scope of what the contamination was so that we could have an estimate of costs to take into negotiations with the known polluter. And at this point, we have a new need to keep this environmental work moving along, as Mr. Park spoke to, thus the need for the new work at this time.
Let's answer the last part of the question,
yeah.
will there be additional work? Possibly. I can't say definitively right now that there will or will not be, but it is a possibility.
How do we move? How do we get BP ARCO off the dime?
I think we need to reserve our legal strategy discussions on this settlement agreement for executive session.
Fair enough. Can I just ask for a point of clarification, and that is, this is regarding a delineation study, so I assume that there's a very tight scope to this.
That's correct.
You will study this, and then this will be returned to you, but there's just a general sense of there may or may not be more environmental work in addition to this. So this is just one piece.
Right. The site delineation study, it's also called site characterization, is confirming the limits of the contamination, right? And you may recall our environmental attorney has described the site is the limits of the contamination, so it may involve multiple properties. We have to know that information in order to pursue a settlement with BP Arco. And frankly, BP Arco needs to have that information as well.
And when would this start?
Now, ASAP. Yeah.
When's it likely to be completed?
I believe we'll have a preliminary report by September.
Salim, did you have any questions?
I was wondering if you could expand on the BP Arco delineation that they did. You said stopped where they didn't, where they were looking for another contributor?
Right,
and
yes.
then they stopped their work?
Well, the first, they're doing it in phases. Their plan to do this, their study, their environmental study was in phases. And the first step that they took was to do studies on the southern boundary of the possible site. And that was, from our point of view, that was specifically intended to see whether there was another contributor. Supposedly there was another, a gasoline station that was around that area. So they wanted to understand whether possibly contamination from that site had migrated onto the BP Arco site. And although we don't have the, right now, their consultant's final report yet, or if they haven't shared with us yet. We did send out our consultants to the field while the tests were being conducted. And from visual observation, it didn't look like there was contamination at the sites they study. Even so that they stopped further analysis on that location. So that's actually good news for us in proceeding forward. At least it sort of tells that there possibly there is no other known polluter of that site, and most likely BP Arco is the only polluter that we'll have to deal with.
So they've been pursuing what I will just characterize as a baby step process. They take a little step here, a little step there. We just want to get the work done. We want to get the full site characterization, full site delineation work done because it's needed for us to pursue our settlement.
So I have a question, and this is going to be directed to Jason. Because we did receive an email from a resident of 7800 last Friday about the closure at Sunset, or some limited closure. Can you comment on what is going on right now relative to the rest of this body of work?
Sure, Jason Kinder, Public Works Director. I'm actually going to take everyone back to our own remediation site here at the city maintenance facility. So earlier this year, I came before the council and asked for an appropriation request for additional monitoring wells to be installed that helps characterize the site. They actually become future injection. They could be potentially future injection points, but in theory, this work that's taking place on 78th is similar to what's happening at our city facility. Where they're installing monitoring wells, and so there is a temporary road closure, Sunset Highway from the 78th intersection east is temporarily closed, as well as a Center Road lane closure on Southeast 27th for those wells to be installed. So that work is happening this week from between the hours of 9 and 3:30, and it's to install 5 wells off the top of my head.
So that's part of the previous work that we authorized.
Correct. And it all informs this larger site characterization study work that needs to be done.
Okay. Wendy?
So the goal in all of this is to try to figure out where the responsibility lies. And part of that is this goal of trying to get the no further action opinion from the Washington State Department of Ecology. I wonder if you could just expand on that and explain how this money and this work is tied to that ultimate goal.
I was going to take that. Essentially, we have to understand where the contamination is. So width, depth, scope, type, and then we need to come up with a site remediation plan, which involves many consultants, our legal team, and ultimately is approved by the state. This work is needed to inform that cleanup plan. So we are still at the step of needing to understand what's in the dirt and where it is. I will also say for us in our long game, environmental site cleanup, as we've experienced on our own site here, it's not just next year or the next year, it's 20, 30, 40, many decades out. And this characterization work not only informs the settlement, but it also informs the long-term cleanup plan. We may not, it's very unlikely that all of the dirty soil will be removed, but there are treatments that will be applied, and we will continue to manage and monitor the site for a very long period of time. So again, we're at the building block phase of getting to that cleanup action plan and the long-term strategy. That is the non-technical version of what we're up to.
Benson.
I guess, Jesse, I mean, the delineation, or I'm sorry, Kirsten as well, this delineation, it's also covers parcel 12, I assume?
Correct.
Okay, so that helps document the contamination to our own property, so that if we don't reach an agreement with BP Arco, I mean, we'll have a claim against them, we'll have a better idea of what our costs are relative to parcel 12.
Right, in environmental law terms, the site refers to the full extent of the contamination. It's not referring to a specific property. That's why we call it the site delineation. We need to know where the contamination edges are. Yeah.
Salim.
Maybe Benson's comment kind of spurred this in my mind, and I think we can talk about this, but I'll let you talk about it. Maybe you can talk to the public a bit about if we didn't buy the BP Arco site, the former Tully's site, and knowing what we know about our site next to that site, what the nature of this process would determine.
If you're talking about standing, right now as legal standing to sue for a cleanup on our parcel 12, the site that we own, the answer would be yes. We currently do have legal standing to go after both BP Arco and the current owners of the site with whom we have a purchase and sale agreement for the cleanup of parcel 12, should parcel 12 be developed.
Okay.
Now, we, as potential purchasers of the BP Arco site, we're working with the owners to be able to have the claim extend as and the immunity to extend when we become owners of the Freshies. I'm sorry, not the Freshies, the Tully site, so that. We're not left holding the contamination as owner of the property.
Yeah. And for the non-technical answer, would you say this is throwing good money after bad, or is this a smart investment?
All I can say is this money under the law, under METCA, is a recoverable cost. If we spend this money now, either whether it be during settlement negotiations or under litigation, if there is one eventually to recover, to force BP Arco to clean up the site, these are costs that are recoverable.
Fully recoverable?
I'm sorry?
Fully?
Fully recoverable. And of course, when I say fully recoverable, it's under the statute, it is fully recoverable. You know, when I do have to warn you that when there is negotiations for settlements, right? While we submit all of what we consider remedial action, and sometimes the polluter will reject certain categorizations of remedial. But that's, we're talking about, costs such as, staff costs and other costs. This is purely squarely for purposes of delineating, knowing how far the contamination extends. So I'd be very surprised if BPRCO were to contend that these costs are not covered under the remedial action.
And do you want to speak for a moment about the owner of the Tully's site, whomever that may be in the future, and what burden they have in terms of the liability of the prior pollution and how this ties in with that?
Again, I'm not an expert in environmental law, but as far as I understand it, the purchaser of the property will inherit the responsibility, part of the responsibility for the cleanup. So if we became owners of the Tully site, of course, as the non-polluter, we would have a claim against BPRCO, the actual polluters, but say, somebody else owned parcel 12 rather than the city, say WashDOT owned a piece of the land that was contaminated. They would have a claim against the city as the current owners of the property, as well as BPRCO.
And the last question is, do you feel the amount of resources we're expending on this issue prior to making that purchase is the right level of risk assessment for the public? Too much? Too little?
That's not really a legal question that I have the expertise to answer, so.
I think he's pointing at me right now. Yeah. Right.
That's a council decision, right?
Yeah. Well, here's what I will tell you is, we've endeavored to be very thoughtful and mindful about the steps we're taking and we are making a bigger step at this point, asking for funding to do the site characterization work. It is our intent that these costs will be fully cost recoverable, and that is the platform that, we are working from. I do think, let me back up, we can't move forward with a settlement with BPRCO without this information, and so this is needed work to be done.
And if I could add, we need the settlement with BPRCO to finalize the purchase of the Tully's property.
One other question.
Lisa? Yeah.
Yeah. So in the overall timing of things, I get the sequencing that we need. When does the no further action opinion from the Department of Ecology come into play? Do we get that before we finalize the purchase?
No.
After we finalize the settlement?
That is.
When the site is cleaned up, that's when we get it.
Well, then how will we know?
We work hand in hand with the state on our cleanup plan and our cleanup process.
But I mean, so we have to buy the property before we know whether we're getting a clean bill of health from the Department of Ecology. And the gating issue there is, do we have a settlement with BPRCO?
So
So they would be liable financially to get us to cross the finish line of the no further action opinion?
That's the intent of the settlement agreement with BPRCO, where if we would do the work, or whoever it is that is developing the property would do the work, the cleanup work, but it would be BPRCO who would be paying for the work.
I wanted to clarify, the NFA wasn't the bar that was set, was it? The bar is actually a little bit higher, it's my understanding.
We can get back to you on that for sure.
Okay, so I assume that this is just phase one, so this is
Yes.
our part one of the presentation, the site
Yes.
delineation element.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any further questions, at least for now?
Okay. So the other due diligence appropriations that we are asking of council are for project negotiations and legal work. The property rent for a BP ARCO property, and then an accounting update on city staff and project costs. So the project, the next steps, the work that's coming up and next steps, we have ongoing work planning with Micah and Main Street, and then we'll move to the development agreement, maintenance agreements, and other legal documents associated with the development agreement. We have key team members. If you'll recall, Heartland is our lead negotiator. They're responsible for business terms, economics, risk mitigation of the project, and providing that expertise to our negotiating team. And then Lighthouse Law Group, or Tom Brubaker with Lighthouse Law Group, will actually draft the development agreement and is providing guidance on legal issues. And finally, we have we've secured former city attorney Carrie Sand, who's now with Ogden Murphy Wallace, so that we have some project continuity and legal support. We are down an attorney in the attorney's office, so we have to have additional legal support to be able to continue moving this project forward. So the additional work would cover Lighthouse Law Group and Carrie Sand. So the appropriation is $67,790. And this work will be reimbursed from Sound Transit settlement funds.
I should mention too, Carrie Sand, our former city attorney, is spending some time helping us coordinate the environmental site cleanup work. So those hours would potentially be.
Those, and we have funds with the previous appropriation for the environmental work that will cover those hours.
Thank you.
Benson, you have a question?
Yeah, I actually gave this, I sent this question to the city manager earlier, and it's regarding the legal fees for the development agreement. I mean, I was just curious whether or not, I understand that it's not a fixed dollar amount. I'm wondering whether or not there was any effort to try to cap because some attorneys will agree to a fixed, it's very rare, but some will agree to a fixed dollar amount for a project. And so Tom has had a lot of experience in drafting development agreements, so he should, in my opinion, have kind of an idea what it might look like. Obviously, there's moving parts, but I don't know if he'd be open to that, but obviously we're trying to get an idea of cost containment, and, you know, legal fees is one that can skyrocket. And so, from personal experience, and so, yeah, and so, in any event, if that's something that can be pursued, I would.
I don't want to speak for Tom. I don't believe that he's willing at this point to offer us a fixed fee. This is a highly variable project.
Yeah.
And what he's generally said, and I think he said it today to Kirsten, is the work for the development agreement will largely be at about the same number of hours as it was for the MOU. The MOU is very complex. I am, as your city manager, doing my best to manage these legal resources, but I will be frank with you and tell you we do not have the horsepower on staff to carry this project. I have to have these consultants supporting us, Heartland, Tom Brubaker, and Carrie Pinchinning as well. But I am mindful of what you're saying. I hear you. We're carefully choosing when we need our consultants and legal team in meetings and when we don't, and managing their time directly so that they don't get pulled in the many directions this project could take us.
Yeah, and you're obviously utilizing our in-house, Mr. Park and other legal staff here when available or when applicable, as far as trying to keep our legal fees down.
certainly, I just need full disclosure. BO's plate is overflowing at this point. His capacity to support this project is limited. We're actively consulting him, but to be honest with you, his plate is quite full.
And to add to that, I mean, the strategy here partly is to allocate outside counsel on costs that can be recovered, especially with the BP ARCO cleanup work, as well as certain works that are reimbursed through the Sound Transit settlement.
Okay.
Okay. So, property rent. On June 18th of this year, City Council approved extending the purchase and sale agreement through November 1st. So we just updated the amount that we would need for rent to get through November 1st from a previous appropriations, which is another $14,500.
So this only goes through November 1st?
Yes.
We're not going to close by then?
The reason we're not, we didn't want to get ahead of council in determining how far, into the future we will need to be paying rent. So this goes through the most recent agreement.
Okay.
And we are tracking that, and as we come forward with any future extensions of the PSA, we will alert council to the additional appropriations needed for rent.
But people should assume then that there's going to be additional?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question about that. My understanding is that as long as we're paying rent on the site, we are allowing it to be used kind of on an informal ad hoc basis for commuter parking. Is that right?
We are not managing the site for parking, so we're at this time, but we are looking at short-term parking options, and I think you had a presentation, I was not here, from Zach Hovner about possibilities, and we're continuing to pursue that.
So, I mean, who is managing the access and use of that land?
Who's accessing it, and when would we hear back about the short-term parking
Well,
pilot?
no. That was my question.
But you said who's managing it, and that was,
Yeah, who's
that
managing
that
the
was the start
property
to my
now,
statement.
not the short-term,
No, my point was two.
commuter parking? I want to know who's in control of the site right now and making determinations about whether it's
So
being used
the
appropriately.
city has the legal rights to manage the parking lot, but not the building. That's the most recent agreement. And the city is currently looking at how to manage that parking. We will need to come back to council with proposals because any management of that parking will require some action by the council. It's not simple. We might need an ordinance, we might need other appropriations. There's just options that are being considered right now.
I think Mayor Bertland was asking, we have not calendared the parking pilot follow-up item. I believe we were here Mayor
I was not
you were,
here.
the first week of June, we presented just an intro to the pilot parking study. We need to get that back on the calendar. And Councilmember Anderl, to your question, we determined at this point that the parking that's happening there is just fine the way it is. And we certainly had the option to close the lot, and we decided not to do that. So right now, it's generally an open lot. I think it's being used as such. People are parking there to visit town center properties and such.
Okay, I just very directly, there was an inquiry, I don't know if it was on Nextdoor or if it was directed to council, but about people using the lot as an informal used car lot.
Oh.
Parking things there for more extended periods of time with for sale signs in the window, so.
Good to know, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and finally, council approved staff and project expenses in the 2018 and 2019 budgets, but we need to, for accounting purposes, we have to appropriate those funds from the Sound Transit settlement funds. And I also, Chip and I, our finance director, Chip Corder, and I went through all the line items to make sure that everything is coded correctly. We've created a specific Sound Transit Settlement Code fund so that we can account for all of the expenditures carefully. And when we are seeking reimbursement for either the or any of the due diligence costs, we've got everything very carefully accounted for and budgeted for. So this most recent budget update, again, we've gone through every line item so that we know that everything that we had paid as of the end of June is shown in the table in the agenda bill, and we're confident that the projected costs through 2019, outside of a couple months of rent potentially, we believe that's what the costs will be for 2019 at this point. So we have a couple motions before you.
I have a couple questions.
Absolutely.
So the table that you've presented to us, it totals the cost of $965,991. That's the current estimate.
Okay.
We have two motions, but one is directed at recovering from BP ARCO. That's $139,000. The second one is recovering from Sound Transit. So just as you split the motion in terms of who you ultimately expect to be reimbursed from, can you tell me if the let's call it $966,000, what portion is coming from Sound Transit and what portion would be coming from BP ARCO or another party?
So if you look at the total estimated costs for 2018 and 2019, the top line, it's $472,788 we anticipate recovering from BP ARCO.
So
settlement.
So BP is roughly half?
Yes.
And the rest is Sound Transit?
Yes.
So in the BP ARCO sense, we have a sense of being reimbursed as soon as we go through whatever the necessary process is, but we would anticipate that not extending beyond, let's just say, another 6 to 9 months, roughly. With Sound Transit, what we've been saying, and as it states in here, is it will be reimbursed by Sound Transit when the project is constructed, which is arguably 4+ years from now. So my concern is that we continue to use our contingency fund to finance this project. Do we have a sense of how much we have spent or are assuming to be reimbursed from Sound Transit to date and or estimated through 2019? Because we're self-financing on the basis of a promise of a Sound Transit settlement agreement. And to me, this causes a fair amount of concern.
So if you look at, through 2019, these are all the costs for the long-term parking. The other expenditures, I'm sorry, I did not look at that for the most current update, but it's about $200,000. It's a pretty modest amount that we've expended so far. Council has appropriated funds for traffic mitigation safety projects in the budget, but we haven't expended those yet.
So related to this site, what we're saying is that roughly half of the $496,000 will come from Sound Transit. Are you saying that $200,000 is in addition, or it is inclusive?
Yeah, because those are not part of the long-term parking. And those are items that we can reimburse as we go.
So in essence, we're estimating, and this is rough estimation, that we are self-funding right now $670,000 for the Sound Transit project. Is that an approximate?
Yes. Although we will be reimbursed. We've actually been reimbursed for about $100,000 at the end of 2018.
From Sound Transit?
From Sound Transit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this leads to something that I raised at least twice when we had a different city attorney and a different city manager. And that is the extent to which we can formalize with Sound Transit that we can submit and be reimbursed for expenses in advance of the project being constructed / completed. Now, some people can argue the minute there's one parking place, we could submit an invoice. I don't know that that's the case, but what I worry is that we're at 2019. or 670,000 or 570,000 into financing this project, with still another 4 years to go. And our contingency fund, A, is finite, and B, is in essence there in the event that the city needs to use it for other purposes, rather than what is, to me, feels like a credit card right now. So what I would very much appreciate coming from staff at this point is a plan for how we're going to formalize, or, you know, whether or not you need council, even consensus first, but going back to Sound Transit and having milestone reimbursements versus a reimbursement that is based on completion or construction.
We have been having a conversation with Sound Transit about the plan that you've just described. I understand that when the Tully site, when that purchase is final, we, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kirsten, they will reimburse us for the purchase costs. I'm going to speak plainly here and tell you that we are negotiating multiple things with Sound Transit right now, including the bus intercept. Sound Transit's message to us most recently is we would be interested and willing, I should say, would be willing to talk about a reimbursement plan, but City of Mercer Island, we need to get a decision on the bus intercept as well. So this is a, we have many balls in the air, and I don't want to throw Sound Transit under the bus, no pun intended, I shouldn't have used that. I just need to make clear that this is one of many issues that we are working on with Sound Transit. And so one is definitely part of the other, and yes, so that is my candid response.
Okay, well, this has been a request, at least from me, for, I would guess, 6-12 months. So I appreciate the candor and the frankness. I have to say, it's something of a disturbing message at this point. All right, council, do you have any other questions? Yeah, I think we do have a quorum. Let's keep going.
Okay, well, I'll make the motion, I guess. I move to authorize the city manager to enter into a professional services agreement with Aspect Consulting to provide a site delineation study at the former BP Arco property, to transfer $139,899 from the contingency fund to the town center parking facilities fund, and to appropriate $139,899 for the additional due diligence and negotiation costs related to the environmental cleanup of the city's proposed commuter parking project, which will be reimbursed by known contaminator BP Arco.
Is there a second? So first and second, and you want to speak to it?
We've had
I feel we've had a thorough conversation. Lisa?
I did want to make just a couple of statements, and that is that I recognize the tension here and the tension in the community between wanting to give the site a chance to move forward and Micah a chance to be there with a home for Youth Theater Northwest. You know, I also recognize the need for the commuter parking and the desire for the city to spend the settlement funds wisely. But I'm not deaf to the complaints that we're starting to hear about sunk costs and snowballing. I think right now, what I've heard, I feel like there's good opportunities for reimbursement, good opportunities to use settlement funds. And right now, we're at a point where it would be like driving across the I-90 bridge to Seattle and then turning around at the I-5 exit because it had taken you too long to get there and just going back home. So I kind of feel like there's still an opportunity to kind of finish the trip and get to where we need to go. And so I'm inclined to support these motions, even though I am starting to feel a little anxious about the amount of money that's laying out there.
Does anybody else want to speak to the first motion? All right, hearing none, let's take a vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, I move to authorize the city manager to transfer $129,624 from the contingency fund to the town center parking facilities fund, and to appropriate $129,624 for additional legal work to negotiate a development agreement with Main Street property rental costs, property rental costs related to the city's proposed commuter parking project and to project management costs, which will be all reimbursed by the Sound Transit when the project is constructed.
Second.
It's been first and seconded. Is there discussion? All right, well, I have a couple points. I'm going to, with a degree of concern, a great degree of concern, I'm going to vote on this because I think it's still consistent with Lisa's overall analogy, which is we're kind of in it. That being said, I think we're going to have to address this issue of this Sound Transit reimbursement schedule and conditions, obviously. And the second thing is, I would very much like to see staff coming back with at least an update on what the parking situation at Tully's is within the next couple months. That would be great.
Can I just?
Yeah, that's
Yeah. I just also want to express my agreement with the concerns that have been raised by the mayor and also by Councilmember Anderall. I think when we're talking about these kinds of numbers, they're beginning to really look huge. But I guess the comfort I take is that, and I'm trusting a little bit the staff's analysis, that we are coming to a closure on some of these things, and that hopefully it's important for us to get resolution on this piece of property. It is dirty. We need to identify how to clean it up in order to move forward if we are to have this community parking project and a home for Micah. So this is one of those things you hate to pay for, but again, hopefully it's reimbursable. But it is a lot of money, and so I think people have a right to be concerned and express their angst.
Anything else? All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. All right, it is 10:03. I know I need a short break, so let's adjourn until 10:10. It is, Ira's going to help me tell time. It is 10:11. So I'm hoping we can go ahead and get started. We still have a few items to go. Okay, so I have to find my place in all of this. The next, or the second item of regular business is Agenda Bill 5585, Mercer Island Transit Interchange Guiding Values. And for that, we welcome Jason Kintner. And Kirsten's up again.
Good evening, Jason Kintner, Public Works Director. My participation in this project has ramped up in the last few weeks, and so with any project that's given staff, you take your time to reevaluate all the information that's provided in the project. And so tonight's a good opportunity to sort of hit the reset in terms of the information that's being circulated in the various platforms. So tonight our goal is to provide an update on the information to address those community and council member questions and concerns. The council member questions primarily stem from the March 19th and the April 30th council meetings. And then really the goal tonight is to seek council direction in terms of where do we want to go with this? Where does the council want to spend staff resources and efforts, and where do you want us to focus our attention on in terms of drafting a response to King County Metro and Sound Transit, or doing something different? So what we do know, we know that Sound Transit's a regional transit authority responsible for providing high-capacity transportation system for the Central Puget Sound per the RCW. Sound Transit not only has the authority to implement and operate such a system, but they also have the powers to acquire necessary facilities, including the rights over lands. In 2008, the Mercer Island voters approved ST2 with a 58% yes vote, which included a light rail station on Mercer Island. Eastlink construction is well underway, as we can all see with the construction activities, and expected to begin operation in 2023. Once Eastlink is operational, Sound Transit will no longer provide regional bus service between Mercer Island and Seattle. All light rail stations, including Mercer Island, will include these bus rail integrations as a necessary part of the transit operations. That's not unique to Mercer Island, it's global. We also know that in 2017, the city and Sound Transit reached a settlement agreement with the closure of the Sound roadways. That settlement agreement was reached without King County Metro at the table. The agreement specifically states that the transit interchange be based on the 77th Avenue Southeast configuration, which includes the roundabout pictured below. It specifically says the configuration will take place on 77th Avenue Southeast and not the 80th Ave Southeast configuration. The settlement agreement also was, again, it was completed without Metro at the table. The agreement also includes conditions such as no regional bus drop-off or pickup in the layover area on 80th Ave Southeast. Only the local bus routes will be able to use the drop-off, pickup, and layover areas on the north side of North Mercer Way. And that bus layover times are limited to 15 minutes, and then only during the afternoon peak period between 3:30 and 7 p.m. Again, that agreement was reached without Metro at the table. The 77th Ave configuration was preferred by the City Council for a number of reasons. One, primarily being that it prevented regional buses traveling through the town center. It requires significantly less layover spaces for buses, 3 to 4, which we know now is 4 is what's being recommended by Metro, versus the 8 on the Southeast 80th configuration. The impacts to 80th Ave were significantly less, and then the impacts to the intersection at 80th and Southeast 27th, where we've been talking about a mixed-use development taking place, were obviously less as well. Following the settlement agreement, Metro began working on the operational plan to meet the conditions set forth in the settlement agreement. In order to meet Metro's concurrence, refinements were needed to meet the terms of the agreement. As we know, they've identified 2 conditions or refinements that are needed to meet the 77th configuration. One is to allow layovers at all hours of the day, with the potential to be occasionally longer than 15 minutes. To clarify this is specific to the employee contract for the Sound Transit drivers. It specifically states that the end of a revenue line run for a driver, they're required to have a minimum of a 5-minute layover or more. What we know now is that's going to range from 5 to 20 minutes, is what Metro and Sound Transit are telling us. The thing to keep in mind is that Metro is in the business to make money and transport people, and the longer the layover time, the less money that they're going to generate through their routes. So it is in their interest to minimize those layover times as much as possible. The second refinement was to allow the layover as well as a pickup and drop off on the north and south sides of North Mercer Way. As we discussed the March 19th and April 30th council meetings, Metro has proposed 2 options that meet the terms of the settlement agreement that includes these refinements. And those are the improved and the optimal service configurations. The primary differences between the improved and the optimal service configurations are the number of buses that are being proposed. So on the improved, they're saying it's 16 buses, and on the optimal, it's 20 buses per hour. It's strictly due to the spatial confinements that they're projecting based off these configurations. Additionally, the optimal configuration has an 80th drop-off pickup possibility for Mercer Island routes. Those are the 2 key differences between those 2 options. So here in the image is, this is also posted to our Let's Talk page, but these are the proposed refinements. Basically, these include the refinements for both the improved and the optimal. So bullet 2 is the additional drop-off pickup on the north side of North Mercer Way. Bullet 3 is the additional layover space they need for their buses and their Metro operations. And then the bullet point 7 is where the proposed drop-off pickup, but again, that would only be for the optimal configuration.
Jason, I'm sorry, can you go back to when you're describing or comparing the differences between the improved and the optimal? And you mentioned 16 buses versus 20 buses per hour during the peak hours. Explain to me why the difference?
It's based off of their projections and their forecasts. It's strictly based off of what they spatially can predict. It's based off their predictions for buses based off the spatial configurations. It is still a TBD for them when they go through and identify their permanent buses and routes. That'll happen as a public engagement exercise starting in 2021. So I have additional notes on that in the coming slides, but per the study that's been provided to the city, that's the difference between the 2 studies. On the improved, it's 16 buses per hour. The optimal includes 20 buses per hour.
And there are operational limitations for the Sound Transit Settlement Agreement, yes? In terms of how many buses?
Correct. So the settlement agreement specifically states that no more than 36 to 39 buses per hour could be used in this interchange, and so we're roughly half of that.
Okay.
On both of these.
And that
refinements.
approximate 39 is roughly what we have today.
Correct. 36 and 39 are what we have today.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can you tell me why the limited option is no longer an option, and why is in a study that is an operational study of options, all of which were supposed to be options that worked? And
Sure. So the limited configuration is based purely on the conditions set forth in the settlement agreement. So as I stated, Metro was not at the table during the Sound Transit settlement agreement with the city. So Metro's concurrence in terms of their operational plan is needed. The limited is the service plan that's identified in the settlement agreement. As they've evaluated that option, it does not meet their operational needs. And so therefore the 2 refinements have been proposed, which then gets us to the 2 viable options of the improved and optimal configurations.
so I don't understand, because the settlement agreement said that passengers disembark on the south side, and the limited option in the operational plan has passengers disembarking on the north side. So to me, it's not what's in the settlement agreement. Some company was hired to give assessments of operational plans that would work for Metro, and that showed up in that report. Do you have anything in writing from anyone that says you cannot pick that plan?
Kristen, I'm going to look to you.
Could you
Do you have anything in writing from any of the parties to the settlement agreement that say in the operational concurrency study that the limited plan cannot be chosen?
We have a letter from Metro that was sent to Sound Transit and forwarded to us by Sound Transit that Metro will only concur with the improved or optimal, and thus the limited does not work.
That letter was attached as an exhibit in the agenda bill.
So my question, I have a couple, but right now, isn't the buses that are running onto the island from the east side now, those are operated by Sound Transit on behalf of King County Metro? Or,
Yeah, the inverse.
because they're Sound Transit buses, the 550 and the 554 are Sound Transit buses.
But Metro operates their buses.
Well, what obligations does Sound Transit have to facilitate Metro's concurrence? And what have they done to try to facilitate Metro's concurrence with the limited configuration?
Can I, because I think lots of big questions. Do you have any more facts that you want to lay out, any more background you want to provide? And then,
Sure.
So Lisa, I don't mean to.
Oh, no, that's okay. I thought we were in Q&A. I thought we were
We
done.
were drifting there, so I thought we had a chance to go ahead and finish with his.
Sure. So Sound Transit Metro provided estimates on the interchange data. So there's been a lot of numbers floated out there. It's important to note these are estimates. A final determination on precise bus volumes will be determined at a later point in time, starting in 2021 when the Metro does their public outreach process. It's important to note the bus rail integration is only at 30% design. It's at conceptual right now. Sound Transit continues to work towards 60% and is expected to achieve this milestone later this year. That timeframe was attached as Exhibit 5 in your agenda packet. Sound Transit is continuing to move forward with the property acquisition and design for the bus rail interchange of the roundabout at 77th Ave Southeast. We understand that significant community concerns remain. We understand that public safety is a big concern with the community. Both Merced Police and Merced Fire have had operational discussions with Sound Transit and will be involved in the city's design review as the project moves forward. And that we recognize that additional public engagement and outreach is needed to the community to explain the operations. So as mentioned earlier, the actual number of buses per hour per the settlement agreement is 36 to 39. What's being proposed by Metro with the improved in the optimal configurations is 16 to 20 buses per hour. We know that in the afternoon, the morning commute is going to be the most difficult in terms of the crossings along North Mercer Way. What they're forecasting is 1,300 peg crossings crossing at North Mercer and 80th during the peak hour, the peak busiest hour between 6 and 9 a.m. In the afternoon, those numbers are significantly less because the pickup is on the south side of North Mercer Way. So the only pedestrians that will be crossing North Mercer Way are those who are walking to their house or home or walking back to the park and ride. We also know that Metro and Sound Transit have forecasted 4,200 daily boardings. Boarding is a passenger getting on the train at the station. It is likely that many of those will return to Mercer Island, but it is possible they could go elsewhere as well. And then it's important to know that 1,300 peds crossing North Mercer and 80th, it's forecasted to impact the signal timing as we install a protected pedestrian walking of additional 3 seconds per signal cycle. That still falls within our level of service C at that intersection, which is consistent with our comprehensive plan. Again, these are forecast numbers based off of the best available information at this time. Again, starting in 2021, when Metro begins their outreach, these numbers will be refined. So to sum it up, here are the key intercept questions that we've been hearing. One is, why is the bus intercept on the table, and why is the Mercer Island location is needed? Reminder, voters approved the ST2, Sound Transit's legal authority to implement the transportation system. Can we say no to the bus intercept? Rashawn is saying no will likely not stop Sound Transit from implementing a bus intercept unilaterally. Sound Transit has statutory authority to provide regional transportation and to implement and operate high-capacity transportation systems, including the SD2 plans. According to Sound Transit, this integration is a necessary component of the S2 operations and the transportation system. It's important to note that as additional rail systems come on board with the implementation of SD3, again, the operations are going to change, the dynamics are going to change. If Mershon says no, what are the implications? Sound Transit would decide how to proceed. They could select and design and implement the bus intercept unilaterally. There may also be implications to the settlement agreement that was reached between Mershon and Sound Transit. And then finally, how will public safety be addressed? As I said before, Mershon Police and Fire had had operational discussions with Sound Transit, and there's a study session scheduled on September 3rd to talk about the preliminary public safety plan for light rail. So teed up tonight in the agenda bill were suggested guiding values in response to Sound Transit. These were simply a starting point for conversation. Again, if council wants to move a different direction, staff is more than willing to entertain that, but we are looking for feedback and direction from council on how to move this forward. With that, questions and discussion.
All right. We have a lot of material to cover. Lisa, did you want to re-ask your question, or do you want to hold off?
I'm not sure I completely captured what it was. I did want an answer to it, but let me see if it kind of comes back fully formed.
Anybody else have any questions? Benson?
And just maybe a more of a contextual one. Why are we doing or developing these guiding values? I mean, are we responding to, I mean, what are we responding to at this point, I guess? Sorry, it's getting late.
So to be perfectly clear, following the last council meeting, council had a number of questions, and Metro and Sound Transit have provided a detailed response. I think there's 12 pages approximately of Q&A. It was important to make sure that the information was fully distributed to the council and the community, and that we can set the table with the right facts and information that we have available. That's one piece. The second piece is it's fair to say, based off the public comment tonight, there is a lot of concern over this bus rail intercept. And so we have heard from Metro and Sound Transit and what works for them. If you can choose to do nothing, or you can choose to direct staff to do something different. The guiding values were a starting point for that discussion.
Wendy?
So we did hear a ton of public comment about this and lots of remarks that reflected wishful thinking, I think, as well as practical, what are we going to do? So Sound Transit has legal authority. They can come in and do whatever. We have a settlement agreement. We have good faith negotiations. I've heard that term for 2 years, good faith negotiations. People seem to think we have some negotiating leverage here, so I wonder what the possibility is of getting a subcommittee or getting 2 representatives who maybe aren't running for office this time around to work with our staff, work with Metro and Sound Transit, kind of like how we figured out the settlement agreement. Is there any chance of getting these 2 on the hook to not only find a new city manager, but figure out this intercept, what we can legally do, what we can practically do, and get us to the table with the designers, the decision makers, the permit processors, some way to move us forward based on facts, based on process, and based on the legality of what we can and cannot do and what is or is not actually possible. I think if we can stay grounded in the facts, as we heard from lots of public comment, and figure out where we do have leverage and figure out what we are trying to do here in terms of mobility, not just for islanders, but for people passing through, for people coming to the island, and for all the work we need to do, we need to have, I think, some sort of process for negotiating going forward, wherever we can negotiate and however we can get some leverage into this system that seems to be getting away from us, and the expectations and understandings about what it is are starting to get away from us. So to keep the community dialogue productive, I would love to figure out some sort of process to actually have reasonable, productive conversations.
So I'm going to take a turn because I think in part in going, whether we go into negotiations or whether, as we say, there's seems to be an infinite and almost no options in front of us. Part of what I would hope is that we can articulate what our expectations are. So what are some of the principles? Now, granted, there's a starting point of assuming that there is a bus interchange of some sort, which we can park that over to the side for a minute. And for me, what I heard through the course of many months of conversation, coming from council, I know certainly reflective of my own worries and those in the public, was, of course, there's this, I think, this massive issue of the pedestrians crossing North Mercer Way. You know, how many, what times of day, what type of protected intersections, et cetera. The second part of it was, of course, the functionality of the intersection. I think the deputy mayor has been super spot on with that one. One that also came up in a number of conversations that was very interesting to me is the whole landscape design, meaning that we need to make sure that the vegetation is appropriate. There was concern about people feeling safe by the station. I know in the past there's been concerns about insufficient lighting and or bushes where people could hide. But equally, we've heard from neighbors who want to see more than sufficient, I would say, and I mean that in a positive way, buffering so that the neighborhoods aren't impacted by the noise, potentially by the hear it, see it, smell it factor. So I think that this, what I took away was an attempt to start to outline this, if there's going to be, let's call it bus action, these are some of the principles that we're going to expect to be respected. Now, where I'm concerned that we are today, and as I said, and this is at a voter forum last night, as it currently stands, I do not support any of these configurations because I think, as Jason said, they're conceptual at this point. Without having a set of principles and having conceptual, it's just too vague for me to feel confident. What did come up in my conversations with a couple traffic engineers, granted they were volunteer traffic engineers, et cetera, was this whole idea of 80th again. And I know there's been some conversation about whether or not we should be revisiting some sort of concept on 80th. And Jason brought it up. Originally, that was one of the proposals that appeared multiple years ago. The difference then was the buses were virtually unlimited, and they were then being routed through town center. And those were two among many factors that the council could not accept. Where we are right now is we have a cap, an operational cap on the number of buses that could in fact be, the reality is 50% of what that cap is, 20 to 39. And we don't have a need, as far as I'm hoping, that would drive those buses back into our town center, because to me that's an absolute no-go. So my question is to council, do we want to still operate within the boundaries or the confines of the configurations as they've been laid out? Or do we actually want to start to look at, I think as Wendy was alluding, problem solving in a different way together with Sound Transit? Is there an alternative? So if you guys want to tell me, I'm curious, so I guess I'm throwing it out there.
So I'm just gonna admit now at 10:30, this is not gonna be my best hour, and with a head cold, it probably will be even that much worse. My view on this has been, and I appreciate your assemblage of the facts, but I think the facts are a bit broader than that, because the context of the transit interchange is being forced into this discussion of North Mercer Way and 80th and limited to that. But if we step back to the center lane closure of I-90, the first thing that happened to us is we lost SOV, HOV access to Island Crest Way. This was the highest volume egress from Mercer Island to westbound I-90. And what that did is it forced traffic, Mercer Island traffic, going to Seattle to the West Mercer Ways. We've had numerous public complaints about safety, cars, higher volumes of traffic on West Mercer Way, and that's been an issue. We've coined the term big left, Island Crest Way heading northbound, turning left on the North Mercer Way, going through a series of lights, and those are uncoordinated lights, and the amount of friction that there is for Islanders to get off of Mercer Island heading to Seattle on westbound I-90. We have a bus interchange that was contemplated to drop passengers off on the south side, now being contemplated on the north side, and causing, thousands of pedestrian crossings a day, an intersection that is critical and part of the big left. The issues that I have had with this have been how poorly coordinated this effort has been between Metro and Mercer Island. Sound Transit's basically sat on the sidelines and watched this thing. And that there hasn't been a sense of collaboration. I had one meeting, as did every other council member, shared meeting with Metro and Sound Transit. I know there's frustration in the community about how many people, how many crossings per hour, how many people per bus. You would think that in a meeting with Sound Transit and Metro, that these of all people would have these numbers. And they were using old FEIS, they were using back of the napkin, they were saying, well, the volumes are this, let's divide by 2, and it was worse than what's happening on next door. And these are the agencies that are implementing the study. When I first learned of this operational study, I saw it on the former city manager's desk, and there was a carve-out on 80th that showed a bus layover bay. And I asked her, I said, what is that? She said, well, it's a proposal for an early stage projection for the bus intercept. I said, that's on 80th. That's not on the table. Settlement agreement says we can't do that. And she said, well, that's okay because WASDOT shot that down. So you have these components of other entities trying to implement something on Mercer Island in a way that feels like it has had zero collaboration. And collaboration is contemplated in the settlement agreement. They are to collaborate with us in implementing this. We are to gain their operational concurrence. But what we've seen is that this implementation has about every headwind it could possibly have. It's sprawled the transit interchange to the point where I don't know from a security or a public safety perspective if we could even police it. There's going to be thousands of people all the way from the west side to the east side, to the park and ride, beyond the park and ride, to the Tully site. The footprint of this has become the opposite of concise, and it needs to become concise. The 80th implementation, if you think about it, was concise. It had people coming off of buses and taking as few steps as possible to get to a train. Now, that doesn't address the volumes, the number of buses, the people on the buses, but where that would be addressed is if we did not allow Metro to decouple the conversation, the public engagement of routing and transit configuration. It blows my mind that we can have a conversation about a bus intercept, and then we can say a number of years later, we'll talk about routes. Where do they come from? Who's on them? What are the volumes? It's, to me, unfathomable. We have to go back to Metro, we have to go back to Sound Transit, and we have to say in the spirit of collaboration and in good faith, because we do want to honor the agreement, we have to recouple that. We have to have the conversation about routes. We have to have the public engagement. And we have to look at something that doesn't do this to us. The sad reality on the 3 seconds level of service on 80th and North Mercer Way is that 15% of that intersection's capacity, and we all know what a traffic light intersection costs, millions of dollars. 15% of it is used up by that protected pedestrian crossing, which in the settlement agreement doesn't even exist because the passengers would be getting off on the south side. So what does that mean? Since this was contemplated, we passed, because we were required to pass it under the Growth Management Act, and we were sued to pass it, a traffic concurrency ordinance. And the traffic concurrency ordinance says that development without capacity in an intersection cannot occur until the capacity is there or the level of service is changed. So to the extent that any development needs to occur in town center, which you can't see on this map, but is occurring right now on 80th, if that intersection's capacity is used up with, let's just say, asinine things like disembarking the passengers on the wrong side of the road and having 15% of the capacity, which of a multi-million-dollar intersection used up by pedestrian crossings, that development can't occur. Or we change that level of service from C to D to F to as far as it needs to go. That's what we're contemplating here. And to me, it's a non-starter. So I would rather see us go back to the parties and say, look, this is untenable. We can't solve this transit intercept problem this way. This operational study, which we weren't a part of, needs to be expanded, it needs to be redone. And I would support spending staff resources going back and saying, make it as concise as possible. Bring the volume down. Let's talk about routing. Let's not decouple these two conversations, which they're linked. They have to be linked. So I don't know, I mean, I haven't to date had the support, majority support to get something like this done, but if the council would support it, I think this is the right path. And I don't think it needs to be done in a way that is adversarial. I think it can be done in the spirit of good faith. And I think it can be done even within the dispute resolution conditions of the Sound Transit settlement. Like, there are provisions for us to do this. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, Benson, then Lisa.
So Liam, that was pretty impressive. I mean, but.
With a head cold.
Yeah, with a head cold. You know, and I think what was interesting is that you and the mayor and Councilmember Weicker all are talking about, you know, entering into negotiations or discussions with Metro and Sound Transit. I think I certainly would be in favor of that, just to make sure that everybody, that an agreement that is reached is mutually acceptable. I guess, you know, the mayor, you raised something about 80th, and I had always thought that 80th was off the table because of Washtenaw.
Based on, if I understand correctly, the load of the number of buses.
Okay, so I guess.
So I'm not saying I know it can
No,
be
no,
done.
so I guess the point is, I mean, if you're going to raise some things out there, maybe we have to have staff confirm whether or not that's even a viable option. So that's number one. Number two, I know that certainly a lot of people in the audience, and frankly, even this council, I remember asking former city manager Underwood about the need to have an expert come in to verify the data that we were getting from Sound Transit, because you just can't accept anything blindly. Okay, and I remember she tried to get an estimate of the cost of having our own expert. I know KBG is here, but they don't have the expertise in that area. And so it might be worthwhile to go back and see what notes she has, because if we're trying to, everybody's trying to have the same data, then we need to have our own expert basically come in. But I know, as I recall, it was very costly, and so that might be something that the council just has to swallow, and that's something that the community might have to accept. But that's what it's going to take in order to have our own expert come in and help us.
Can you elaborate what data it is that you'd be looking for?
Well, I think the people had issues regarding the number of buses and in particular the number of pedestrians coming across. And I think it was just in concept. And also, and I know I had this discussion because when I met with Metro as well, we talked at great length regarding the ability to just pick up and drop off riders on the south side. And every time I pushed it, they came back with another answer, that why that's not possible. I'd like to really have our own expert come in and say, that ain't possible, okay, for the following reasons. And so it's that kind of analysis. We just don't have it, okay? And we can accept their answers to the Q&As. I mean, we can do that, or we can push back. And so, you know, again, it's going to take resources to allow us to push back. But, you know, if we're willing to go there, I'm certainly willing to, I think it's necessary at some point to actually bite the bullet and go ahead and commit the resources. But I am encouraged by everybody so far has said, yeah, let's have a conversation with Metro and Sound Transit. Obviously, I know where they want to go. You know, I think we just need to take a hard look at it. I do still have some questions. If we talk about the improved or the optimal configuration, there's definitely some questions that still need to be answered.
Okay. Lisa?
Yeah, so many things that I want to say. And I'm a little late to this party, but obviously this whole memo starts out with the premise that ST2 was approved with a 58% yes vote, provided for a light rail station. Did not at that time, provide for a light rail bus intercept. And so I'm not sure how and when that morphed. I understand the governmental type authority that both Sound Transit and Metro have. Nevertheless, we have a settlement agreement with Sound Transit. Sound Transit is obligated to work collaboratively with us and to work to obtain Metro's concurrence. That was the question that I had earlier before we were in the Q&A session. I don't know what, if anything, they have done to do that, but if we need to engage in the dispute resolution process through the settlement agreement, I'm not afraid to do that. I don't want to sell or give away the good things from the settlement agreement that restricted the impact to the island on Metro's word that they need something else, when in fact, all the information they provided in answer to our questions is that they're not going to have public engagement and planning until 2021 to provide input and feedback on transit services and routing. How they can sit here today and say the only way they can operate is either the improved or the optimal, when they are not predicting any schedules, not predicting any final design, no final decisions about the specific service and layover schedule will be made prior to an extensive public outreach process and approval by King County Council. That's what they say in response to a question 1D in Exhibit 1. I mean, it goes on and on that there are no specific routes planned, there are no specific schedules planned, and that they're going to do all of that after extensive public outreach. Why we would bifurcate the selection of the configuration from the public outreach and put the configuration selection first when it seems like the public outreach is what should happen first is just unbelievable to me. So I have, real concerns about accepting anything other than going back to, and having more discussions. And I mean, at the end of the day, in sympathy to staff, when they wake up tomorrow morning, they're going to want to know what kind of direction did we get from council. And so my feeling is right now that sending a letter with guiding values is of no value, because King County Metro will be able to take every single guiding value listed here and any others that we propose and basically spin it so that their design or configuration fits those values. I mean, that's what we saw when they gave us a list of 15 purported benefits of the optimal configuration, which none of which are benefits to Mercer Island. They're all benefits to their operational plans. So I'm of a mind right now to support what Salim suggested, is potentially go back and keep talking to them, implement trigger the dispute resolution provisions if we need to. But I don't think a letter with guiding values is really going to move the ball forward in any meaningful way.
Okay. Jason, can I ask you to clarify something? The community outreach, what I understood from King County Metro with regard to community outreach was basically to the broader east side as they were trying to configure where their buses were going to go. It wasn't community outreach to Mercer Island. This was about figuring out what their bus routes were going to be, North Bend, Sammamish, Issaquah,
Yes.
And everything in between. It wasn't specifically directed at this community.
It was part of Metro Connects.
It is part of Metro Connects,
Okay.
yes.
So I think that's an important point to clarify, that the community outreach was, in establishing the routes, was with the many east side cities.
Yes, and Mercer Island,
Mercer
and
Island.
Mercer Island community, Mercer Island City Mercer Island City Council and the community will definitely be able to weigh in at that time on routes, on preferences about those routes. Just all the questions that the council has can be addressed at that time with Metro, which I understand seems too late, but it's the timing, the Metro Connects timing.
Wendy, did you want to?
So I'm going to circle back to the $10 million settlement agreement. That was crafted because we expected Carmageddon, right? Carmageddon didn't happen. We have a $10 million agreement with a lot of stipulations, and we're down to this final bus intercept that's been painful for the last 3 years. Before we spend more money to double check this study, that study, data that we're hearing isn't available because it's still evolving. We're at 30% design. Is there any chance we can pull together a negotiating team with Salim right there at the top, and hopefully Benson, to figure out what is possible? Is there a chance we can do that without too much risk of putting that $10 million at risk?
Let me just chime in here real quick. I want to advise caution about legal strategy related to the settlement agreement. We really need to have those discussions in executive session. In terms of a negotiating team, I've heard several of you say something around the lines of we need to provide clarity and consensus on direction. I fully support whatever process we need to lay out. I am still not sure what the boundaries are, what you would like us to do. Is it design work? Is 80th back on the table?
I think we've just started the conversation.
Okay.
I just still have some real conversation to go. I know I'm not there yet.
Thank you.
And when I bring up 80th, I say, for example, I'm not advocating I'm not a traffic engineer. And I've been told I'm not, and I'm saying I'm not a traffic engineer.
If I may, let me just follow up that comment. We are here to support you in this work. It has been difficult lately to get direction, not at your fault, but there are many moving parts here, including 3 operating partners, WashDOT, Sound Transit, and King County. So I will just say that we are here, we support you, and we appreciate the direction you can provide tonight.
If I can weigh in on one point, at this point, I'm also not an attorney. Not only am I not a traffic engineer, I'm not an attorney, but I also know that I get a little bit nervous when I start hearing the word triggering dispute mechanisms. I don't know what that means. And to me, that I would have to ask the question whether that's setting us off on a path that carries more risk than I'm comfortable with. When we were in the many months of stress and anxiety when we were going through the other set of negotiations years ago, there was some benefit in having, first of all, one-on-one meetings with Sound Transit where we could, with their leadership, express, what our individual concerns were. And then second of all, coming up with a small group that was representing the interests of the council, which should, of course, then be representing the interests of the community, to try to outline what the expectations were. You can either put them in the affirmative, here's what we want, or you can put them in the disaffirmative, which is here's what we don't want. It seems to me that there might be some benefit in establishing that small working group. I don't know if I'm ready to call it a subcommittee yet, but a working group. And in the meantime, staying away from any formal dispute mechanisms. I think I would want to understand much more about what path that sets us on. But that's my 2 cents.
Imagine how I feel, right? I've been volunteered for the suicide mission. I'd like to know what it is too.
I can speak from
It's
personal
not a
experience. You
suicide
will not
mission.
sleep, you will not eat.
Yeah. Look, I think in any negotiation, there's a starting point and then there's a continuum. And I don't think that this starting with a dispute resolution is the right way. But I think recognizing that tool exists and that it has multiple levels of escalation is important. I think that we as a council have not been engaged in the nitty-gritty of this process at an early enough stage. And I think to try and unravel the onion at this point, we're going to have to kind of go back to Sound Transit and to Metro and to say, look, I understand you collaborated with staff. I'm going to guess you collaborated with staff. I don't know what information came when, but we have a community that we represent that has grave concerns about the implementation that the operational study has. And I think we take it from there. And I think that that can be done in a way that is constructive and fast-paced and meets everybody's needs. But I think that with the support of the community, we can probably make some progress on that. I'm willing to do it. I can't say what it is, but I have good certainty that we can make some progress, but now is the time to start.
I know what it is, and it is trying to figure out the configuration to meet our islanders' needs for mobility, as well as recognizing Sound Transit has legal authority, as well as building a regional transportation system in 3 counties, right? It's a local and regional thing. What is the configuration we need to serve our islander mobility, as well as be one of the intercepts for being accessible for light rail for other folks who are trying to get to Seattle from the east side?
Okay, Benson, and then Lisa.
You know, as far as, you know, giving direction, I think Councilmember Weicker probably laid out all the different different factors or different components to this complex problem. I mean, it is local, but it's all part of a regional transportation plan to provide mobility through this very congested and increasingly congested area. I think in terms of direction to the staff, obviously I don't think we're going to head for this guiding value proposition, but I would perhaps want to encourage maybe we give direction to the city manager to start this conversation with Metro and with Sound Transit to basically let them know, I'm sure Metro and Sound Transit already knows because they've dealt with us, that the community is having some major concerns with the current direction and would like to engage in some discussions. And I think it can be done in a very professional, non-threatening way. I think it's just a matter of being able to express what our concerns are. And, you know, frankly, I guess part of it would be to see, to get a better idea why the configuration in the settlement agreement just won't work. And again, get back to the point of, before we go in there and have this discussion with them, we need to have our own experts, and we need to have our own information to support our position. But I think, you know, we can have, you know, we have time. I mean, it's not, unfortunately, Sound Transit probably does have the legal authority just to plow ahead. But, you know, let's take the opportunity now to engage with them and see if we can move the needle a little bit here. But I think having the city manager start that conversation is probably the right approach.
I'm just going to add to that, and I know Lisa, because you did have one point up there, Jason, that said that they are continuing to move forward with the design. And if I recall the timelines correctly, that means that they're moving into 60%?
Correct.
And that comes back late fall?
Correct.
So that's the current time. I think, you know, the question is, you know, would we concur that that is actually an appropriate timeline? But I just wanted to bring that up, that we can do this, but there's no certainty that Sound Transit doesn't continue to move forward on the 77th roundabout.
Right, I think, real quick, I think it's important to note that, again, with the 77th Ave configuration, there are 2 properties involved with this. And so as part of that process, there's a long process that is entailed in terms of working with those property owners. And so that is, they're working in that direction because that's what's outlined in the settlement agreement. So yes, you're correct. They are moving forward with this design. The next milestone is later this fall, as you mentioned.
Okay. Lisa?
May I,
yeah, sorry.
Just before we move on, may I follow up on Benson's request? I want to make sure the council and the community knows that the staff have been relaying the information and concerns to Sound Transit, literally daily, twice daily, 3 times a day conversations with them. So this information is being conveyed. To the point we just made, Sound Transit is moving from 30% to 60% design. And I would say that we don't have a lot of time here. The further they get into design, the more it is going to cost to change that design. So if your conversation, and I'm not sure it is, if your conversation is moving towards design changes for Sound Transit or asking us to explore design changes, we need to be doing that work now. Sound Transit has not offered to pay for any of that work. So if you would like us to revisit design, I do need to engage engineers to assist, and it would be at our cost. So I just want to put a pin in that design conversation and make sure we understand time.
Okay, Lisa, did you want to?
Yeah, and I'm not sure I understand exactly where the break is between design and schedules and routes, but for me, what I see is our goal should be to minimize the negative impact to the residents of the island. Minimizing the negative impact can be done in a number of ways, but most importantly, it is by minimizing the number of, the amount of buses on the island at any one point in time. That could mean looking at not having buses lay over. Well, how do you do that if this is the end of the route? Well, maybe this shouldn't be the end of the route. Sound Transit and King County Metro tell us, oh, there won't be any buses going into Seattle once light rail is implemented, but who makes that decision? Sound Transit and King County Metro. They can change that. They could potentially take the buses that come from Sammamish and North Bend and Issaquah and Eastgate and run them into Seattle nonstop so that people don't have to break their trip up. That would mean not only that there would be many fewer people disembarking on the island as pedestrians, it would mean that those buses aren't laying over. So I would like that still to be on the table. I would also like to see on the table the option that even if we are an intercept of some kind, I think we should just be a station, but even if we have to be an intercept, that burden is shared by South Bellevue, because they are 5 times bigger than we are. And they have infrastructure, they have transportation infrastructure, they have much larger police force, and they already are going to have a huge park and ride and a huge light rail station where buses will be intercepting with light rail. By King County and Sound Transit's own admission, they will route some buses from the east side to South Bellevue. So why isn't that burden being somehow more equitably shared? We are tiny, we can't do this. So I feel strongly that those things should be on the table. Maybe I'm being unrealistic, maybe I'm too late to the party to influence this, but that's what I'm hearing our residents want us to explore, and that's what I think should still be a subject of discussion.
Okay, I'm going to go back and then ask for consensus. As I mentioned, the staff are willing to work whatever policy direction you give us tonight. So if a majority of you are asking for no bus layovers on the island, or Lisa just laid out, Councilmember Andel just laid out a number of ideas, I do need to understand that that is a majority consensus so that we have.
Right, I think we're still in the brainstorming.
Okay,
I think I'm
that's
still
fine.
trying to give council members a chance to surface some of their concerns. And obviously, we're going to have to take that bucket, and we're going to have to, it's going to remain a bucket, or we're going to bring it down to some, high priority points. But I want to make sure that everybody has a chance to express their thoughts at this point. But your point is well taken, and that is, it is 11:03, and it would probably serve us well to start to focus the conversation a little bit more.
I mean,
Benson?
do we need to have a special meeting before everybody goes brain dead? Or can we land this plane tonight? I don't know.
Let me offer something else. I just quickly conferred with Jason Kittner, and we would welcome the formation of some sort of a working group with council members assigned to work with us. Going from council meeting to council meeting, even, right now we have a month gap before the next meeting, but even 2 weeks, we need to be making decisions and working more quickly than we are. And really, in the spirit of working in good faith, that's what Sound Transit is saying that they need from us, is you are not working quickly enough. So we would support the notion of a working group if that is the direction, at least as a starting point, that you'd like to go.
At this point, I would support you coming back, and that means very quickly with what the working group looks like and what their charter is, because, and under the previous city manager, we found out that understanding what the charter of the group is super important to keeping everybody on the same page.
And I would actually argue I need that direction from you.
Well, I think we can give it to you in principle. I don't want to start writing it up there tonight thing, because we don't do well when we go down that road. But what a question for council, we are a council of 5 versus 7 tonight, which causes me a little bit of unease, but not a huge amount. Yet I was not sure if there was consensus that, for example, we would want to have Benson and Salim take this forward at least for the next, call it month, until August 20th.
Well, I'm willing to do it.
Whatever the it is.
If that's the process, I'm willing, certainly, I'm sure the deputy mayor as well. But I think we just need to move the process. I guess, I appreciate the city manager's need to have direction. And again, I would, I'm not so sure if I would want to provide this laundry list of things that the Councilmember Enroll did. I think.
Because I'm not shy about being a traffic engineer.
Well, no, because I think a lot of these things, and I could be wrong, but I think a lot of these things, again, it's within the purview of Metro and Sound Transit. They have the authority to provide the transportation system, what have you. So, I'm not going to try to step on their toes. On the other hand, to the extent we have any kind of sway in the configuration, that's where we want to aim the negotiations or the discussions. And so I would want, as far as direction, again, and it's the charter, we need to make sure that they're willing to talk with us, okay? I don't know if Sound Transit and Metro are going to be willing to talk to us. Jason is laughing.
That's our first question.
Yeah, that'd be our first question, but, are they just going to blow us off, or are they willing to listen to us?
They will listen if we come up with our own design on our dime and it meets the terms that have been outlined and operational needs of Metro. They will listen, but that work's got to be done on our dime. And so that's what the city manager just stated. So I think that's an important piece to reemphasize.
Well, so as far as the charter is concerned, I think what I'm hearing is that the high-level principle is to go back to be, together with staff, is to go to Sound Transit and Metro and articulate the concerns of the community, the concerns of council. And I think what we've heard, again, those concerns is, again, Salim's been very passionate and articulate about intersections, and I'm just going to use intersections. There's been a lot of concern about the number of pedestrian crossings and the safety. I know I definitely have a concern about bikes and bikes passing through, not just through that intersection, but until they get to 76th and the park that we talked about so much. There's been concerns about ensuring that we have the appropriate landscaping. I'm a little less worried about that at this point, though. So I'm going to throw out there, let's start that, we want to come up with a configuration that is acceptable to the community and operational to Sound Transit Metro, that, preserves and or secures the safety of pedestrian, bicycles, motorists, preserves our intersection mobility. And is there anything else?
Public safety.
Public safety,
Oh, yeah,
excellent.
that.
Thank you. It's kind of embarrassing that I didn't come up with that one. To me, that maybe those are three core components.
They are, and I think that, the preamble to that list, if you want to make it, is just that this working group, subcommittee, whatever you call it, is, the chances of success are if we start now, right? Mm-hmm. Not a month from now or whenever our next meeting is. They're much higher. And that what we're really doing is, now that we know about the negative impacts of the implementation or the implementation options, we're trying to offset as many of those as we can. And so I don't think we have to get too married to what that list is. It's about mitigating the negative impacts that we now know, which we didn't know when this was negotiated.
Yeah.
And if I could just chime in and remind you that the design is for the cement and the infrastructures and the pullouts and the roundabouts. The operational changes can evolve over time as ridership and demand and growth happens in the region, right? So as you go forward, Salim, and thank you for doing this work, you're very tactical and you get the data, and I appreciate that. And if Benson shows up with our guiding principles, I think the two of you are a good balance. You get the practicalities, you get the legal framework, you understand the history. Benson, you were there at the start. I'd love it if you could come back in August and give us some recommendation based on all your understanding and work and partnership with Metro and Sound Transit, because I think we all want the best for public safety. What we need is what's going to go on the ground, and we can figure out the buses over time. We know what the baseline might be, whether it's 12 buses or 20 buses, it's not going to be 39, right? They've already said they don't need that. So if you could just focus on what the cement configuration hardscape is going to be, I think that's the critical part for the design.
I think we're going to get to the point of, are there options?
Correct.
I'm not sure we're going to know what those options are. I think.
And what's on the ground is going to be different than the buses over time, and I think you get that. So,
But I think we
Thank
also,
you.
I guess my point is that's 4 or 5 weeks from now, to be practical in terms of, you guys are great, and I'm hoping that Sound Transit Metro are great, but I also know that it's 5 weeks in the summer months.
and we've been talking about it for years.
Right, but, if people are on vacation, they're on vacation. I mean, I'm a pragmatist at the end of the day, so I don't, my personal expectation is that you would not come back and say, here's the new intercept. Mine would be to say, here's what we explored, here's where we're headed. Council, do you agree? I mean, that's pretty high level, but that's a lot of work even in 4 or 5 weeks.
I think all we're trying to do now is explore what other options are there. I mean, right now, we're
Yeah.
being presented with 2 options.
Our refinements.
Or refinements, and the question is that really the universe? And so, yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, they're not refinements. They are wholesale changes to the settlement agreement that.
I used it, Justine,
Yeah.
jokingly, because that's what they called it.
Yes, but they are, let us be clear, they are not refinements. That is King County Metro, who was not a party to the settlement, trying to negatively alter the terms of the settlement.
But again, they weren't part of the settlement agreement, and so, I mean, that's just, they were not, and so
I'd stay away from attributing intent at this point. I think it would be.
Yeah, and so, but the bottom line is that we need to see what other options there are, because right now, what we're seeing is not acceptable to the community, so.
So do we need a motion, or how do we?
Well, and before you go there, I need to point out one other thing. We are happy to explore options, and I believe you're speaking about design options. I do need resources to do that work. We can get as far as a whiteboard exercise, but to really understand if options, will function, I do need engineering resources to do that. So let me tell you what I've heard, and then think about resources. Yes to Deputy Mayor Neese and Councilmember Wong joining the staff in a working group. I actually have a list of 5 things, although these might bleed together. Concern about loss of intersection capacity, concern about pedestrian safety, and the volume of crossing happening on North Mercer Way. Bike safety, certainly through that area as well. Landscaping, although it may be a lesser issue right now, but it's on the list. And public safety and concerns about crime. I then heard conversation that we need to focus on design, because that is where we're at right now with Sound Transit. And then I just made the point that if we are going to look at design and have any sort of meaningful conversations with you as a next step, I do need to have engineers assisting us looking at our alternatives.
So what does that mean? When you say you need engineers, what is the specific request? What do you need us to say yes or no to?
I'm going to look at our Public Works Director for guidance on this one.
So we need engineering support to say, and I'm just going to throw this out there because I've heard this idea, if there's a roundabout that's going to be proposed to route buses in a different section of this configuration that's up here, we need our engineers to tell us, A, can it be done? What are the issues with it? What are the ripple effects, right? You put a roundabout at a specific intersection, there's a ripple effect on the intersection on either side of it, potentially. We need engineering support to look at that and analyze that and tell us whether that conceptual design and option is truly an option or is it a non-starter right out of the get-go. That is an essential piece to any of this conversation that takes place. Michael and KPG have done an extensive amount of work already, and fact-checking, doing all sorts of responses to questions as well. But they also have a number of other workload items as well within their work group. So there is, depending on how many options are out there, it's going to take an engineer review, at least at the conceptual level, in conjunction with the conversations with Sound Transit Metro to see if those options are really viable.
Any idea what that might cost?
And ballpark?
It's a challenging question right now until we know.
We
don't know how many options we're looking at, I guess.
To be honest, I feel like, Frankly, I don't feel like that's a question that we have to answer right now. I think you've got two great council members and some smart heads, and the extent to which you would need to come back to us urgently, then I think you can do that. Or if you're going to feel more comfortable with council here and now authorizing, I don't know, is it $50,000? Is it that's a lot of money to spend in a month. I don't even know if you could spend that much money in a
I would
month.
say 50,000 is a starting point, to be perfectly honest.
Right, but I'm talking about just for the next month until council comes back.
To be perfectly honest, I haven't heard which other options are out there to be discussed. Are we talking 1? Are we talking 4? Are we talking 5? Depending on how many options we're talking about, that price is going to go up. And I'm not trying to be
Right, but my
broad with
point
this,
is
but
we
that's the
haven't got,
reality.
2 council members are not going to be able to tell you to go explore 5 different configurations. That is something that you're going to need majority of council to do, particularly if there's a significant monetary spend associated with it. So I don't feel like there's a major engineering process that is going to take place before we have a report back, whether it's in a special meeting or whether it's at August 20th or something else. But I'm just being pragmatic insofar as you've got 5 weeks, and I don't know how quickly you could grab an engineer, and the dangers associated of us getting out, pieces of paper and starting to do this on our own. So I guess I'm just trying to say, do you need a monetary allotment? What do
Yes.
you need? What constitutes your certainty?
If the expectation is that we will come back to you on August 20th or at another special meeting to be determined with design options, okay? Jesse, I've just given you 5 areas of concern. I need you to go look with your working group at alternatives to the present design, which involves, let's call it the 77th configuration. I do need to take things beyond a whiteboard exercise and at least test them for viability. So, for example, we did a whiteboard exercise this week on a roundabout at 80th, and I won't even take time to tell you why, but it was to turn buses around. I thought it was brilliant and had solved the problem. I quickly learned that I had created a whole host of other problems because Michael was in the room and told me to stop traffic engineering. So I guess my point is that I do anticipate at that August meeting that we could present you with some options to look at, maybe even revisiting an iteration of this. Before I put anything in front of you, I need to just confirm with KPG and our own staff that it is potentially viable. That's all I'm asking. And I think to Jason's point, and we're doing this on the fly, which is making all of us uncomfortable, yes, $50,000 would get us through a design exercise if the council is comfortable with allowing the working group to lead us through some options.
So I threw 50,000 out because that was just a number. Is that the right number?
Yeah, I have the same thought. It's not that far off, to be perfectly honest. So what the city manager is proposing, just the viability of a discussion as a quick conversation with Ann, with staff involved, just to determine which options are truly viable. I think we can do that at a fairly reasonable cost. But then as you start to hone in on 1, 2 of these options, that's where your more significant costs are going to come into play.
Certainly by that time, we're going to be back to council.
Yeah,
right? We're not going to try and fully bake a solution in a month and come back and say, this is it, the only one. I also have reservations that we would go out and try and come up with 4 or 5 rejiggerings of this. To me, it's some conversations with the people that did the operational study to begin with. It's opening the door to 80th, what could be done with that new opportunity. But I don't think it's a fully baked exercise that we're going to come back with a month. We just need some litmus test type go or no go. Like Jesse learned, to put a roundabout at 80th creates other downwind issues. So I think, if it's 50 or 100 grand, we're not going to spend it, but we can work within that context, I think. But let's set us up for success. Don't set me up for failure.
Let's do this. If the Public Works team is willing, I would ask for an authorization of up to $50,000 to be carefully managed by the working group to evaluate design options to meet, to potentially address these 5 concerns that we laid out and I articulated earlier. We will use those funds cautiously to test ideas. It could be revisiting this, looking back at options related to 77th and a couple other shades of gray in between.
Do you need a motion?
I do.
Do you want me to give it a try? You gonna help me along the way?
Yeah.
I move to authorize staff to spend up to $50,000 to reassess the bus intercept configuration, including the 5 ideas that you articulated, and report back to council at their August 20th meeting. I don't know if we need a separate motion. I don't think we need a separate motion to actually appoint Benson and Salim, do we? As the working group?
You're probably your pleasure on that, but you're probably fine.
That motion to, I move to authorize. Should we, okay, the first one, we'll just start with the first one. I think Deb's working away.
I've got the first motion, I just need a second. Thank you.
Council, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Second motion, I move to confirm Deputy Mayor Neese and Councilmember Wong to the short-term working group. I'll just leave it at that.
I'll second.
Council, any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. All right.
Clear your calendar, Benson.
I'm not going on vacation.
This is a vacation. Okay. Wow. Council, it's 11:22. I know people are tired, and I know we have an executive session coming at the end. The city manager did mention that there may not be urgency behind our last agenda bill. Jesse, did you want to comment further?
Sure. I sent an email to the city council at some point this afternoon, just indicating that since this council packet went out, the matter that triggered us bringing forward this code compliance agenda bill has been resolved in terms of we have now made contact with the property owners, and their property is no longer listed as a short-term rental. There are certainly other matters in here that, so let me back up. So the urgency of this issue has, it is not as urgent as it was when we put this in the packet last week. However, we do have ongoing concerns and a need to look at our codes related to short-term rentals. If you'd like, and where's Evan and Allison, we could just bring this back to another meeting.
I'd be in favor of that.
I think I'd be in favor. So what you're saying is that the immediate concerns and stress that neighborhood is experiencing is.
Yes, and I should say one other thing, that we have the tools right now that we need to address, continue to manage this situation, and we did prioritize the work. So yes, we have it under control, at least at the moment, and we can bring this item back, and I will apologize profusely to Evan and Allison.
Who just sat here all night?
Well, look,
I
the
feel
reason
kind of bad about that.
The reason that I asked to add this to the agenda was not necessarily the citizen complaint. It was all of the staff work that I saw that went into what effectively the council needed to clarify as their position on code enforcement. Because what we had done is when we did residential design standards, we had made a kind of somewhat blanket statement of how we want to enforce code compliance. And now we've conflated a fence that's 6 foot 2 inches and 2 inches out of compliance with this issue. And what it was amounting to was a whole lot of staff effort in trying to get a citizen to come into compliance voluntarily. That when I saw it, I said, this is a waste of money, and the citizens are not happy with the outcome. So we're solving it in the most expensive way and to the least level of satisfaction of the community. So if we could, I mean, if we're going to punt on this tonight, I'm fine with that, but I hope that staff at least is leaving with the idea that we don't expect you to waste that level of staff time trying to bring the property into compliance in the meantime, because that's the real issue here, is that we have a law in the books that frankly, the web platforms are ignoring and facilitating an activity that is causing quite a bit of wasted effort by our staff and expense.
You want?
Yeah, just a quick response. Or, just a tag on here. I'm fine with punting this to the next meeting, but I guess some of the short-term suggestions that were in the agenda bill, for instance, notifying and informing the Airbnb and the other, whatever, of our statutory requirements and conditional use permit requirement, I think that can still be done. I also would like to encourage you to do that also with respect to our real estate offices on the island. So at least in terms of future educating the public as to what the requirements are, I think you can go ahead and do that. But the deputy mayor brings up a broader issue regarding code enforcement, and that issue needs to be taken a look at. But I also want to definitely take a look at regulating short-term rentals. So, but as far as tonight, it's 11:30 almost, and so let's move on from.
Okay, so I think we're gonna, if you wouldn't mind putting it on the planning schedule again.
And if I may, I want to reiterate what Deputy Mayor Neese said. When this comes in as a complaint, like many of the other complaints we receive, there's a carrot and stick approach, right? Get you to come along and cooperate, and because that is essentially what I understand, and I wasn't necessarily here, has been the direction from the council. In this particular matter, the carrot was causing a lot of concerns for neighbors and impacting their quality of life. So the direction we have right now, and I've already provided this to staff, is we'll move more swiftly into action and enforcement, and the 30-day grace period or the 2-week grace period that we previously extended, we will evaluate that specifically for these situations. So is that, thanks. Okay.
Okay, so we still have a little bit of business left, team. We are now moving on to other business. And is there a motion to excuse council members Bassett and Wiesentiner from this evening?
So moved. Second.
Delvin, first
Give
and
it to him.
second. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, they are excused. Planning schedule.
The first item of business is I need a motion to officially cancel the August 6th meeting. I don't believe we've officially done that yet.
So moved.
First and second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Canceled.
All right, so just to be brief, I will point out, August 20th, we have rescheduled the joint meeting with the Planning Commission to this date. It's from 5 to 7 o'clock. We have 2 items on the agenda that I will make sure and reflected on the planning schedule, Vision 2050 and the Community Facilities Zone. Let's do this, Ally and Deb. We have 2 other meetings, council meetings, that we know need to be rescheduled, October 1st and November 5th. If it's okay with the council, we will reach out to you to confirm the rescheduled dates. It looks like the easiest option for us is going to be moving from the Tuesday to the Monday prior.
That will address the holidays.
Yes, the holiday on October 1st and the election day on November 5th. But let us follow up with you to confirm that. And I'm going to spare any other narrative on the planning schedule at this point.
Okay. All right, council member reports. Wendy. Lisa.
I'm overdue on the utility board report, but let me do that the next meeting.
Okay. Benson.
I'm going to send out an email reminder to folks to. Oh, I'll send out an email reminder to the council to just review the July PIC packet, because there's 2 issues that they want that there's going to be a vote at the next PIC meeting in September. And I'm just going to need some direction, but I'll just highlight the portions of the packet that folks need to read, and then hopefully we can have a brief discussion on August, at the August 20 meeting.
Well, you'll need direction on 2050, which is also part of the Planning Commission, the Joint Planning Commission meeting, so that actually works well.
Yeah. Okay. That's it.
Celine?
So I was asked to give an update because there was an article in the Mercer Reporter about the Renton Airport Master Plan, so I'll keep it super brief. I am the appointed member of the Renton Airport Advisory Committee. So in that committee, we have a vote, and the outcome of that vote is advisory to the Renton City Council, which oversees the municipal airport. So the Renton Airport is going through an airport improvement plan, which is something that has been spurred by a reclassification by the FAA. Their airport classification went from B to D, which is an upgrade, a significant upgrade. And what that spurs are runway improvements and safety improvements. And consequently, it means an expansion of the runway in length to create 1,000-foot safety zones on either side and a 500-foot buffer on the taxiways. So it's complicated because it's a landlocked airport and waterlocked. It doesn't have any extra space to expand that runway. So it spurred this master plan study to determine if the runway should go into the lake or if the runway should claw back into the city of Renton, which is obviously more expensive. I'm also on WIRA 8, and we obviously have interest in the Chinook Salmon Recovery Plan. The mouth of the Cedar River is right there at the terminus of the Renton Airport runway. It's the belief of WIRA 8 that extending the runway into that habitat would negatively impact the Chinook Salmon Recovery Plans, and so they were against it. Subsequently, we became against it. So our vote was to push the runway inland. Subsequent discussions happen. The Renton City Council is obviously able to take whatever advice they want, and the advice that they took was to ignore it and push the runway into the lake. So the runway being pushed into the lake in and of itself will be subject to, of course, a lot of debate and study and ecology type issues. But the larger issue is the rest of the master plan. So that's effectively the airside improvements, the runway improvements, but there's landside improvements that will also tag along. There is a thought, and this hasn't been discussed yet, but will be discussed in August, that the hangars and the ground side configurations may need to change. And that's particularly alarming to Mercer Island because those hangars that are mostly small general aviation don't accommodate business jet type operations, and more business jet type operations will have a greater sound impact on Mercer Island. So our position is that we don't believe that the FAA reclassification from B to D was even necessary. It's really a tool that's meant for more rural airports, certainly not airports that are surrounded by major operations like Boeing Field and SeaTac and what's growing up in Payne. It's all shared airspace, so even though they're far apart, they're well connected. So there is quite a groundswell of activity around going back to the FAA and asking why this reclassification even took place and if it's even necessary. But assuming it is, we are supporting landside operations being as status quo as possible to reduce the business jet increase in activity in that field. And we're supporting Boeing in their effort to maintain their industrial operations, which is, from a safety perspective and a noise perspective, the best outcome for Mercer Island. Tangent to that, we're also working with the Renton Airport to re-implement RMP procedures, which are flight paths that go over the East Channel Bridge and down Lake Washington. It's a variable flight path, unlike the straight flight path that goes right down Island Crest Way. And that is actually the visual cue to the pilots into Renton Field right now. So if you can imagine a palm tree, all of these flights right now are coming into a straight line that goes down Island Crest Way. These RMP procedures had that going down the East Channel. They were safer, they were longer, they were quieter, and they were in effect until somewhere around 2010. In 2010, FAA was working with other interest to try and implement procedures which eventually died on the vine, and then RMP won. It's like the DVD disc, laser disc war. That being said, Renton has a request into FAA to re-implement the RMP procedures, but they're classified as a Category 3 tool, which means that they won't ever get implemented. So what I'm asking for is support to draft a letter for council to approve, to send to the Renton Airport manager to hopefully support their effort to get those RMP procedures implemented with the FAA. Boeing also supports that initiative. Boeing used to fly those RMP procedures. So my simple request is just to come back to council with a draft copy of that letter sometime in the near future.
I think that's great. I'd also be interested in, does Bellevue have a position or any of the other, you don't have to answer tonight, but I think it'd be
Well, I
interesting.
mean,
Strength in numbers.
Honestly, I don't even know if they're on the RAAC, but certainly if Merced has a seat, other cities probably have a seat. They'd be,
Is there a link to get more information, background information?
well, I have a PowerPoint presentation for you, Benson.
Why don't you share it out with us?
I will email you the PowerPoint.
Well, I'm sure all the council members would want to see
I
that.
do.
I will send it to everyone.
Yeah.
I
so
do.
just- yeah.
Well, because sometimes the minuscule that I've heard about flight patterns and stuff is what one community wants, the other one doesn't,
Well, and I
Because if
will
it's
say
not over
that,
my airspace, it's over yours, right?
I will say that unfortunately, the RAC has scheduled their meetings on our council meetings Tuesday nights.
Oh.
And so there have been many, many, many meetings that I've been unable to attend. But fortunately, I come from an aviation family, and my father-in-law is a former experimental
he
test
your
pilot
proxy?
and FAA administration official. So all credit to my father-in-law for putting this together and going to these meetings. But I would say that Merced is in very, very good hands in terms of having an expert with just copious amounts of aviation experience representing us. So I'll leave
Super.
it at that.
Cool, thanks. Just trying to think on my part, GMPC meeting coming up 1 or 2 weeks. We're going to be starting to touch on Vision 2050. Clearly, the caucus has a set position. Sound Cities has a set position based on what happened at the PIC meeting, which is basically we can't say anything and won't say anything at this point. You guys know we went down this route a couple months ago as well when it was the draft SEIS, and we had to comment by April 29th. And that was, I'll be honest, that was awkward for me, but so it goes. Otherwise, we now are adjourning into an executive session, and I have to read my stuff. But I just put it away, so bear with me. If you guys want to go into caucus room, I will find what it is I need to read. Okay. The city council will now recess into executive session for approximately, I hope not 60 minutes. Planning or adopting the strategy or position to be taken by the governing body during the course of any collective bargaining proceedings or reviewing the proposals made in the negotiations or proceedings while in progress. And 2, pending or potential litigation with legal counsel pursuant to RCW 4230-1101I. The council is not expected to take final action after this executive session, 11:39. Wow, your father-in-law. Wait, is it keeping him busy? I don't know about you, but it's always... Yeah.